Book 3 Chapter 1 A yolk yellow sun, a white sky, the bluest sea, mounds of gold sand, and an aggressive, warm, and moist wind. It's Busan, Korea. More fishing boats and barges, ships, cruisers, and yachts than you could imagine. Cargo containers were carrying everything from every corner of the world. The scenery made more unusual by the green mountains. The buildings and homes were unevenly stacked and woven around the boats and the water, not vice versa. Crooked and curved alleys flossed privately owned small businesses, hundreds of them, with thousands of outdoor vendors. Every Korean was at work, it seemed. The grandfather, the grandmother, the mother, the father, along with running toddlers and babies clinging on breasts, backs, and butts. It felt like they all knew one another well. Maybe block by block they were all related. What's for sale? Everything. A nation of hustlers. Not even an insect or snail was safe. As Akemi and me moved around on foot, our eyes were equally filled with curiosity and amazement at these new images. Even the feeling here was different and special. Korean people were staring, not ignoring. Some seemed in awe of Akemi separately, and of me individually as well. They seemed even more stunned by the two of us together. Maybe it was the colorful explosion of her yukata, the third beautiful one she had worn and I had seen. Maybe it was because she walked slowly as they hurried. She was dressed for leisure and luxury. They were dressed for labor. Or maybe it was because she was with an African man in the narrow streets, ram-packed only by Koreans. Or maybe it wasn't none of that. Perhaps it was the pressure of 60 vendors positioned in a row, all selling the same products. All of them were trying to capture the attention of the same customers to secure a sale. I was puzzled over how exactly that could ever be profitable. I even wondered how one man explained to his business neighbor,
"Yes, I am opening my spot right next door to yours and selling the exact same things."
the only way for one vendor to gain an edge on his competitor was with his display style. This is a place that looked and felt fully lived in. They were unable to keep it clean, neat, and tightly organized as every street was in Japan. In fact, here in Busan, I saw a grandmother out in the street dressed in lime green gauchos and a pink and purple blouse, sporting a mean black afro while squatting on her couch while she had parked on the curb. Her legs were cocked open as she was cutting and cleaning fish as swiftly as me and Cho. She rocked an orange visor and had a baby strapped to her lower back. She brought a smile to my face naturally. On the next block, the product changed, but the number of dealers didn't. I finally figured out there were entire alleys dedicated to only one category of goods. For example, all seafoods and meats, or 30 noodle stores in a row, or exclusively fruits and vegetables and nuts. There was even a block dedicated to the red pepper and other powerful spices. The Korean everyday greeting was a long leap from a simple American hi. Instead, they called out Anyonghaseyo to one another. There was no blank faces here, no lack of emotion, and no strange silences. Everyone was expressing something, and voices were both raised and lowered, and the language filled with musical melodies. We lined up for the bus, stood there for 5 minutes before we realized they didn't believe in lining up. Casually, people cut in front of us or jumped in the line behind us, but in front of some other people who had been there first. I wasn't stressed about it, more in observation mode than anything else. When the bus swung into the curb, the people piled up, and the problem was the bus driver never stopped the line, even after every space was stuffed. Every step in use, every seat filled, 3 squeezed, in 2 spaces. I switched places with Akemi so that she was pressed against a teenage girl instead of a male. I held her close, but everybody was holding somebody even if they didn't arrive together and were complete strangers. It was different than Tokyo, where buses and trains and places could be, and usually were packed with people. But there was no touching, or in New York, where if you accidentally touched or bumped somebody, you might get forcefully shoved back by a stranger yelling, "Get the f*** up off me!" The bus driver pulled out. Better yet, he yanked out. As soon as he caught up with the traffic, he slammed on the brakes, causing everyone to fall forward. Except there was nowhere to fall, so we just mashed onto one another. When the traffic advanced, the driver yanked again. He swept around the corner, bogarting the oncoming traffic's lane. We all leaned leftward. My hand on the window to my left held us in place. My arm extended over the heads of the 3 guys seated there. When 4 got off, 5 got on. The driver drove like he had a vendetta against his passengers. Someone dropped a bag of fruit. Oranges rolled down the narrow aisle. Some got picked up and passed to the back like batons handed off during the relay race. 2 tangerines got crushed beneath scuffling feet. For many minutes, we got swung and smacked around. A bag fell from a luggage rack and tagged 6 heads, before someone stopped it and tossed it back to its place like in a volleyball match. When the bus reached our stop, the vehicle jerked so hard we might have flown through the front windshield. We climbed down, and before my foot cleared the last step, the bus yanked away, leaving the puff of black smoke as its trail. I looked down at Akemi. She looked up at me. She wiped her face and smiled, and then began laughing. So did I. We laughed at that bus ride harder than anything else since we first met. After traveling through a few African countries, as well as the US and Japan, I now knew Korea had the livest, craziest, wildest bus ride, and there weren't even any chicken or goats on board. We looked up. Our laughter had slowed down, and we stood facing the steepest hills I had ever seen in a residential area of any town. They nearly went straight up into the sky, but a bit less. There was a school built on a slant on that steep hill. I wondered how the hell students kept from flying out of their seats and falling through the windows onto the slanted dirt soccer field. Unable to stand up straight, even the pine trees that lined the block were leaning. I pulled out the map with the route I had drawn to Akemi's grandmother's address. Her tall building sat at the top of the highest and steepest hill. I looked at my wife and thought to myself, loving you is hard work. If she wasn't so sweet to me, and if she wasn't so talented, and if she wasn't so pretty, and if she didn't feel so good. We began climbing, feeling like if we would have stopped for even one moment, we would have fallen backward. I got reassured as I saw a clique of grandmothers gliding up the hill like it was an everyday thing, talking expressively to one another and growing louder and louder as they moved along. 20 minutes later, our calf muscles pulsating, we arrived at the building marked Hanshin in the Shagdong section in Busan. No frontin', it could have been mistaken for my projects. One thing I always said about my Brooklyn block was that there's nothing wrong with the building or the sky above. It's about the motherfuckers living inside there. Inside the elevator, 3 grandmothers and 4 toddlers leaned against one wall, and Akemi and I stood silently in the middle. One of the kids looked up and said hi to me. I nodded my head and said Anyonghaseyo back to him. Then the kids all smiled. The grandmothers stood staring at Akemi. Meanwhile, all 4 toddlers and Akemi were staring at me. They got off on 6. On the 8th floor, we got off. Surprisingly, there were only 2 apartments on each floor. They must be large places, I thought to myself. We knocked. Purposely, I stood out of the range of the peephole. After all, Akemi's grandmother had never seen Akemi before, so I wanted her to see her granddaughter first. The door opened part way. Akemi said,
Anyonghaseyo,
and bowed all the way down. The woman who held the door stood in silence, looking at my wife. When Akemi raised up, she gasped at seeing the woman's face. The woman gasped at seeing Akemi's face. Both of their eyes filled with tears. Then I knew we were definitely at the right place. The woman was obviously not a grandmother, but she had to be a relative. Her tears came too suddenly and flooded and spilled so freely. And I had only known my wife to cry that way, so sincerely, so instantly, so seductively. The woman took a closer step outside her door and placed both her hands on Akemi's face. She stood staring at her for some seconds before sobbing a soft and painful sound creeping up from her gut. Akemi embraced her. The door to the apartment facing the woman's opened. An old man looked out, not at the woman, but at me. "Gangpai," he uttered. I didn't know what it meant. I said nothing. The woman in my wife's embrace, at hearing her neighbor's utterance, stepped back from Akemi and glanced at me for an eighth of a second. As she wiped away her tears, she spoke in fluent, rapid Korean to Akemi, her voice rising and falling like a melody to a tricky song. Akemi listened without interruption. When the woman ceased, Akemi said,
"남편,"
which I knew meant husband. The woman made a sound of only one syllable slipping out, but not a complete word. Soon she managed to mumble a full sentence. Akemi answered.
16.
The woman paused for 8 seconds and then collapsed onto the floor. Akemi bent to help her. People from the other apartment came pouring out past the nosy grandfather into the hallway, as though they had all been listening all along. Akemi looked at me, panicked. She wanted help picking the woman up. I could have helped easily, but I didn't want to touch the woman. This seemed like a scene that could blow in any direction. I gestured for Akemi to open the top of the woman's shirt. Her blouse was buttoned all the way up. I motioned Akemi to tilt the woman's head back and pull open her mouth. I placed one hand over my other hand and gestured a pressure motion so Akemi would do compression on the woman's chest. As the woman's eyes had not opened and she was not responding to Akemi's touch, I ripped open the gift-wrapped bottle of Uma's oil and passed it below the woman's nose. She came through. Her eyes opened. As Akemi and I were now both kneeling and the woman was on the ground and the small crowd was huddled around speaking words I couldn't hear or understand, I stood back up. Akemi extended her hand to the woman, and I reached out my hand to Akemi. We got the woman to ease back onto her feet and walked her inside her apartment. The door closed behind us, leaving the small chattering gathering in the hallway. We removed our shoes. The woman had already been wearing house slippers. She walked slowly over to her couch. As she sat down, she pointed. Akemi stood up and walked over to a glass pitcher of some type of drink that looked like iced tea. She poured some into a glass and brought it over to the woman. "Daijoubu?" I asked Akemi, which meant, "Are you okay?" in Japanese.
"Hai, daijoubu,"
Akemi assured me softly. She sat down on the floor and motioned for me to do the same. We sat in silence for a minute. The inside of the apartment was a great surprise. Unlike the projects, it was well designed with quality wooden floors and solid walls. Glass doors led to an enclosed glass terrace filled with greenery and revealing an incredible view down over the entire neighborhood. The place was spotless, as though a meal could be eaten from the floor. A low wooden table displayed a Korean ceramic tea set, all the teacups and dishes sparkling clean with no tea in the pot. The woman began speaking softly in Korean to Akemi. As my eyes continued to move up the wall over her head where she was seated, I saw the cross. It was the same as the Christian cross I had seen in Reverend Broadman's church and in Chris's house. Observing and half listening, all I could decipher at first was the woman asking Akemi if I was Japanese.
Anio.
Akemi answered musically, the way the Koreans drag out their syllables. Then my wife laughed a little and explained that I was African with a P. The woman continued speaking to Akemi until there was a knock at the door. The knock was the same all around the world. It was the police. My father trained me to be thoughtful. Sensei trained me to remain calm. Brooklyn trained me to stay still when confronted and cornered by the police. A flick of a finger gets a black man executed by Brooklyn Blue Boys in the ghetto. The two officers stepped inside. Their eyes moved slowly, carefully scanning the apartment and landing on me as they spoke to the woman.
Military?
The officer said that one word to me. No, I answered one word back.
Passport,
he demanded. I wondered if these were the few English words he knew. I kept my eyes on him as I now reached in my pocket. I handed him my passport. He opened it and pulled out a flashlight and shined it on my documents, even though it was pure daylight with sunshine pouring in through the wide terrace window. Both the woman and Akemi talked non-stop but softly, with respectful tones, to one officer as the other stood over me, examining my passport. He handed it back to me.
What you in Korea?
The officer asked. Visit family, I responded. The officer looked back at me, looked at Akemi, and looked next at the woman. Then he looked at his partner. The woman stood up from her couch. The two cops spoke in Korean to one another, then turned to leave. Akemi rushed and opened the door for them to leave while the woman apologized over and over. 3 seconds after the door closed, they knocked again. Akemi eased it back open. The officer looked at the woman. The woman walked out into the hallway and pulled the door shut behind her as she spoke with the two officers once again. I guessed that they had to be reassured that this was not a hostage situation. They wanted to question her outside my presence. I didn't give a f***. They were more curious and suspicious than they were hostile or vicious. They didn't seem like they needed to kill me and call it an accident. Nor would they toss a gun on me and say that I had aimed it at them and that's why they had shot me up 33 times. They didn't even seem like the types to lay low in the cut downstairs and chase me down the steepest hills ever, accidentally striking me with their cop cruiser. No, they only wanted and needed enough information to satisfy the neighbors about the Japanese girl, the Korean woman, and the gongpai. Meanwhile, I'm knowing it was the grandpa next door who had sounded the alarm and fingered me. He had slipped away and phoned the police. Gongpai, he called me. I was going to find out before the end of the day if that word meant Welcome to Korea, I thought to myself. They kept it real here. Singled out a black man, confronted him, demanded ID, and questioned him. That's what I was used to. There were no ninjas, trapdoors, or sneaky, deadly silences like with the Japanese. Chapter 2.
Yimo and Omani face same.
Akemi said. She meant that her aunt, the woman we had both just met, and her mother, Ju Young Lee, both had the same looking face.
Omani young.
Akemi said. I took that to mean that her mother was younger than the aunt. We were vibing in our own way while riding on the top side of a convertible double-decker bus. The bus tour would take us around the whole of Busan, including Hyundai, Gwanggangli, Seommyeon, Nampadong, Gwangbakro, and Jeongdong, helping us to become more familiar with the city, which was the second largest city in Korea and had more than 3 million people. It would stop at all their major sections, areas, and sites, giving us and the other passengers a chance to look around before loading up and visiting the next site. Akemi chose to continue writing in kanji in her new hardcover diary. As she began sketching the picture of the woman who I now knew was her aunt, I thought to myself, maybe Akemi's mom was the younger sister. Or maybe because her mom died young, Akemi had a permanent picture in her mind of her mother as a young woman. I could feel my wife's mounting emotions. While I was glad that she unexpectedly met her aunt, and I could tell that they felt connected to one another instantly and immediately, I was feeling unsettled about how time was slipping away and then spinning out of control. Akemi has still not met her grandmother, who was the true reason for our arrival here in Busan. Her grandmother's hands were where the urn containing Akemi's mother's ashes needed to be delivered in order for the two of us to head back to New York. Now we had agreed to return to her grandmother's apartment tomorrow night at 7 for dinner. I needed it all to run swiftly and smoothly, even though I was prepared to handle this matter with full respect and consideration to Akemi's mother and to Akemi's feelings. When our citywide bus tour finished, we returned to our motel. Baduga, just like its name, which meant on the sea, we were close to Korea's South Sea, only the sand was closer. The rooms were reasonably priced at 55,000 won per night, and we registered separately. Akemi went in first, and I entered afterward. We each had our own rooms. Since Akemi spoke Korean, her registration was swift. Mine required my passport before any other words could be exchanged. Then the question,
Military?
and my explanation, no, I am not in the military. I'm a traveling student. Pay as I stay. Before the registration card was slid across the desk for my signature. Secretly, we each gave the other copies of our room keys. This was the best way to raise the fewest suspicions in Korea, where everyone was interested in knowing what's going on, and where people's reactions showed up clearly on their faces. After today's fainting episode with Akemi's aunt, I was suspecting that it was not only race being considered here in Busan, but our ages. Before collapsing in the hallway, the aunt had uttered,
Yeah, your son.
which I now knew meant 16. With the urn locked in the safe in my room, I unloaded all our new purchases. Of course, I got a Korean English dictionary and a Korean phrase dictionary, also from a huge bookstore named Kyobu Books. I must admit that even though I planned to learn some more Korean words that I already had from a travel book, after listening carefully all around town and in Akemi's grandmother's home, I was certain that it didn't matter if a foreigner saw a Korean language word printed out in the English alphabet. This language was distinct from Japanese and every other language I had ever heard or paid close attention to. Even if you knew the Korean vocabulary words, you needed to know how to sing each of them, seriously. It was the same as if you had the printed lyrics to some hot song, but didn't know the melody or the rhythm. I flipped open to the G page in my new dictionary. It didn't list the word gongbai. In the fabric districts of Busan, I had chosen and purchased the most elegant textiles for Uma and our company, Uma Designs. I thought the different textures and patterned cloths would open up a whole new arena of design for my mother. On that tour through Seomyeon, I observed that Korea was trying to come up. Youth was rocking Guess jeans, but their fitted and kicks was all bootleg. I saw an opportunity. My mind started thinking international trade, international styling. I got stopped on those streets more than a few times because of my style. One older sneaker store owner who spoke some English called me over and questioned me about my style. As he looked me over from head to toe, he had nothing but dollar signs in his eyes. I took his business card. It was the first in a series of business cards I had copped. Shit, I could show them how to rock it right, where to get it wholesale, and what to avoid. I could become that middleman from Brooklyn to Busan. While they try to catch up with the New York and hood fashions and get it right, I will be steady stacking my paper. That way, when they got too cocky and figured they needed to cut me out of the money-making deals, I'd already be paid, laced, and chillin'. I had picked up a few patches from the underground vendors lined up against the subway walls. I was pushing around some ideas of redesigning some already dope jeans. I would lay it out for Uma, and she will make it happen. I had also selected 7 silk scarves for my wife so that she could wrap up her beautiful hair. Now that she was back to wearing her badass diamond and gold bangles and her diamond studs in her ears, I would make sure that everything else was concealed. While we were out walking, Akemi wanted to buy a diamond for her belly button, but I told her no in English, Anyo in Korean, and Yi in Japanese. She was carrying our babies. Her belly button belonged to us, and if she wanted to pierce it for my pleasure, she could, after she delivered my sons, inshallah. The sun was beginning to set. I jumped out of my day clothes and into my black Nike sweatsuit and kicks. I put my wallet and my valuables in the safe and locked it. I grabbed my wool hat and the white washcloth and hit the beach outside my motel door. Running in the sand is more work than on stable, flat ground. The traction requires more effort. It felt good, though. The serene scenes of Busan offered a bunch of blessings that Brooklyn did not. The sky faded from lavender to deep blue. The scent of the ocean was refreshing, the opposite of the smell of the ghetto. In fact, as I ran faster than a jog but slower than a sprint, I said to myself, the ocean had a scent and a soul. As the waves rushed into the shore slowly and without force, pulling back very little as it left, I could feel the ocean was alive and breathing. It even had a natural voice that filled the air and bounced and echoed between their green mountains and silhouettes of mountains. The ocean was peaceful, yet powerful. Unlike an MC, the ocean didn't need no mic. Unlike a DJ, the ocean didn't need a sound system. Still, everyone from a great distance could hear its voice, and when they did, it caused them to pause. The ocean made me feel something too. The great and deep-moving body of water lay on my left side as I was running by, fasting and feeling thirsty. Miles away from my starting point, from Hyundai Beach to Quang An Lai, I had reached an incredible Ferris wheel. It swung from the sky to the earth and around again. It made me think of my wife. My tongue felt like sandpaper now, and my intestines felt dry like jerky. I bought 4 bottles of water from a beach vendor along with 2 bananas. I stuffed my wool hat in my back pocket, dumped water over my head, cleaned my nose and my hands and my feet, and praised Allah. Slowly I drank the 3 remaining bottles, my chest still heaving from the run. The sky was black now, jet black, and the unending line of lampposts lit up the gold sand. And the Ferris wheel tossed around green light, and the boat set globs of yellow into the distance and over the blackened sea, and hundreds of red lights sparkled and outlined the far-off Hyundai Beach Pier. I followed the red lights home to my wife. Akemi was seated on the boardwalk under a lamppost on the steps that led to the sand that led to the water. Oddly, she was wearing an all-black Nike sweatsuit and black Chanel flip-flops with her hair wrapped in the black silk scarf. Of course, she had drawn a crowd who formed a semicircle around her as she sketched an elderly Korean woman who held her pose still as she sat on a small wooden stool. I was surprised. I knew Akemi didn't like poses. She normally liked to see and experience and feel something and then create from the images in her amazing memory. Glancing over her shoulders, I saw my wife's pencil can was stuffed with pencils of every color and a thick stack of Korean won. Less than 72 hours from docking on these shores, and Akemi was already making money. Random youths in the crowd spoke to her. She answered back softly in what sounded like perfectly spoken musical Korean. She aroused me. In my room, I showered, dressed, prayed, and headed out. By then, my wife was seated downstairs in the small Budagar lobby. As she saw me approaching, she stood and left. Outside the motel door, dressed now in a mini dress over pants, with her hair wrapped nicely and her 100,000 yen heels, she looked up at me and smiled.
Time for eat,
she said in English. We walked outdoors, feeling familiar with our seaside surroundings. We mingled into the laid-back evening beach crowd, both relaxed and excited. I had a bunch of necessary Korean vocabulary words marching around my mind, mostly concerning foods. Even though Akemi is fluent, there were some things I had to know for myself. I was working overtime to separate the new Korean words from the recently learned Japanese words from the well-known English and native Arabic words. I knew I had to avoid pork completely and ask questions about noodles and soups that seemed vegetarian, being stewed in pork fat or meats. The Koreans called pork goji, which bugged me out to remember and was even crazier to recite. Chicken was dakgogi. The food I was most likely to eat was fish. They called that san signori. I had to memorize these words since I hadn't come up on a halal food place yet. Stick to the sea, I told myself. We ate grilled fish, yukmi jumapak, which was black rice made with dates, walnuts, and chestnuts. We shared a salad and both bit off of the long red hot chili pepper they laid in the dish on each table, which made our already hot blood boil and our young hearts catch more feelings. Chapter 3. We were smarter than the day before. We took a train most of the way and a taxi from the train station to Akemi's grandmother's apartment. We were both dressed sharply for Akemi's homecoming, and there was no sense in making her hike hills in her heels, bringing on a sweat. I left the urn in the safe. Akemi had gestured for me not to bring it. I was not certain why, or what she had in mind specifically, but I cooperated. I was carrying a nicely threaded cloth shopping bag marked Shinsenge. In it were gifts from Uma and me, as well as gifts Akemi had wrapped for her family. It was from both of our cultures to present gifts this way when visiting new homes or friends and family. There were many families outdoors sitting, talking, children playing in front of the building. It was night, but the place was well lit. As we eased out of the taxi, everyone noticed. In the lobby, teens were speaking joyfully. As we walked through the doors, they stopped talking. This was nothing, I thought. I had entered buildings in East New York and Harlem and Bed-Stuy and Castle Hill and Soundview and Queensbridge, where people were armed with way more than curiosity. As we got off on the 8th floor, there were already 2 ladies standing in the hallway. Akemi nodded to the 2 of them, and they responded the same way. We rang the bell. I looked behind me. The peephole on the opposite door was blackened. I was sure that Grandpa had his eye glued there, observing. When Akemi's grandmother's apartment door opened, there were several people seated on the floor. A quick count. 3 older men in around their 30s or 40s, another male around maybe 20, 2 male teens, 2 older women in their early 30s, 1 teen female, and 1 girl toddler. The aunt was standing, holding the door and welcoming us in. We exchanged greetings in their language as we removed our shoes. Their low-to-the-floor table, much like the Sudanese table, was set with a feast. Each kind of food was set in its own dish. There were 24 separate dishes filled with an array of foods, including steaming soups and fruits and rice with chestnuts and hot, spicy cabbage, which I had learned that they call kimchi, and sliced radishes, cucumbers, and carrots, boiled eggs, and grilled beef. There was a teapot, teacups, and bottled drinks, as well as a serving dish piled high with fried chicken. There were 2 big fresh green watermelons. Each place setting had a silver steel pair of chopsticks and a long-handled steel spoon. They all exchanged greetings, Akemi bowing often, except to the 2 teen boys who must have been younger and who, when introduced, bowed to her. We sat down on the floor and joined them. Akemi was seated beside me, and I was seated beside our shopping bag filled with gifts. As my eyes moved around the room, sizing up the situation, but not aggressively, I wondered who all these people were, and I was certain that none of them was Akemi's Korean grandmother. There was no real elderly woman present. More important, however, were the men in the room who were therefore in the presence of my wife. The silence was only punctured by the ramblings of the 2-year-old girl, yet everyone's eyes were filled with both curiosity and emotion. Akemi's aunt, who was still standing, began speaking in Korean to everyone gathered and seated there. She began slowly, yet her voice was full and very expressive. As it rose and fell, she began to use her hands. Then her eyes and her hands and her mouth were all talking at the same time. Her talk created a strange feeling in me. I could not understand or translate even one of her words, yet my soul was stirring. It was only 80 or so seconds before tears began to well up in the aunt's eyes. I had been so focused on her that only then did I realize that even the men's eyes were coated with moisture. Then the females were all spilling tears, while the males were able to hold their tears back. My wife was weeping and intensely gazing toward her aunt, who I was certain reminded her too much of her mother. Looking more closely at my wife's eyes, I believed that she somehow was seeing two women standing there, her aunt and her mother. Meanwhile, the 2-year-old was rocking side to side, humming lightly, a kind of background singer-musician to the aunt's moving storytelling. One of the men stood and went to the aunt's side, laying his hands on her shoulders and caressing them even as she continued to speak. Then I knew he was her husband. He wore a crisp, clean, pressed white business shirt, no tie, and quality blue slacks with a rough leather belt and dress socks. His presence must have soothed her. As the aunt's voice wound down, he began speaking. His voice was deep and expressive. The manner in which the Korean man maneuvered the musical melodies of their language was different than their women's, yet still captured my ear. His tones revealed a change in the topic, I thought. He began walking his wife to her sitting place at the table. Akemi, her hair covered in a yellow silk scarf, began wiping her tears with her pretty fingers and newly polished nails. Her gold bangles jingled some. She was the only woman wearing jewelry. When the husband sat, he said some words to all, and then was the first to pick up his chopsticks and pull from one of the food dishes. Once he began, everyone began eating. Each woman, including my wife, began skillfully using the chopsticks to choose and pick up bits of food from the serving dishes and place them into a dish for a male. The aunt did for her husband. Another woman did for the man seated next to her. Akemi began preparing my dish as well. Yet one older man and a 20-year-old didn't have women. They and the 2 male teens served themselves. The 2-year young girl ran and tumbled and then pushed herself between the aunt and her husband. I assumed then that she was their daughter. It was after the food was finished that the seals on the green bottles were opened. The liquid being poured into the glasses was clear, but I believed that it was alcohol. What had been soft talking between sets of people gathered became a much louder group conversation. During the drinks, we handed our gifts to Akemi's aunt. The 2-year-old and 2 of the teen boys were moving around the apartment doing their own things now, while the adults watched. The aunt unwrapped the gifts as though the paper and even the tape that it was wrapped with were precious. She folded the gift paper nicely into an odd shape and placed it aside before removing the box top and discovering a set of hair combs that Akemi had gifted her. She lifted them from the cotton they lay on, and Akemi began to speak to her aunt softly. The aunt's tears began to form once again. Then I had doubts about the gift that I had handed her, but it was already lying on the table for opening. As she opened the second gift, she removed the box top and lifted one of the 3 books that I had given. She raised one up and looked at it carefully, examining the front cover and then the back. When she opened the inside flap and saw the photo of the author, Shiori Nakamura, Her sister, who was known to her as Ju Young Lee, she cried out in a painful sound. I had thought she would be pleased to have something of her sister's memory that perhaps she had not discovered or possessed here in Korea, but I was surely wrong. Her husband removed the book from her hands, which held on tightly. He peered into it. Then one of the other men removed it from his hands, and he flipped to the photo also. He laid the book down on the table, dropped his head for some seconds, then stood up. The husband stood up, and the aunt continued to weep. Akemi looked surprised and unknowing. She looked at me, and then she stood also. I got up, uncertain of the mounting situation. Akemi helped her aunt to her feet. Suddenly, the man who still held the book stepped over to my wife and placed his hands on her shoulders and began to caress her. I pushed him hard, and he was propelled backward and fell to the floor, causing everyone else to gasp. Silence fell. I looked down on him. "Keep your hands off my wife," I told him in English as he lay there. He got back up to his feet and faced me. Immediately, the husband of the aunt stepped between us. The husband said firmly, "Jaganmayo." The other man began speaking in Korean boldly, his angry voice escalating. The two teenage boys emerged from the back room and froze in place when they saw and sensed the conflict. I pulled Akemi behind me. "Say whatever you want, but keep your hands in your pockets," I told him in English. The 20-year-old stepped to the angry man's side. Now the husband, the angry man, the 20-year-old, and the two male teens were all on one side facing off with me. It wouldn't be nothing for me to break all of them, I knew. And the man who had touched my wife was still mouthing off. The husband said to me in English,
Let's go outside.
"No problem. All men outside," I said, and that was my one condition. Either me and Akemi would leave from here together right then, which would cut their ties from her, which I knew they didn't want to happen, or all the men had to exit the apartment together. This was my Sudanese way. I would not leave my wife in the room unattended in the presence of these men whose role and relationship I did not know. The husband began speaking to the Korean males gathered. Only the angered man argued back, but in muted tones. He stormed out the apartment door suddenly, and all the men stepped into their shoes, picked up his, and then followed him. I turned to Akemi and said calmly, "Stay here." I went out last behind them. They were piled up right outside the apartment door, waiting impatiently. As we began to move, I heard the door locks turn in the apartment across from theirs, and then the door was pulled open, enough for someone to see out, but not enough for me to see in. The angry man mumbled in his language all the way down on the elevator. As we moved through the lobby, everyone watched us. Outside the building, they watched some more. I walked behind them, following purposely and aside from the fact that I did not know where they were headed. As we stood at the top of the steep hill facing down, the husband stepped down first and each of us followed. I suspected that the husband was trying to lessen the fire in the other guy. With a slow walk downhill, with the welcome breeze blowing in our faces underneath a beautiful deep blue-black sky lit up with stars and constellations. He needs to cool the down, I thought to myself. It would be in his best interest to do so. Standing on level ground, after walking down 3 steep hills, we were facing a parked police car with its headlights off and 2 officers seated inside. One officer called out some words to the husband. I checked to see if he was the same cop from yesterday, but he was not. The husband stopped and answered him, his responses sounding upbeat and calm. The cop seemed satisfied at whatever he was telling and didn't make no moves. This made me get a speck of respect for the husband. He didn't start squealing to the police about there being a problem. He didn't play his trump card of me being the only foreigner and the only black man in their streets. Instead, he kept it moving and led us on a sharp turn down a curved side street. In the face of the police, even the angry man was silent. Maybe he had something to hide, or some reason to distrust or fear the police, I thought to myself. In the middle of the block, the husband stopped and ducked into a plastic tent where other men were gathered, some standing, some seated. As I eased in, I saw it was an outdoor bar with no walls, a drinking spot. The husband said some words to the 2 male teens and sent them back out. I could see them waiting on the outside of the thick, clear plastic tent. From their interaction, I decided he was their father. So in my mind, I put together that Akemi's aunt had a husband, 2 teen sons, and 1 2 years young daughter.
Ajuma!
The husband called out. A woman rushed out, listening to his order, and returned with more green bottles of drink and a set of tiny glasses.
Anya!
He said to the men. They sat, but the angry man wouldn't. I was watching his hands. They were heavy and rough, his skin thick on both sides, the hands of a worker, I thought. His chest was broad, and his clothes were common, unlike those of the husband, who was definitely a professional behind the desk type. Chonin Mayonaka Maida, I introduced myself, and then held my hand out to the husband to remind him that they had all introduced themselves to my wife in Korean, but not to me.
Sorry, I'm Kim Dong-hwa, your wife's uncle by marriage. He is my brother Chae-hwa, but he doesn't speak English. He is my friend Jang Jong-oh, no English,
he said, introducing the angry guy. I extended my hand to him. He knocked it away with his right and grabbed the bottle from the table behind him and took a swipe at my head. I leaned left and punched with my right and broke either his nose or his blood vessels. He ignored his blood, didn't wipe it or chase it, and took the punch like his head was made from steel and had been slammed with force many times before. He lunged at me. I was quick, dodged, and pushed the flimsy table toward him. Everyone seated behind where I was standing scattered instantly. I grabbed a set of steel chopsticks from the table and held them like shuriken. When he came at me again, I will poke them in his lungs or kidneys or just gouge out his eyes. But he didn't charge again. He picked up a wooden crate and hurled it at my head instead. As the Ajuma woman yelled and complained, I blocked it with my right arm and a piece of wood broke off as the crate crashed to the floor. The 20-year-old and Dong-hwa and Chae-hwa tried to subdue the angry guy, but he slung them off and they fell to the floor. That caused the 2 teens who had been posted outside the tent to rush in toward the angry guy. I knew they were about to be tossed through the air. They were lightweight and obviously untrained, with hands that looked like they had been served their entire lives and had never labored for nothing. Instead of them attacking the man who had just tossed their father and uncle, They got down on their knees before him and in begging tones asked him to stop. The 20-year-old came over to me and held his hand out to relieve me of the chopsticks. I kept my eyes on the angry guy who was giving way to the two begging teen boys. Just then, the angry guy bent over to help Donghua and Chaewha stand back up. When Donghua accepted his hand, I laid the chopsticks down on the table. Akemi's uncle Donghua began cleaning off his formerly white shirt and standing up the crates and setting the ladies' bar back in order. She stood off in the distance, watching as though she had seen this type of thing more than a few times. Donghua pulled out his wallet and walked over with some won and handed it to the woman, which seemed to satisfy her. She handed him some napkins for his friend's bloody face. I could see that in personality, Donghua was like my best friend Chris, the type to smooth out conflicts and work hard to avert a crisis, or even a murder. He set his guys up with drinks and pointed his sons back outside. I wasn't sure if they were keeping watch or being thrown out because of their ages. Then Donghua walked my way and said in English,
"You have some things in common with Jung-oh, and Jung-oh has some things in common with you."
I heard him, but it didn't mean nothing to me. I still had my eye on Jung-oh, who was throwing back drinks from a glass so tiny I wondered why he didn't just drink straight from the bottle or dump it all in one mug. I knew that the more he drank, the better it was for me. He was already strong and slow. Once he became drunk, he would lose his balance, and no matter how much confidence he had, he would be defeated.
"Anya!"
Donghua said, pointing toward the chair. I pulled the chair around so my view was toward Jung-oh in case he made any more sudden moves. I sat.
"Even though we had gotten off to a bad start, we all have reasons to be friends,"
Donghua said. I'm not here to make friends, but I want to keep it respectful. Akemi is my wife. I'm here in Busan to meet Akemi's grandmother and to return Miss Ju Young Lee's ashes to her. The sooner the better. My wife's grandmother is your mother-in-law, is that right? I asked him.
"Yes, she is,"
he said solemnly. Then if you can arrange for us to meet her, Akemi and I can be on our way back to the United States, I said, observing Jung-oh's boiling energy as he turned back to look my way.
"Help me out here,"
Donghua said to me quietly with pleading eyes.
"My friend there does not know that Akemi's mother is dead."
I listened and weighed the man's words. Is he related to her? I asked.
"He is Akemi's father,"
Donghua said. I felt like I had been hit with a bomb and parts of myself were scattered throughout the bar. He is Akemi's father? Replayed in my mind.
It's true. He is really a friend of my wife's family from North Korea. He made it over here to South Korea,
and my wife made it over here safely also, only because of Akemi's grandmother. But my wife's younger sister, Ju Young Lee, she never made it. She disappeared from their North Korean home when she was 15, while her mother was here in South Korea, arranging for both her daughters to escape from the North Korean government. Ju Young was never seen again by any of them, so you can imagine when they saw her as an adult in that book that you gave my wife, how shocking it was for each of them. All of these years, we prayed that Ju Young hadn't been killed by the North Korean government. We never received any information on her until we received a call from Japan a few months ago. The Japanese guy who contacted us was typical Japanese, annoyingly polite, yet controlling, deceitful, and heartless. He wouldn't give us any information about Ju-young, but wanted to arrange for us to meet Akemi. When we asked why we could not also see Akemi's mother Ju-young, he offered us only one option: to meet Akemi for one day, for only a few hours here in Korea, but only in his presence. We wanted to refuse, but my wife has been in therapy for many years because of losing her country, being separated from her mother for some time, and then losing her sister forever.
I leaned over and hung my head, my face facing the floor. I needed to think. What was the name of the caller? I raised my head asking. The Japanese guy, I explained.
You are asking the right questions, I see,
he said thoughtfully. Then he sighed.
It's a long story. When my mother-in-law, who is Akemi's grandmother, was first contacted, it was in the form of a business inquiry. She received those kinds of calls often, people wanting her to come and lecture on the topic of North Korea. The caller was a Japanese woman who asked many questions about my mother-in-law, her services, and fees. That was normal. However, being invited by a Japanese host or a Japanese college or university was not typical. In fact, it was rare. Then more than a month passed by. The woman called us again and said she had some important information that should be shared in private. She wanted to arrange a meeting with us here in Busan. Well, we Koreans are accustomed to the process where, when we're doing business with the Japanese, they want to be invited into a series of preliminary meetings and entertained, and it all can become quite a burden. But if the deal is good, their money is strong, their yen, so normally we endure the process. We met with her. Then, strangely, she only wanted to speak with my mother-in-law. We tried to convince her otherwise, but she wouldn't compromise. We allowed the woman to meet separately with our mother. After they met, my mother-in-law was upset, but refused to discuss with any of us what had been said between the two women. Another month passed. We received a call from the same woman. When my mother-in-law picked up, the caller gave the phone to the Japanese man. Mr. Nakamura. Mr. Nakamura. Mr. Nakamura.
Mr. Nakamura.
My mother-in-law wrote his name down while she was still on the phone. Again, she was affected by these calls, became sad and quiet, but would not discuss. Finally, Akemi called our apartment. She said she was Akemi Nakamura, Ju-young Lee's daughter.
Nakamura.
And that she would be pleased to meet her grandmother. The problem was, Akemi was speaking to my wife over the phone. It was the first that my wife was hearing anything about it. But she collapsed after that call. In the hospital, and my wife's side was when my mother-in-law finally confided what had been happening. My mother-in-law admitted that she was angry and suspicious of both the Japanese woman whom she met with and Mr. Nakamura whom she spoke to. She didn't believe a word they had to say.
Nakamura.
She didn't want to disturb any of us with this kind of situation, feeling that if it was a hoax, the disappointment would be too great. But once my wife, Sun Young, got involved, that was it. There was no way for any of us to ignore the situation any further.
My wife, I said, Akemi, does not know anything about this man being her father?
No, none unless her mother Jung Young told her. Only her mother would have known, of course, and any person who Ju Young might have confided in.
I need to be sure scientifically. We need to get one of those paternity tests done. The Americans do that type of test all the time, I told him. He sat thoughtfully. Just in case Jung-Oh's wrong and he isn't actually my wife's father, we won't tell Akemi. I don't want to upset her, I said.
I don't know you, but I can see that you love her. I could feel that. This is the same emotion I feel for my wife. To protect her from every tear,
he said.
We can arrange for that test.
Immediately, I said. Akemi and I are not going to be here in Korea for long. I have to return also to my mother and family, but it will be better for all of us to know the truth. He offered.
We'll make the appointment tomorrow. I'll bring your father, Jung-ho, to the hospital, you bring Akemi. I need a favor.
He added.
I know that you will be taking your Akemi home with you, but for my wife, Sung-young, for her health, could you allow her to spend some time with Akemi, just those two? Maybe for 2 or 3 days? This way my wife will not have to go through such a painful blow when Akemi leaves Korea. If they make some memories together, have some time together, when you take Akemi home, hopefully you will allow them to stay in touch.
Donghua and I were two men in the same position. We both had beautiful wives. We both loved them a lot. We both wanted to remove a type of obstacle from their lives so that we could go on receiving sweeter love and attention from them and give them our love as well. We were both suspicious of one another and from two separate parts of the world and of different generations as well, but we were smart enough to tolerate one another. We both were sensible enough to know we had to. Okay, 2 days. But you need to lead us to her grandmother. Where is she?
So,
He said. Does she live there? I asked, feeling misled.
no, we all live together in the same apartment here in Busan. She is a very important woman. She travels around giving presentations about her former life in North Korea. She lectures in colleges and at government and corporate gatherings. This week is special for her. She went to address a group of North Koreans who had recently escaped and safely arrived here. She is part of the training course that allows the incoming North Koreans to adjust to a completely new way of life living here in South Korea. She is quite a smart woman, strong and very powerful.
When will she return here to Busan? I asked.
Next weekend sometime.
He said. Does she know that Akemi is here in Busan to meet her? He hesitated and then admitted that Akemi's grandmother did not know.
It is better that they meet face to face, especially now that you have informed us about Ju Young's ashes,
He said, and I understood. Donghua and I spoke together for 2.5 hours. Piece by piece, I was pushing the puzzle into a complete picture and weighing every advantage and disadvantage I had. As specific thoughts came to me, I outlined what I needed him to do. He did the same. Before leaving the spot, he gave me his business card. He was a professor of history at Busan University. We agreed that I would contact him tomorrow and he would let me know when the hospital appointment was set up. At the conclusion of the tests, Akemi would spend the weekend with his wife. I had no objections to Akemi and her aunt remaining in contact for the rest of their lives. We put a drunken Jang Jung-oh in the taxi to his home address. Chae-wha and his 20-year-old son rode in the same cab as well. Donghua and his 2 sons, who I now knew were 12 and 13, and me walked the steep hills back to their building. How did you meet your wife? I asked him.
I volunteered at the training center where she was received and held by a South Korean government. They hold older ones coming from the north for some months. I saw her my first day working there,
He said, smiling and seeming as though he was remembering.
The war between North and South Korea is quite bitter. I don't know what you may know about it. Probably nothing at all. You know, when we were young, we were told crazy things about North Korea by our school teachers and even on the television. We were taught that they were stupid, illiterate monsters who wanted to kill every South Korean. We were told that the North Korean women were like men and not soft and beautiful like our South Korean mothers and sisters. We were told never to talk about the Northerners with one another. In fact, if any South Korean ever mentioned North Korea, he would become a suspected enemy of our South Korean government and our people. If we encountered North Koreans, even in our travels out of the country, we were told not to even walk on the same side of the street with them. Most importantly, we were taught never to talk directly with any North Korean person. Some South Korean college students had even been accused of being traitors and spies for simply raising the idea that students ought to be allowed to discuss the North Korean problem.
He inhaled and sighed.
When I first saw North Korean Song Young, for me, she was the truth. And from then on, everything else I had learned and been told about North Koreans had turned into a lie. She was the irrefutable evidence. I found out that when you're in love is the only time that you are willing to risk it all. If I had never seen or experienced Sung Young, maybe I would be just like most South Koreans, unaware and afraid of my own people because we are separated by a border our governments drew between us,
he said, placing his hand on top of his younger son's head as we walked.
I was determined to marry her. I had to work so hard to change my family's idea about North Koreans. It was strange trying to prove that we should be friends with our own people.
His face looked pained for some seconds. He was right. I did not know anything about the battle between the North and South of Korea. I preferred to ignore or maneuver around politics. My father dealt in politics, and he is an honorable man in a business that had no honor. Yet even in the Sudan, I didn't know that there were bitter battles between the North and South, the same as it was for the Koreans. But I was like Donghwa in this way, I guess, or maybe more like his sons. My father was born in the south of Sudan. My mother was born in the northern Sudan, and according to Uma, theirs was a forbidden love, a Sudanese epic.
Your Japanese name will not be popular here in South Korea,
Donghwa said to me, suddenly interrupting my thoughts.
Your true name would be better. If you knew the history between the Japanese and our Koreans, you would understand why.
Oh yeah? Was all I responded.
Even Akemi should have a Korean name. That will be better,
he said, not looking toward me and not seeming to be looking for a real response. Her mother, Jun Young Lee, named her Akemi, I said.
Ju Young had no choice. I know that without ever having met her. Korean mothers will sacrifice everything for their children. Ju Young accepted the Japanese way, I'm sure because she was carrying Akemi in her womb.
All mothers will sacrifice everything for their children, I corrected him, thinking of my Uma.
Ask me one day before you leave about Jong,
he said. Jong? I repeated. Is that a person? I asked him.
No, some other time. You are here in Korea now. Keep your heart open. When you and I speak about Jong, you will know then that Korean love is unlike any other because we have Yang.
Are you the only one in your family speaking English? I asked him.
All Korean students are learning English. Most don't use it or have the confidence to speak it with foreigners. I speak Korean because it is my mother tongue. I speak fluent Japanese because it is my enemy's tongue. I speak fluent English because it is my money tongue.
We both laughed as his son stared, searching for our meaning. Chapter 4. She wanted to run on the beach with me, had on her kicks and sweats and pretty smile. I told her, not happening. But she followed me out of Baruga and into the sand. It was late night. I gestured to her making the shape of a pregnant belly. She laughed and held up 2 fingers to show me that the twins were tiny. "How many months?" I asked in Japanese.
"Ni,"
she answered, meaning 2. "Do yoga," I told her. When I turned to start my run, she walked behind me. I sped up to see what she would do next. She just kept walking my way, but she did not run because I told her not to. This was something simple that I loved about her. I ran back to her, which made her smile widen and then burst. Instead of jogging, I worked out on the beach. She did yoga sitting in the sand beside me under the moonlight. We were underwater for sunrise, swimming with warm waves that were cold just minutes ago. Her body moved smoothly like a sea creature, and I liked that she was unafraid of the fish and the depth of the sea. We came up for air, wiping water from our faces and both gasping at the pink sky. She dived back under, and I followed her, of course. On the shore, she collected shells. When the sky pink turned yellow and then slowly became white, I wrapped her in a huge towel and carried her back to the motel. It was Ramadan, and this was the most that I could do. It was enough. Our nights had each been passionate. No one could have peeled us apart. In fact, each night was better than the night before, and we were completely happy. In my room, I showered and slept. When I woke, I decided to read the Quran and remain in my room for the daylight hours. Reading Quran was good for me. To do so, I had to clear my mind of the maze it had created around my wife's family situation. 2 hours into the sacred pages, I eased the book closed. Thoughts began to emerge. I wondered why, even with a book of guidance as meaningful and clear as the Quran, everywhere in the world, there seemed to be so much confusion. The simplest everyday matters of man and woman were spelled out in these pages. Yet it seemed clear that most men did not want guidance, and definitely did not want instructions. Each man wanted to live life his own way, as though his way could ever be superior to the path Allah created for all. And the world was divided into separate empires, it seemed, without global translation to lead us all to anyone's consensus. When I called Akemi's room, her line was busy. That brought my mind back to maze mode. Who was she talking with? She had agreed to not phone Josna until we arrived in the U.S. Of course she would never call Nakamura and tip him off that the 2 of us were here in Korea. Maybe she was speaking to her Aun Sun-yeon, I persuaded myself. No problem. The clock read 4:30 p.m. I remembered I had to contact Professor Donghua. I phoned him. "Yumaseo," he answered his phone. "It's Akemi's husband," I said. He chuckled. "Agasimida," he said, and then continued.
"Oh yes, I understand. Sorry. You caught me right between classes. Excellent timing. We're all set for tomorrow. I spoke to my Sunbae. He's a doctor at Busan University Hospital. It seems there is no reason for her father and her to be tested at the same time. So Jung-ho is up there right now submitting his sample. Akemi can go tomorrow morning, if you agree. My wife Sung Young will meet you two there, and she and Akemi can spend the weekend together.
Sounds aight, I said, agreeing, but already missing my wife, and she hadn't even gone anywhere yet.
I'd like to invite you to come up to visit the university tomorrow. Fridays are slow on campus. I'll show you around,
he offered. Automatically, I thought that he was inviting me up there to make sure our wives will be alone. I didn't sweat it. In a short time, he would find out that I'm a man of my word. After writing down all of the info for the hospital and doctor and the college, I hung up. I called my wife's room. Her phone was still busy. I grabbed my keys, shot out, and down to her. When I walked through the door, she was lying down talking in Japanese. She was relaxed and smiling. Who are you talking to? I gestured and asked her.
Tay,
She said, handing me the phone. Yeah? What's up? I said calmly. Who's this?
Ryoshi?
The raspy, sweet voice responded softly. Chiesa, I said, slowly and stupidly, smiling naturally. But then I found myself not saying nothing at all.
Akemi called me. She seems to like me.
Chiesa said. How about you? I said.
How about me what?
She asked. Do you like her too? Or is she bothering you? I asked.
She's very easy to love. And I have her diary, remember? So it feels like we are close.
Did you tell Akemi that you have it? I asked Chiesa.
No, my client didn't authorize me to do that.
She offered a clever reply. Your client told you to introduce yourself to my wife. Say anything that you want to say, remember?
True.
She paused.
Sometimes waiting for a guy to make the first move is like waiting for spring to come again in the summer season.
She said. It was her indirect challenge to me. I understood, and I felt it. Of course I felt it. But could I give myself permission to think about Chiesa and care for her, or to bring her to me in the middle of the storm where me and my first wife now stood? Could I love Chiesa while loving my wife so intensely and to an extreme? Could I have Chiesa? Should I have her? Or was I like a man who, after the greatest 5-course meal, still requests the pecan pie for dessert? And she was Chiesa, a whole woman, not a half. She could not be rightfully compared to dessert. She is a separate 5-course meal, or maybe even 7, I thought to myself.
It must be hard for you to speak, Ryoshi. Let's talk after sunset when our fast is finished for the day.
She said, and my heart moved. Was Chiesa actually still fasting? Are you fasting still, Chiesa? I asked her.
You said 1 month. It hasn't been 1 month yet. I always do what I say.
She answered. Her words rocked me inside.
Let me speak to your wife.
She said. I'll talk to you tonight. Can I call you late, around 11? I asked.
Sure.
She said. I handed Akemi the phone. Akemi began speaking to Chiesa while her eyes were analyzing my every gesture and penetrating through my thoughts too, perhaps. They were big, pretty, curious eyes, not filled with accusations. I took the run alone from Hyundai to Kwannon-Lee as the sun began to set. I knew it was an opportunity I had to grab. I wouldn't be jogging on my Brooklyn blocks or in my new neighborhood in Queens either. Even if I did, I would never get in New York City what I had this moment in Busan, Korea. The blue sea, the gold sand, the scent and sound of the ocean, or especially the peace. The banana vendor greeted me warmly. It was only his third time seeing me, but now it seemed like he expected me to appear at sunset each evening. After breaking fast with fruit and water, I decided to walk back. I had to get my mind right before I spoke to Chiesa. She had taken me by surprise earlier. I won't let it happen again. Akemi had a sweet tooth. She stood wide-eyed, all green and blue tonight, a blue silk scarf covering her hair, which she had wrapped in a thick bun in the back. It poked out like she was a Rasta girl. She wore blue jeans and a mini dress. The army green dress covered her arms and hips. Her toenails were blue stars covered with a heavy coat of clear polish. They glistened in her sandals. She wanted a scoop of everything. I knew she couldn't eat it all, so I didn't order none for myself. We sat in the corner. Playfully, she dipped a caramel candy square into her cream and smeared it on my lips. When I smiled, she said,
"Handsome."
I ate one of her caramel candies and fed her creams too. The way she sucked on the spoon and the soft candy squares, she was steady seducing me, although I didn't know why in the ice cream parlor. I wondered if eating ice cream for dinner could be considered one of those cravings I read about in the pregnancy book I perused in the bookstore, or if it was just regular for her. On the way out, she bought colorful candy sticks and a bag of M&Ms. I was smart enough to know that for Akemi, those could be snacks or hair ornaments or part of a sweet art project. Walking wrapped in the warm wind, once we got back to the beach, we watched a woman making a massive sand sculpture under the glare of the night lights. Akemi intently watched the artist at work, fascinated by her sand sea turtle. I thought about Akemi's live sea turtles in her Japanese bedroom. Maybe she was thinking the same. Around 10 minutes before 11, I eased back to Baruga with my wife close behind me. In Akemi's room, I removed my kicks before I put down a few bags containing her candies and other items that we had purchased. I looked at the new curtain she had hung in the motel window. Studying it, I saw that she had taken a few yards of some white linen that she had purchased just the other day and drawn beautiful pictures inside of measured squares. On closer look, I was amazed at this curtain, where each square revealed pieces of our journey from Japan to Korea in intricate drawings. I stood stuck there for some seconds before I turned to jump back into my kicks and head to my room to make the call. Akemi stepped in front of her door, leaned against it, and smiled. She began to speak to me in soft-spoken Korean, which could only be to keep me spellbound by the music of her language, because I couldn't know the meaning of even one of her words. "Move, girl," I told her. "I'm leaving. I'll be right back." She bowed her head to me. I unwrapped her silk scarf, and her black hair fell over her shoulders. She knew how much I liked when she wrapped up and how much I enjoyed unwrapping her. She leaned up and rocked back and forth, teasing me some. I understood what was happening, and I planned to control the action with both women this time, Akemi and Chiesa. She unsnapped her jeans and began to remove them, first with her hands and then with her feet. It was 2 minutes to 11. I turned and walked over to the phone on her desk. "Call Chiesa," I told her. She stared into me before she walked over and began pressing the buttons.
"Take,"
she said, extending her arm, the phone dangling on her fingertips. I took it and sat in the rolling chair behind her desk with my back to Akemi's seductions.
"Ryoshi?"
Chiesa answered. "Chiesa," I responded. "Konbanwa," I gave her the night greeting.
"I just walked into my house,"
she said, sounding as though she may have flown up the stairs to receive my call. "Oh yeah? Where were you?" I asked her calmly.
"Everywhere. I had to buy some supplies for flight school. I was thinking about going to the stables in Nagano to ride Koinichi."
"Koinichi?" I repeated.
"My pretty Arabian mare, remember?"
she asked. She knew I could not forget her beautiful creature with the mysterious eyes and long, jet-black tail and white socks. I also was learning that different women have different ways of seducing. Chiesa seduced me with the adventures of her fearless and fire-filled life. As I sat, memories of her were easing out of storage and into my mind's eyes like a slideshow. "Yeah, of course I remember," I said sincerely. "Listen." As I said that one word, Akemi came behind me and slipped her hands through the neck of my white tee and began caressing my bare skin lightly.
"Aye,"
Chiesa said, urging me on. "There's a few things we gotta take care of," I told her. "I'll speak on the business first, because I don't want to mix things up."
"Okay, I won't,"
Chiesa said. "Won't what?" Now my wife was licking my ear, her hair flowing down onto my chest.
"I won't mix it up,"
Chiesa said softly. "Good. Buy a small duffel and put all of my things inside," I told her. Akemi tossed her legs over the chair and was now sitting in my lap facing me. She pressed her face against my skin, the other side from where I held the phone to my ear. "Remember I mentioned to you about the vending machines?"
"Aye."
Chiesa said. "I need you to go and get that information for me. I want to know the names of the top 5 vending companies, but especially the ones that are vending unusual items like sneakers. I need all the contact information. Call them up and see if they do business overseas, especially in the U.S. or in any country in Northern Africa. Also see if they have any execs that speak English."
"I got it."
Chiesa said.
"Ryoshi, why are you breathing so hard? Are you working out while we're on the phone?"
"Something like that," I said, as I eased my hand onto the outside of my wife's panties and began to stroke back and forth over the area that I was most familiar with, her serostic. Now Akemi was breathing hard. I eased my finger underneath the panty, and in his burst, she began to bounce. "Chiesa, hold on a minute," I told her. "Oh, I'll call you back." Now the phone was lying on the floor. I bit my wife's left open to punish her, but she liked it a lot. I felt her contracting and she choked on my hand. I stood up with her in my arms and carried her to the bed. Gently, I laid her down and stood over her. Bad girl. You're a bad girl, I scolded her. She was together so slightly, and I found myself thrusting and thrashing her for the Oh Allah, what a feeling. The whole time I'm f***ing her, she was speaking Korean to me, saying only Allah knows what, but driving me out of my mind. We were biting each other in selected places. When I rolled off, still holding her by her petite wrist, her skin was covered with sexy sweat. I looked at her. She smiled. I grabbed her up again and hugged her tight. A feeling so good. This good had to be a problem and could cause many men to lose their lives. Never f*** with another man's wife. That's my advice to all men in every empire. Chapter 5. Song Young is tall and slim and quietly attractive. Her eyes are filled with vulnerability, and she seemed like she should have a fragile sticker posted somewhere on her body. Professor Donghua showed up to the hospital, stitched to her side, as though he were there to hold her up. Dressed in pale pink linen and sling-back leather shoes, Sung Young wore a tight, petite white sweater with small pearls on it and carried a Christian Dior purse. Her eyes livened up when she saw Akemi and me approaching down the hospital hallway. The closer we got to her and her husband, the more her eyes began to dance and her posture strengthened. She must have been filled with doubt about whether or not we showed up. But I suspected her doubt was mainly because she couldn't understand Akemi's relationship to me. From all that I had learned this week in South Korea, I was sure that her own people couldn't understand her relationship with her husband either. So I called it even. Anyonghaseyo, Akemi and I both said. Akemi bowed.
You came,
the professor said, smiling. Of course, I answered. The women spoke softly to one another as Professor Donghua spoke with me.
The doctor will be out in a moment. The whole procedure takes less than 3 minutes.
Is it a male or a female?
Eh?
The doctor, I asked.
Oh, he's a good friend of mine, my senior from undergraduate,
Donghua said. It would be better for my wife to have a female doctor, I told him.
Don't misunderstand. It's a simple test. There is no undressing or internal examination. It involves a Q-tip, and maybe they'll draw blood from her arm,
he assured me. How long before we get the results? I asked.
I don't know what the standard turnaround time is on this kind of thing, but I've already asked my son to place a special rush on it for me. He will.
Thank you, and that's good. Akemi and I won't be able to stay in Korea for long, just waiting on the results. You understand that, right?
I understand, but since we are planning to keep this relationship, you and Akemi will know the results as soon as we do, and we will know how to contact you, yes?
That's the agreement, I said, smiling slightly at his need to repeat things we'd already confirmed. I finished swiftly. Akemi stood in the hallway in her thin beige cotton Benetton dress and leather-heeled sandals, holding her LV cruiser bag, which lay lightly on her shoulder because she was only carrying 2 days' worth of clothing. Her hair was wrapped in a beige silk scarf, and her eyes were lingering on me as I said, "Take care. I'll call you." She spoke something to her aunt and uncle. Don Juan answered her. She spoke again. I didn't know what words they were exchanging.
Akemi wants to come back to you tonight. She doesn't want to sleep over.
Don Juan sounded disappointed. I looked at Akemi. Come here, I told her. She came, and we turned for privacy. I'll come for you tonight, don't worry, I promised.
Yakusoku?
She asked, whispering in Japanese. Hi, I smiled. It's okay, she'll stay over, I told the professor. Akemi smiled and apologized to her aunt 3 times before they left together.
Akemi doesn't know what the lab test was for, does she?
The professor asked as we were heading to his car in the parking garage of the hospital. No, I answered.
Do you mind if I ask what you told her about coming to the hospital?
He said, opening his car door. I told her, tomorrow, me and you, hospital, take test.
That's it?
He asked. Yeah, I said.
What did she say?
The professor asked. Hi, I told him.
We are making it just on time,
the professor said as his small black Hyundai powered up to pull up 7 steep, winding hills onto the Busan University campus. On the low, universities are always amazing to me. My own father, a PhD graduate from 3 universities, the University of Khartoum in Sudan, the Sorbonne University in Paris, France, and Columbia University in Harlem, New York. On my first date with Akemi, we went to Columbia University and chilled there at night on the lit-up campus. Maybe it was the architecture, the design and layout of the place, or maybe it was because it seemed like a city of youth who were all vying to learn something powerful and do something great. Or maybe it was as simple as all of the athletic fields, gyms, and stadiums. Colleges are the opposite of public schools and high schools, I think, at least as far as New York goes. It seemed like everybody going to public school was going by force and for no other reason. College flipped the script. You had to want to go there and had to prove it by paying a heap of paper. And even if you really wanted it and were poised to pay for it, you might still get rejected. I like that, earning my way in, working to stay in, and ending up with something useful in the end. Hopefully.
Let's go,
Professor Don Juan said. There were about 57 students in his class, and they were all seated before we rolled in. He pointed to a seat up front with his head. I opted to push all the way up top to the last row. As I climbed the few wide steps, all heads turned to stare. I faced the direction I was moving in, used to it by now. Japanese ignore, Korean stare. I sat. Notebooks and pens were out, and Professor Don Juan started speaking like there was not 1 second to waste. His Korean melody filled up the small lecture hall and bounced off the walls. I pulled out my small notebook and my mind drifted around the globe into the Ghazali's basement, then out to the streets of Brooklyn, then into my sensei's Brooklyn dojo, and out to home court for the Hustlers League. I thought of Amir and Chris and even Marty Bookbinder. I thought Marty would be in awe of both the Japanese and Korean bookstores I have visited and more in awe of their inventory over a game of chess when I got back, inshallah. And when I wasn't stressed, I would tell him how you can buy and read books all night in Japan and how in Korea the entire family and neighborhoods, babies and all, pile up in bookstores and stay there for hours, doing everything, including having a full meal in the bookstore restaurants. I would share with him how nobody had to beg the Asians to visit the bookstore to buy books, to think and learn. It was a part of their lifestyle. Then my mind moved to Sung Young's apartment, my wife, and how she was feeling, and what she was eating and drinking, and what she was thinking about right then when I was thinking about her. I thought about what she was observing when she saw Sun Young. Did she see gestures similar to what she had seen in her mother, or hear Sun Young use similar words and phrases? Uma doesn't have a sister. It would be bugged out, I think, to see two Umas seated side by side. Then I smiled and said to myself, "Impossible!" Then I thought of my southern Sudanese grandfather. His life, thoughts, words, and criticisms. Would he think that a university was a good place? He had never been to one, never studied under any professors or professionals, yet he was the wisest man I knew, and it was his that gave rise to my own father. I thought about whether my southern Sudanese grandfather would say that a university is the exact place that changes a man's thinking under the guise of making him strong and knowledgeable, while actually making him a weak, dependent servant to a deceitful and lesser master. Yes, that's exactly what he would say. I smiled. I appreciated the way both my father and grandfather allowed me to visit them these days, to go inside their thoughts and feelings and emerge with their expressions. My mind switched to the streets of Tokyo and down the narrow streets of crazy-ass Harajuku and through those blocks that led to Yoyogi Park, a forest filled with secrets. A stone path led me to the doorstep of Chiesa, the shoes lined up outside. Could I climb into her heart and mind and search her feelings and thoughts the way I did with my father and grandfather? What about my heart and thoughts? The truth was, Chiesa was the only person in this world who made me feel truly guilty. Before her, guilt was mostly unknown to me. Why? I asked myself. I felt guilty first for seeing Chiesa on the plane. I felt guilty for being with her, guilty for allowing her to use up all her time on me, guilty for feeling close to her too fast, guilty for loving her, guilty for not loving her, and guilty for arousing her and knowing it and leaving her alone with a boiling heart and fire in her bones. I felt guilty for wanting her for myself, and guilty for feeling like fighting to keep her from any other man, and guilty for coveting her initiative and fulfilling a love that led to an urge for me to it. When it came to Chiesa, I was just guilty. Period. Now I'm clear. I was clear before. Then I got lost. Now I'm clear again. If we two, then three, were in harmony, I'd have to contact and confront Chiesa's father. If he agreed, I'd simply marry Chiesa. She would become my second wife. I smiled. Yes, I would marry her easily. Love her, work hard for her, fight for her, kill for her, cherish her, and give her babies, inshallah. Oh, but I messed up already. I knew. I had done something stupid. A mistake that my father would not have made because his father also didn't. I should have known to keep my intimacies with each of my women separate. I should not have asked Akemi to call Chiesa for me, even though Akemi enjoyed calling Chiesa on her own and for herself. I should have not tried to have an intimate conversation with Chiesa while finger-f***ing my wife and becoming overwhelmed by a powerful desire. This incredible urge could also be brought on by Chiesa. What if I was in the midst of and the thick of that urge towards Chiesa? Would I make the same mistake and hurt and disappoint Akemi? A real man had a duty to make his women feel good all over. But it should be done in a private space, one wife receiving all of my attention and desires at a time. A man who disturbs the peace in his home is a fool. Only a fool would disturb his woman's peace because their peace is his own. If I had the urge without the love, it would be nothing to me. It would be easy to avoid, resist, and forget. While ignoring the sexual urges I definitely have toward Chiesa, the love and feelings that I had for her were mounting instead of lessening. By not seeing Chiesa or calling her up repeatedly, I was avoiding the fact that when and if I saw her again, I would definitely make her mine. I got up from my student seat to ease out to the phone booth. I would use my phone call to call Chiesa and apologize and set things right. I wanted to listen first and hear from her what she had wanted. Maybe I was bugging. Maybe she would say,
"Yeah, I felt a little something for you, but I gotta go fly my planes, ride my horses, and fight. I'm a soldier for hire, remember? I'm not leaving Japan. What the for?"
Yes, very good, class. I want to introduce you to someone. We have a guest today.
Professor Donghua announced. All 57 students turned to look back my way.
Tell him your name, please, my young friend from America. Don't worry, they'll all speak at least basic English and will enjoy the opportunity to practice the language with a fluent speaker.
On the spot, off guard, and under close observation, I ran my hand over my Caesar.
Step down to the front, please.
The professor asked me in the form of an announcement. I stepped down to the front.
Your name?
Midnight, I answered. The students began to murmur.
Where are you coming from?
He asked. I came to Korea from Japan, I answered.
Are you Japanese?
He asked sarcastically. The entire class burst into laughter, and a more relaxed feeling began swirling in the air. Nah, I said, and cut the professor a mean look.
Well then,
he said, enjoying his position. Before Japan, I came from Brooklyn, New York, I said.
Do you mind answering some questions?
The professor asked. It's too late to ask me that, I said, and the students laughed again. So go ahead, I told him.
I mean for my students to feel free to ask some questions,
he said in English, and then spoke some Korean.
Okay,
he said, and pointed to a female student. She stood up.
Do you know Whitney Houston?
She asked me. The class laughed. One male student scolded her in Korean. Not personally, I responded.
What about Eddie Murphy?
Another student asked me. Then the same male student who scolded the other girl said,
No, you idiots! Midnight is not an entertainer. He is an athlete. What sport do you play?
He asked me. Basketball, I answered.
Are you any good?
Another male asked me. I can take on any of you, no problem, I said. It was true, but I was really joking with them, since they were joking with me. Oohs and ahs, and two guys jumped up.
Challenge!
One of them called out. The professor interrupted sternly.
This is university-level history. I meant for my students to ask you smarter questions. I am sorry to you, my friend.
It's no problem, I told him, eager to ease out of the spotlight. But the professor began scolding his students in Korean first, and then he switched to speaking in English.
What about the Challenger, which blew up in the beginning of this year? This had a deep effect on America and American science. Isn't anyone interested in hearing comments about that? What about the Chernobyl nuclear power plant explosion that leaked active radiation into the environment? How do South Korean students feel about the nuclear threat and the nuclear arms race coming from even as close as North Korea? And what does our guest Midnight think?
His class became completely silent.
We could have seized the opportunity to have meaningful conversation,
The professor said in English first, and then swiftly switched to Korean, I assume to translate the same thing.
Every Korean male will have to perform his military service. South Korean men will serve a mandatory 3 years. North Korean men will serve a mandatory 10 years. These are the issues that will affect all of you that we discuss each time that we meet here for classes. What about the very recent bombing of the North African country, Libya?
But the professor had no takers. Upset, he dismissed his class. A line formed before him of bowing and apologizing students. One by one, they stepped up in a display of respect for their teacher. Meanwhile, a small crowd of students formed around me.
Do you have Nintendo? Which is better, Super Mario or Zelda? Not Nintendo, Sega Genesis. It's American made. Nintendo is from Japan. What's your favorite movie?
What's your favorite song?
Do you have a girlfriend?
One bare-legged, pretty Korean girl in a short skirt with killer eyes asked me aloud. Then everyone stopped talking to listen for my answer, even the professor. I have a wife. I'm married, I said. They all began to clap.
Is she American?
Another girl asked. No, she's Korean, I answered, surprising myself. There was a chorus of oohs and ahs and low murmurs. She's Professor Donghwa's niece, I added purposely to show him not to put me on the spot unless he wanted to be exposed and placed on the spot himself. I'm not one of his students, so the professor should stop testing me. The students all looked toward their professor for confirmation.
Songse-min!
They all shouted. He was looking back at them, and for the first time, he was without words, basic ones or fancy ones. And I love her a lot. She's beautiful, I told them. Then turned to the professor and said, Uncle Donghwa, I'm stepping out to find the phone booth. I'll be back.
I'll walk you.
The pretty girl offered me and began to move my way. Then 2 males escorted her, escorting me. Now I knew where the phone booth was located. However, the students never left my side, and 3 turned into 6, and 6 turned into 9. Not one of them asked me any of those current events, history, or science questions that Professor Donghwa had urged them to ask. Instead, they asked about Run DMC. In the back of the building, 10 male students eagerly showed me their breakdancing moves. They battled one another, pumping Apache and danced to the drummer's beat, and got more lively on a track that I never heard before called Hot Potato. They were nice with their skills. I checked one kid so nice it seemed like he defeated gravity as he held his pose midair. I thought of the boys on my Brooklyn block and in all the boroughs of New York. I thought about Daquan and his brothers too. Could they ever know how their style and art was moving across the globe so strong that these kids were at least as good as any hood cats? The leader of the breakdancing crew named himself Black Sea. After they rocked, he shot straight over to me and introduced himself. He said,
Midnight. Great name.
After he ran a style check on me, he followed me around. Rather, he showed me around as he followed me. I asked him what he was studying. He answered,
Physics, 3rd year.
and made me lean back some.
It goes together. Physics and breakdancing. You see what I mean?
He said. In the huge spotless gym, we got a game up. The dancers broke out and the ballers stepped up. They were eager and unafraid. I liked that. After game time, they offered me food and water in their immaculate cafeteria. When I refused, they gasped. I sat down with them. It seemed like they thought it was the thing for me to do. They ate and talked a lot to me and amongst themselves. When their questions led to me telling them I'm Muslim, a silence fell on the table. When I explained about Ramadan, they gasped and moaned, and one girl said,
"You must be really hungry."
Then one girl stupidly added that she heard that all Africans were starving like that.
He's not African,
One male student called out.
he's American.
Then someone else shouted those two down.
He's African American, African American, African American, African American, African American, African American.
Certain things caught my eyes and ears. How the students clicked up according to their year. Freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. Also how the Korean males interacted and got along. When I was chilling with a handful of seniors, about 15 freshmen flew by, stopped in their tracks, and bowed down to their seniors. There was no joking or laughing on those matters for them. There were levels that everyone respected. Joke among their same age peers, but bow down to their elders even if they were only 1 year older. They asked my age. I didn't tell them, made them guess instead, and refused to confirm either way. We ended up in the weight room with Black C and 9 other guys who weren't around when we first started out. We had a push-up competition, and it was hilarious watching their arms, legs, and chest collapse. No competition whatsoever. When Black C showed me the way to Professor Donghwa's office, there was a small crowd of female students standing outside. That same girl, the pretty one with the miniskirt and tight tee and heels and the killer eyes, was among them. She approached me and Black C. I moved past her and went in to check with the professor.
Long day,
He said, "Yeah, are you working late?" I asked him. It was 5 p.m.
I'll be wrapping up soon. We can share some dinner together.
Black C and the pretty girl knocked and entered.
Dinner and karaoke?
Black C offered. "Listen, let's set that up for tomorrow night, same time. Hope you don't mind. That will be better for me. I have to take care of a few things," I told them.
Do you know your way back?
The professor asked me. "I'm good. I'll stop by to check my wife later. Is that all right with you?"
Okay, see you then. Be sure to eat something. This is Korea. We don't eat alone.
Black C showed me to the shuttle. I was out. I wanted to get back to Budaga to clean myself up for the Maghrib prayer after this afternoon's unexpected workout. I was looking forward to arriving back just at the right time for breaking my fast properly and alone, and of course, taking my run on the beach. Chapter 6. I ran my regular route even closer to the sea. The Friday night crowd was out, many of them stargazing. Some were lovers or after workers breaking open a bucket of chicken while gulping beers. The party boats were on the sea, all lit up in the distance. The daily ferries were carrying people from their pier to the other side of the deep waters. Certain boats were returning from one of the many small Korean islands out there. All I knew was it just felt good to me. Another runner was coming up from the rear. I could hear his kicks on the damp sand. I was used to being the only runner out here, during the tourists' dinner hour. He pulled up on my right side. I glanced at him and nodded. We were both blacked out. Black sweats, black kicks, black t-shirts, and black wool hats. I picked up my pace, not wanting to feel like I had a running partner. Another runner pulled up to my left, keeping pace with me, and the one I left behind pulled back up on my right. Maybe it was some ego shit, but I decided to race ahead of them both, leaving them behind in my dust. So I did. Two people up ahead were shaking out a blanket in the blackened sky. I swerved to run around them. They tried to move out of my way at the same time, so we clashed. When I stepped back to run around them, they advanced, forcefully bagging me inside their blanket like a shark entangled in a net.
What the f***?
I was pushing against the blanket, angry that these two were so clumsy. The second man was already behind me. Instead of unraveling the damn thing, he was wrapping me in it. I caught on. Now I'm swinging and pushing. The blanket became more taut around my body. The men held it firmly in their grip. Ropes were being strung around my ankles, which were already unable to move. When my feet became immobile, the rope was wrapped swiftly and professionally around my calves and thighs. As I fell to the right, like a tree that had received its last whack of the axe, another rope kept me from hitting the sand. They pulled me back up and tied it around my chest. They pushed me over. I heard some clips snap shut. I was lifted sideways. Now I was being carried like cargo on the backs of 3 runners. I began shifting my body to at least put enough pressure to cause my attackers to lose their balance, but I knew it was futile. A rope tied properly can bind its victim even further if he tries to maneuver his way out. My neck and head were covered by the blanket, but not roped. However, there was not even a centimeter of space between my face and the heavy, abrasive material that was scraping against my face with each movement, mine and theirs. The air was coming in only through the tiniest invisible openings in the fiber of the cloth, as well as the opening they left above my head. Since they made it possible for me to continue to still breathe, I knew they weren't trying to kill me. Or they at least had a temporary reason to keep me alive. Killing comes easy to a killer. If that's what they truly wanted to do, it would have been done in seconds, I knew. Use the time against them, I told myself. The more merciful they were to me, the more they laid the path to their own destruction. But how would I accomplish it? I heard the clips again before I was tossed like a load of laundry into some type of metal container. I knew it was metal because of the way I hit the floor and the vibration it sent through my bones. Then I heard the door close. It sounded like the closing of the metal security gates that Brooklyn businesses use to make sure their goods are still in the store in the morning. I heard and felt the engine turn on. It began rumbling, so I knew it was a truck, not a storage bin. There was no talking between the drivers up front. At least I couldn't hear anything but the engine and the vibration of the metal and the roll of the tires. As I searched out the origin of each sound, I sensed that there was a man posted in the back where I was, holding watch over me. Even through the blanket and ropes, I felt his presence. While my options were none, I thought about my enemies. Number 1, Naoko Nakamura. Of course, a man I'd easily pushed into the recess of my mind over the past week. Why not? I had evaded him, captured his daughter, my wife, and eased out of his country and into Korea, where he had natural enemies just because he was Japanese. My mind raced ahead. Wait a minute. Mamie Donghua, the professor, had pretended to be Nakamura's enemy, and I had naively bought into his act. The professor had set me up, planned for my wife to sleep over at his place for the weekend while he and Nakamura conspired to kidnap me. I tossed the thought around. Donghua wouldn't. Not because of any love for me, but because of his disgust for the Japanese and for the years of emotional stress that his wife had suffered, not to mention his sister-in-law, Ju Young, who he had never met. Besides, Nakamura was wicked enough to conjure up this whole thing on his own. His pockets were deep enough to buy up as many hands, bodies, and souls as he needed to use. Then, Akemi's Korean father came to mind. Heavy-handed Jung-oh. He was mad vexed the other night and never got no relief from it. He was definitely capable and strong enough to carry me on his back. But I watched him move so slow last time and get faked and dodged out so easily that I was 100 that he wasn't one of the runners out there on the beach. I thought further. He wasn't rich either. Or he didn't look it. So I ruled him out and settled on the obvious choice. Nakamura. And his underground army. Omote Tora and them. The truck, which was riding more like a jeep, began pulling up steep hills. That didn't mean nothing, I thought to myself. It didn't reveal any significant geographic location. Busan is a beast of 1,000 steep hills, engulfed in green mountains, and sitting on pretty waters. How could I tell one from the other, bound and blind? A 40-minute rough ride. Then I felt the truck stop. The driver turned off the engine and there was silence. Instead of yelling to attract attention after I heard both front doors open and slam shut, or struggling to move around, I lay limp. If these men were ordered by Nakamura to bring me somewhere alive, I would use a ninja technique of slowing down my heart and playing dead to give the one riding back here with me the impression that he had f***ed up and allowed me to lose consciousness, or worse. A heavy boot kicked me. I controlled my reflexes. He had confirmed his presence. The problem was, these men must have been ordered not to speak. The fact that no one was speaking threw me off. I had no way of knowing how many of them were guarding me or what language they were using. Were they hired Korean hands or Japanese Yakuza operating on Korean soil? Could any of them speak English? Or were they all gonna communicate with me with only their hands and feet, knives and guns? I felt the heat from a high-powered flashlight. It appeared as a very dull beam through the thick blanket covering my face. Purposely, I peed to give my guard the impression that I had even lost control over my bodily functions. Then the heat was gone. I could no longer see the beam of light. He must have switched it off or laid it aside. Then he yanked the tight rope that was tied around my chest and confining my arms. I remained motionless. When he released the rope, my body slammed back down to the floor. He must have panicked. I felt them grab the chest rope again without lifting me. I felt the ropes loosen. I knew he had cut them. Still, I didn't move. He put his whole hand over my face like a football player palms a football. The only thing between my skin and his hand was the blanket. Rushing, which for me meant he was afraid that I was no longer breathing, he grabbed the top of the blanket material with both hands and began cutting it open from the top down. When the material fell off on either side of my face, I had my eyes opened in a dead man's stare. But it was pitch black dark. He pushed his face close to mine, and I headbutted him hard. He fell over to my right. Swiftly, I pulled my arms and hands out from the blanket. I sat up and felt around for the flashlight. I switched it on and grabbed the knife from the floor. He was out cold. I traced the line down the center of my body with the knife point. The blanket fell off to the left and the right, leaving only the ropes around my ankles. I cut them off and got up. Standing, I flashed the light quickly across his face. It was covered with black paint except for his eyes. I found some gloves on him. I put them on. I grabbed a patch of his hair with my left hand, pulled and held his head forward, then punched him in the face with a heavy right to make sure he was knocked out cold. I rolled him over onto the blanket, wrapped and tied him with the pieces of rope. My mind switched. Why wasn't anyone coming? If they weren't coming in, they must have expected him to bring me out. I moved the beam of light over the truck floor area slowly, searching for anything else I could use. I saw a plastic crate in the corner and an object on the floor. I took one step closer. It was a pair of goggles. I dragged his body to the crate that he must have been sitting on and propped him up in sitting position on the crate, his body weight leaning against the wall. When I picked the goggles up and held them to my eyes, he was a blob of blue light. Target. I switched the flashlight off. He showed up even brighter blue through the goggles. They had some type of night vision capability. They were like a second set of eyes in the black of the night. When I looked away from him and at my own hands, the gloves I was wearing showed up blue. I looked down at my black Nike sweatsuit and it appeared to be covered with blue dust. I took the goggles off. I switched the flashlight back on and looked at him, the gloves, and my sweats, with only the flashlight on. There was no blue. Everything was uniformly black. I put the goggles back on. I took off my sneakers and all my clothes, even my pissy boxers, which were also showing up blue. That's when I heard someone approach the truck from outside. I went and stood on the opposite side from the propped-up blue man. The truck door was lifted from the bottom. As the number 2 man stood looking at the number 1 blue man in the left corner, I kicked him in the back of his neck, and he fell forward. I leapt on him and wrestled him down and took his gun. A shot was fired from a distance, and when I looked up, the blue man was covered with fluorescent pink-purple fluid, a paint. Now man 1 and 2 were both down. With the goggles on, I could see into a wooded area. The entire forest appeared through the goggles as a very pale green. When I looked down, however, man number 2's shirt showed up fluorescent yellow. So now I knew. I was their target. I was supposed to light up blue. That's why both me and man number 1, who had been guarding me, had both been blue. The attackers were marked with yellow on the chest and over both kneecaps. Shots that are fired and hit explode pink. I got it. I was not supposed to have access to any goggles or even to know the rules of the war. The enemy would light up yellow to prevent themselves from shooting one another. Aim only at the blue guy. But I was changing the game. I wasn't blue or yellow. I'm black, and my bare skin wouldn't light up on their goggles. I took off man number 2's boots and put them on. They were 2 sizes too big for me. I tightened the laces. I crawled beneath the truck, using the strength of my right arm to pull myself. My left hand was over my jewels. I waited. It was 28 minutes before I peeped or heard anyone coming. He came to check out Blue Man number 1, who they thought was me. Number 3 was a yellow shirt. I let him approach slowly in case he was not alone. Then I saw a man 6 feet behind him, another yellow shirt. I took aim and fired 4 shots. Both men splattered pink and went down. I hadn't moved anything but my trigger finger. I crawled out the driver's side of the truck and duck walked to the driver's door. I looked around, but saw no one. I opened the door and removed the keys. I crawled to a nearby tree, buried the keys below a big rock. I looked at the position of the truck and the location of the rock. I constructed a grid in my mind and marked it in my memory in case I needed to get the keys back. But for now, I knew I couldn't drive a truck. Since I can't, no one will, I thought to myself. At least, not with this set of keys. I wouldn't give them the chance to abandon me in an unknown forest. If I could eventually overpower one of them, I could force him to drive me out of here at the threat of losing his life. As I crept through the wilderness, my eyes established a rhythm. Down, up, left, right, side to side, down, up, left, right, side to side, down, up, left, right, side to side, down, up, left, right, side to side. I spotted a yellow target sitting in a tree. I stopped, took aim, caught him. He pinked and dropped. Someone returned fire in my direction. Must have heard my shot. He missed. I wasn't wearing a marker. Instead, his pink splattered on a bush. I dropped down and lay there as more shots were fired into my area. 5 men down. How many more are there? I asked myself. I crawled 50 feet before squatting behind a wide trunk tree. I saw a dirt trail leading up to a cabin. Then 5 yellow targets were scattered like stars in the sky, except they were on Earth. I drew a pattern in my mind, measuring their distances. I leapt out running, letting off rapid fire in the pattern I had just locked into my mind. Some shots were fired by them. 4 yellow men went pink, 1 remained, and my gun was now out of ammo. I scanned the forest as far as I could see in every direction. I could spot no more yellow shirts. Maybe the missing yellow shirt man had taken cover inside the cabin, or maybe like me, he had also removed his clothes. I approached carefully, using the trees and the bushes as shields. I traveled on the curve to come up behind the cabin. There, behind the trash, squatted the yellow shirt. I crept up as close as I could without exposing myself. At the clearing, I threw the gun like a spear. When it landed, he looked in the wrong direction. I ran upon him. Quickly, he spun around and let off 1 shot. He missed. I grabbed his weapon, hit him with the butt, and shot him when he hit the ground. I looked in the window like he seemed to have been trying to do. There was a woman wearing a see-through nightgown and slippers moving around in her bedroom. Then she left her bedroom and went into another room where I could not see in. I looked at man down number 10. I took off his shirt and pants, turned his pants inside out, then put them on. I wore the pants unbuttoned and unzipped, and the shirt untucked, of course. I took his gun and moved around the perimeter of the cabin, checking for yellow shirts outdoors and in the windows. There was no more yellow in view. She was alone. I knocked. Anyonghaseyo, konbanwa, I said, first Korean, then Japanese, but I could see now she was European. She laughed.
You made it! Come in!
She said casually, as though I were her invited dinner guest.
You must be hungry!
Hers was the first voice I'd heard in the past 2 hours. Who are you? I asked.
You came to my cabin, knocked on my door, and now you're asking me who I am.
she said, smiling. Where are we? I asked her.
Anywhere and nowhere, both at the same time.
She replied strangely.
But the worst part is over and you won.
She added. Won? I questioned.
Since you're here, it means you captured our truck and eliminated 10 of our best recruits. The general will be here in the morning. He told me if you made it here to treat you nice, serve you, and make sure you get a good rest because you have a big match tomorrow.
Match?
Yeah.
Was all she said. I moved around the cabin, pulling open the closets, checking beneath and below the furniture. She had walked off into the kitchen, ignoring me while checking on some food she had cooking. In her bedroom, I pulled some clothes out of her closet. I walked back into the kitchen, still holding the weapon. Get dressed. I tossed the clothes at her. She caught the pants and bent down to pick up the shirt.
Why? It's bedtime. After I serve you some dinner, I'm going to sleep, and I suggest that you do the same.
I pointed the weapon at her. Get dressed. She saw my seriousness and began putting herself into the pants right in my face. I turned away. She turned to hit me with a soup ladle. I intercepted it midair, pulled it away from her, and said, Get dressed. When she was dressed, I tied her to her chair using bed sheets. Where's the phone? I asked her.
No phone calls. The general said no phone calls.
Who's the general? I asked her.
He's going to be angry that you treated me bad.
I didn't respond. I walked toward the door.
It's safer in here.
She said casually.
There are cliffs, sharp cliffs, sudden and steep falls, and deep waters out there, and you don't know where you are. If he wanted to kill you, he could have killed you already. Untie me. Let's just eat and relax and rest.
She said. I turned and walked to the kitchen instead. I pulled the plate and the bowl from a cabinet. I set the food on the table in front of the tied woman. It's you who's hungry. I'll feed you. I put some soup in the spoon and brought the spoon to her lips. She opened them and I pushed the spoon in gently. She swallowed.
So good.
She said. Now she seemed more satisfied and easygoing. She thought I was nice now. I could tell. Actually, I was just checking to see if her food was poisoned, if her face would turn blue, and if she would begin vomiting and pass out. When I first saw her, I had thought to myself, she's a decoy, a setup. She's meant to seduce me with her nightgown and poison me with her soups. I didn't find this 19 or 20 years young blonde-headed woman attractive at all. She talked too much, seemed sleazy and easy. She had to be. What was she doing nearly naked out here in the wilderness with all these men? An hour later, she was knocked out. I didn't know if she was asleep because there was poison or medication in her food, or because she was ready to rest. Her, quote, bedtime, unquote, as she had said. I ran water from her faucet. After a minute and a half, I began drinking it. I was thirsty, but I would not eat. She had a bowl of fruit, but I didn't trust it. I had spun an apple around in my hand, inspecting it for needle holes. After a while, I put it down, said to myself, I'll pass. I built an obstacle course using her 3 remaining wooden chairs and bakery string from some goods she had on her counter for dessert. I opened and emptied her soup cans and bean cans. I rinsed them out. I opened her 6-pack and emptied them out. I made alarms out of the cans and bottles. There were alarms for all the windows, and I also strung a few up behind the door. I shook a large box of cornflakes all over the cabin floor. I slept in the center of the floor underneath the bed with man down number 10's gun. I had the bed blocked off by the 2 wooden chairs. The 3rd chair was beneath the doorknob, securing the front door from being entered. I had a short pile of raw potatoes lying on my right side and a short pile of red apples on my left. If there was a match for me to fight in the morning, then I needed to rest. Her clock read 11:11 p.m. I closed my eyes. I slept. I heard the chair pressing up against the knob. Someone was trying to enter. My sleepy eyes opened. It was morning. I pulled close to the edge of the floor at the bottom of the bed, holding the weapon. The clock read 7:07. I saw a head at the window. Then it moved away as quickly as it had appeared. Suddenly, the front door got kicked in, and I rolled out the potatoes as I fired on two men in fatigues. The impact pushed them back, and the pink spread across their chests as they slipped and fell on the hard potato bombs. No one moved, not me or them. Less than a minute later, I heard a vehicle roll up. A woman stuck her head in the door and gasped.
Holy shit!
She said. I heard her calling over a handheld radio walkie-talkie.
Sergeant, 2 down. We need backup.
She entered, looking around cautiously.
This place is a mess, Irene.
She ran into the cabin and began untying the still asleep woman whose head fell to the side. She ran to the sink and began throwing water on Irene as I watched from beneath the bed. Irene came through. Chapter 7. Wearing a new black doji that was delivered to me wrapped in plastic and perfectly folded, a perfect fit, I was facing my opponent. He was young, Japanese, maybe my age, maybe 18. I was confused and still had not seen the man they called the General. Yet I was surrounded by young-faced observers, about 20 on each side of me, 80 in total, representing many different races. As the battle began, it was as though none of the observers were there. I couldn't see them. I couldn't hear them. I could only see my opponent. He bowed. His first mistake. I kicked him back upright. Had no time for courtesies. It angered him. His second mistake. Anger is a weakness to a warrior. I struck him. He was in awe of my disrespect and audacity. It was his third mistake, unaware of the element of surprise. I struck him with the left. He blocked. I kneed him with my right. He buckled. Doubt. His fourth mistake. He doubted my ability. I flipped him. Now he was flat on the floor with my foot on his chest. Victory. A new opponent appeared. He looked like a white American. I welcomed this match, made his face represent all that I had to battle against back in the U.S. A quick learner, he didn't bow. He ran up in a flying kick. I remained calm and ready, caught his foot, and used it to twist his body midair. He fell face down, dragged back 2 steps, and began standing. He wasn't quick enough. I kicked him in his face before he could get up. He hit the floor again, seemed humiliated. I approached. He tried to trip me up in my steps. I kicked his leg at the joint where the knee and calf connect and broke it. They carried him off reddened. His face was locked in the scream position, but no sound came out. I waited. They took too long. I began running around the inside perimeter of the fighting space. I chose my target, ran past him, and then stopped. He didn't know I chose him. He wasn't my designated opponent. I did a flying kick backward and kicked him in his face. He fell onto the crowd. Surprised, they pushed him off at first. Then they tried to help him up. He stood up. "Take me to your general," was all I said to him. I had chosen him because he was standing while everyone else was seated. In my mind, that meant that he was higher ranked. At least, that was my guess. Now, he wanted to fight me back. No problem. I knew they had all observed that my legs and feet were dangerous weapons. I switched my style, went octopus, and became two hands and fists, moving so rapidly it felt like I had 8 arms. Now I held his head in a hand lock. One swift movement left, right, backward, or forward, and he would be dead.
Stop! You haven't killed anyone yet. I'll take you to the general.
It was Irene.
Let's go. Follow me.
She said. As we left, one set of hands began clapping. I cut them a disrespectful look to finalize the most disrespectful matches I had ever fought. Then many others began clapping. It didn't ease my feeling. I had been disrespected. Now I'm disrespectful. Did they think this was a show? Irene drove an uncovered convertible Jeep. I rode in the back. We moved swiftly beyond trees. In the clearing, the beautiful Busan sky was revealed. I could hear the water below and the water rushing down the rocks. The general sat beside a desk lined with 6 hand grenades. They were each within his long-armed reach. He was a man as black as me and about 4 inches taller. He had an M16 leaning against the wall in the corner behind him. There were several mounted weapons as well. "Have a seat," he said to me. "Thank you, Irene," he said, dismissing her. Another woman entered immediately after Irene exited. She was carrying bottled water and hot tea. "Put it down next to him," the general said. She was a blonde, wearing a tight short dress and heels. I watched his eyes and could see that was his taste. "It's okay. Have something to drink," he said calmly. "No, thank you. What is this all about?" I asked him. He reached for one of his grenades, but moved beyond it and picked something else up instead. He laid it in his lap. "Listen and don't move," he said. He picked up the phone beside him. It was a business phone with a bunch of buttons. He pressed another button. Speakerphone. I could hear the buzzing sound coming through. The volume was up. Swiftly, I looked over my left shoulder and then my right. There were 2 speakers mounted in both corners of the wall behind me, projecting the sound of the ringing phone.
Mushi.
Then a general began speaking smooth and comfortable Japanese to the voice on the other end. When the general stopped talking, the voice on the other end said,
Chotto mate.
We both sat waiting patiently.
Ohayo gozaimasu, Daddy.
The soft voice said. Then I knew. It was Chiesa, and the general was her father. I felt suddenly like a man who had all of the wind kicked out of him. The general gestured for me to remain silent. He picked up the object that he had placed in his lap and stood it up on his desk facing me. It was a picture of Chiesa, pretty as a puma, seated joyfully on her park bench. Good morning, baby. What were you doing?
Riding, Daddy. You know I went riding first thing at sunrise. Ooh, you should have seen me. I was riding so fast. Soon, I'll be quicker than you.
You're right. You will. Until then, just keep practicing. Did you have something to eat and drink? The general asked her.
Come on, Daddy. We already talked about this. I thought you understood.
How you gonna race in the heat of Japan's sunlight without falling out? You'll get dehydrated, he warned with a real-sounding concern.
No, I won't. This is the 14th day. I'm used to it. Besides, I rode at sunrise. I had 8 bottles of water before then and some fruit and fish. I take good care of myself,
Chiesa said. Enough of that, the general said, his tone changing some. So when will you go to Korea? He asked.
I don't know if I'm going. He didn't ask me,
Chiesa said. And what's his name again, honey?
I never told you. Don't try and trick me, Daddy. You don't need to know him unless he asks me. And then if he does, he'll face you. He's not afraid of anything,
She said.
He's like you.
She added and laughed a little. I gotta go, the general said.
No, Daddy, wait. Don't hang up so fast. What are you doing today and where are you?
Chiesa asked him. I'm working hard for you, baby, he said.
Okay, I see you don't want to tell me. Well, if you're anywhere on the continent, fly a helicopter over and stop by and see me. We'll ride horses together, okay?
She asked him. Okay, he said in a way that made it easy to see he tries to give her mostly everything. I knew then that his daughter was this strong man's only recognizable weakness.
I love you, Daddy.
She said, sending a chill through me. I love you too. The general pushed the button and the phone clicked. He looked at me. I understood. I looked straight back at him. I love her. You're married. I'm Muslim. I know, he said. I've been stationed in Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen, Saudi Arabia. I've known men with 4 wives, 8 wives, 12 wives. I've seen their women wearing hijab, niqab, burqas, abayas, you name it. For all the years I've wondered, how did these men get these women to sit beside one another? Wife number 1 beside wife number 2 beside wife number 3, all seated quietly in one family. I said to myself, these women do it because they've been beaten. They've been forced. They do it at gunpoint. But experience taught me, and you might understand this now, to hold a man captive, or to hold anybody captive, takes a whole lot of money, a whole lot of weapons, an army, and a whole lot of time. I knew it was impossible that whole countries of women were doing these things, living this way by force, so I concluded They do it because they're stupid, they're uneducated, and unaware. They're just mothers and housewives, local women. They don't know any better. He leaned back in his chair. I didn't say anything, yet I was listening carefully. I raised Kiesa to be different. I sent my daughter to all the top schools. She skipped 2 grades and graduated high school at 15. She's an expertly trained martial artist in 5 separate disciplines. She speaks English, Japanese, and French. She's an expert at horseback racing and archery and is about to become a pilot. Leaning forward and easing his chair closer to mine, he was now seated directly before me. Now my baby says,
Daddy, I love him. He's amazing. If he asks me, I'll agree to be his second wife. Second wife. Second wife. Second wife. Second wife. Second wife.
she's reading a Quran, fasting for Ramadan. Now Kiesa is not the type to sit idle in the house for anyone. She'll never stop moving or learning or growing, but she's anxious, waiting on you. She said the plan's to wait for you for 3 years, and that the 2 of you will marry in New York when she's 19. Are you beginning to understand my anger and disappointment? He asked, now holding one of the grenades in his hand. But I knew he wouldn't blow us up. He enjoyed his position too much and was a man who wouldn't settle for less. In the United States Army, we have an unofficial policy called Don't Ask, Don't Tell. This policy has nothing to do with you except I want you to not ask my daughter to marry you, to not tell my daughter that you and I have ever met, to not ask any questions about this operation, to not tell anyone that it ever happened. Do you understand me? He shifted closer to intimidate me. I understand, but he interrupted me. I'm not asking for something for nothing. You survived an orchestrated attack by the United States Army. You outperformed my top recruits here on this base. In the war game, you defeated 10 men last night, 2 men this morning, and won 3 matches in our martial arts competition. The accuracy of your shooting, your marksmanship is not what impressed me the most, although it was an incredible achievement for a civilian. It was your mental endurance that made you a champion. He leaned back again. Let me tell you what makes the average soldier fail. It's mental weakness. He gets captured, he panics. His terror traps him. He can only think of what has happened before he was captured and what will happen to him ultimately. He can't think his way through his present captivity. He can't develop a plan rapidly enough and execute it. He can't fight to win. He's paralyzed. His fear of losing and his fear of death defeat him. In what he believes are his final moments, he thinks only of his loved ones. Dwelling on the emotion of love sinks him. The general smiled, seeming satisfied with his analysis and watching to see if his words were moving me. He leaned forward again with a fixed stare. The naked thing was brilliant. He smiled as though he was being forced to give me the credit, then laughed, then he clapped. You didn't get stuck on stupid morals. He said each word slowly, with extra emphasis. You focused instead on survival. You made quick analysis and quick plans. You took risks, but not too many. You calculated your risks. You knew you couldn't drive that truck. Smartly, you left it alone. You took the keys, though. Clever. Some recruits slashed the tires and cost the army a fortune. I like you. He stood up. You are any general's dream soldier. Do you know how many recruits never make it to the cabin during that war exercise? Over the years, the star recruit that makes it to the cabin, the one or two who pull it off, still fail once they get inside. He turned toward me. You didn't Irene. You didn't even try. You didn't eat her soup. You tied her up and fed her the sedative instead, he said with pride. I know some Muslim men who are real pricks. They could do anything except not the blonde. He laughed. Then his laughter evaporated. You are young enough that with the right training, you could be one mean-ass weapon. You will have a lifetime career in the military. How about it? Don't ask, don't tell. I repeat it slowly and thoughtfully. I could do that. I won't ask how you know who I am, how you found me, or why you think it was okay to abduct me and drop me into your war game exercise. You have my word. I won't ask you or anyone else, I said solemnly. Don't tell, I repeated. Don't tell your daughter that I love her. I won't. She already knows. Don't ask her to marry me. There's only one way that could happen. That's if I don't ever see her again. I can stay away from her, although I don't want to. But I doubt you could keep her away from me, I said. The general's face swelled with insult. Then he absorbed it and wore restraint instead. No disrespect, sir, but a woman who is loved by a true Muslim man will love, cover, sit, wait, work beside wife number 2 or 3 or 4 because of the quality of the love that she is receiving, because of our passion, our loyalty, our submission to one God, and the boundaries that we are required to respect. Any woman being loved and protected and provided for by a true Muslim man who may have more than one wife gets more than she can get from a non-believer that she has all to herself. That's the big secret. The answer to the question that's been rocking you for all these years. I stood up also. So, since we're striking deals, let's agree. Let me walk out of here and back into my life. I won't say a word about this abduction to anyone. I won't ask any questions about it. I won't contact Chiesa or ask her to be my wife. And you guarantee me that I won't see Chiesa Hioku Brown ever again. And I'll guarantee you, if I don't see her, she's yours. If I do see her, she's mine. We shook on it. Chapter 8. Put this around your eyes, the general said. I looked at the blindfold as he held it in his extended hand. I didn't say nothing. Come on, It's almost finished. If I have agreed to be your driver, you should comply and put this on not for yourself, but for me. I took the blindfold and put it on and tied it tight. Good son, you're a civilian, so I'll talk civilized to you. If you were my soldier, things would be different, he said. I was seated in the back of a covered army jeep. He was driving me. He had taken the jeep keys from the driver who was behind the wheel just as I was about to jump inside. When the first driver asked me, "Where should I let you off?" I answered, "Right where you picked me up." He must have taken me for a fool. I could tell he was one of the runners who had snatched me up just the night before. Then the general appeared, ordered him out of his seat, and took his place. Now only the general and I were in the vehicle, and he had just called me son. Son, I repeated. Just a slip, he said dryly. He turned the key and we pulled off. Blindfolded, I pulled out a piece of paper from the pocket of my black sweats. The running clothes I had worn last night were all returned to me, cleaned and laundered and folded, and without any evidence of our evening together, quote-unquote, in heated war games. I had also lifted a half pencil with no eraser out of the office where they had held me after their morning raid on the cabin. In that office, I washed in the bathroom and got into the doji for the match. After the match and meeting with the general, I was returned to the same office to change from the doji to my sweats. In that room, I had hatched a plan regarding returning to Hyundai Beach. The paper and pencil were necessary to the plan. As we rode, I wrote down only letters and numbers. L was for left. $50 or $10 was for straight 50 feet or 10 feet or however many feet I had calculated we had gone. R was for right. TH was for downhill. CL was for curved left. And it went like that. It was a simple map made by a blindfolded civilian. Me. Getting it right didn't run as smoothly as I would have liked. The general would interrupt my count and rhythm with his random remarks. Yet I believed that what I was writing was accurate. "Why are you driving me back?" I asked him. "To make sure you get home safe. You're not too popular with my recruits after your attack last night. I wouldn't want them to avenge themselves once you were out of my line of vision. Military types can play pretty rough," he said. He was clever, I thought. Every word he spoke was loaded. He had converted his kidnapping of me into my attack on his recruits. He had turned himself into the hero who was getting me home safe, quote-unquote. He had propped up that his recruits were a threat to me and could play pretty rough, when in fact, I had defeated them at their game when all the circumstances had been completely in their favor. Thanks for the ride, I played it off purposely. I knew I was walking a fine line. In my gut, I understood that he would become my father-in-law. On the other hand, I knew he would work hard to make it impossible. He resembled my true father in his appearance, but not in his manner, thoughts, and ways. He had called me son because he felt it. Then he characterized it as a slip, since his world is war. I figured he couldn't help but look at himself as America and me as the Sudan. He said he liked me and praised my marksmanship, yet it was my holy Quran that made him my enemy in his war. Many men base their opinions of my faith on corrupt Muslim men they've met. But not many military men have taken the time to examine the Quran itself. To read Quran is to learn respect for the faith of Islam, whether you embrace it or not. The general didn't know that this is the reason, quote, smart girls, unquote, like Chiesa, could learn and then accept the faith. She read Quran and slowly it was creating a respect inside her for the truth of something good, a meaningful way of life. What do you see yourself doing with your life? He asked me. Family and business, I responded. That's what all men are supposed to do, right? I put the question back on him. The business is easy, he said vaguely. The business is for the family. Without the family, there's no reason for business, I responded. Then there was a long pause between us two for some distance. You're a young man. You'll learn. He broke our silence. I didn't respond. I was writing my map notes. With the military and with business, you get a manual. You get instructions. You get orders. You carry out the orders. Simple, he said, as though he were thinking aloud. I didn't say nothing back. With women, you get mood swings, attitude, insubordination. I couldn't get my wife to follow one order. My soldiers listen to me. He laughed 2 times and then turned back to his thoughts. I felt sorry for him. He was like most African American men I had seen so far. He thought that life did not come with a manual, even though it does. He thought only soldiers are supposed to follow orders, even though Allah has set rules and boundaries and limits for every man and woman. He wanted to be respected and admired by his women, but never would be, because he didn't recognize his God, himself, or his limits. How do you do it? He asked. But I was focused on the scent and sound of the beach. I knew I had arrived now. Do what? I asked. The army jeep pulled over and stopped. I waited. I'll take it off now, I said, before removing the blindfold. He didn't respond, so I untied it. He sat looking at me through his rear view with a probing stare. My eyes were adjusting. Do what? I asked again. He sighed, turned to face me and said, Forget it. Okay, Father, I said purposely. Father, he responded. Just a slip. I used his words. We both smiled. I hope I never see you again, unless you're wearing one of my uniforms, he said sternly. You won't see me in uniform, I said, but you might see me. As I climbed out, my map was already folded inside my pocket. Never say never, son, he said, and pulled away. Chapter 9. I called Uma and spoke briefly. We conversed like nothing special was happening in my life. I wasn't sure if she was feeling any sense of danger because of my abduction. To be sure, I spoke calmly and carefully and joyfully to place her heart at ease. Akemi, I called her at her uncle's apartment at 5:30 p.m. She said softly, I'm coming. I hung up. Seoul was a 3 to 4 hour car ride depending on the route and the speed. I checked it on the map inside my room at Baruga after a shower and a cut. I decided to make arrangements for us to go together. My wife and her grandmother should be introduced as soon as possible. It would take time for her to see and react and adjust to Akemi. Then it would take time for her to learn of Julian's life, death, and ashes. I didn't want to be cold, yet I knew we had to get it all started up right away. Akemi was excited when she saw me, but acting calm and cool in her aunt and uncle's presence. As usual, it was her eyes that gave her heart away. When I arrived, everyone was ready. Donghua, Sun Yun, their 2 sons, and their 2-year-old daughter. I didn't get the chance to see Akemi separately from them. Chicken Galbi was my big outside Korean food experience. In a well-lit restaurant with long and wide wooden family-sized tables, we all sat. Donghwa's family, Akemi and I, and Black Sea and the girl with the killer eyes from Busan University were all there, as promised. It wasn't as though we were too unusual compared to the other customers, except that I wasn't Korean. Our party of 9 was ordinary. The entire restaurant was packed with families and couples and babies. The grill was at the center of each table, heating up. The Korean waitress arrived and greeted all of us nicely and set down a large metal ring. She set the table with a long metal spoon and a set of chopsticks for each person. When she returned, she carried a rectangular bucket of raw, thinly sliced chicken breast. It was seasoned, marinated, and drowning in a thick, red, spicy sauce that resembled Sudanese shada. The waitress placed the chicken, several pounds of it, in the center of the metal ring, left, and returned with 2 more waitresses who served us each a series of small bowls containing different sides. Soup, salad, radish, kimchi, and bean sprouts. I observed that the Koreans like to have a bunch of small dishes on every table where people gathered to eat and enjoy. They'd rather sip 30 times from tiny glasses than drink all that they could out of one big glass. They'd rather eat small portions out of 24 tiny dishes than give each person their own plate and pile the foods up on 2 or 3 big serving dishes. I figured it must be a visual arts thing for them. I'll admit, I watched the food process intensely. I had not eaten since before sunrise yesterday, although I did have some water last night in the cabin. The waitress kept appearing and reappearing, moving the chicken around with 2 thick and long wooden paddles to make sure it was well cooked. The feeling and the energy was good. Donghua seemed content to have the attention of his wife back on himself. Akemi was feeding me with her chopsticks while teaching me to hold and maneuver mine properly. I ate more chicken than everyone else at the table, which seemed to fascinate all of them. At moments, I would catch each of them separately or in pairs or sets staring at me.
You must be really hungry,
Black Sea said. When I had seen him yesterday, he had hair. Tonight, he had a Caesar just like mine and rocked a white washcloth in the back pocket of his jeans, same as me.
His body is big, so he has to eat.
The girl with the killer eyes said, gesturing and flashing her newly manicured nails. Akemi's eyes moved on her. Akemi said something to the girl in Korean. The girl answered back, and then they were talking.
What about after this? You want to check out the music scene and check out a few parties, right?
Black Sea said. I got my wife, I told him. You can bring her, he urged. Nah, why would I want to bring her to a party, I asked him.
Then come alone, take a look around.
You got Shorty right there. What you gonna do with her? I pointed out. He smiled.
She's thinking about you.
She shouldn't. I'm married. I'm happy. I got more than enough. Black C looked like he was thinking. Is she a good girl? I asked him, referring to the girl with the eyes. Korean girls are a whole lot of work, but they're good girls, he said. Then get to work, my man, I said. We laughed. Tell me where the party is at. I'll take my wife home and come through late just to check out the music, I told him. But if I don't come through, you'll understand. Don't hold it against me, I said.
You got it,
he said. At Donghwa's apartment, he and I sat alone in the living room. Is your wife enjoying my wife? I asked him.
Thank you. I meant to thank you. My wife is so happy. She is treating Akemi as a Don-san, not like a niece.
I understood Sung Young and Akemi were like sisters, not aunt and niece. Good, good. I'll be here to get back tomorrow evening. Oh, and I'll need you to set up the meeting with her grandmother. I decided to take Akemi up to Seoul. I can't plan to stay in Busan too much longer, I said.
Oh, I see. Jasemanyo,
the professor said, getting up. Jasemanyo means wait a minute. It's the same phrase as the Japanese chotomate. He went into the back of his apartment and Akemi came out front. She sat down next to me and leaned against my body.
Mayonaka.
She said. Yes, I answered.
Akemi, Mayonaka, miss.
She said, always putting her English verb at the end of the sentence and out of order. I don't know if she was upset that I didn't show up the night before to check her, but I hope she knew for sure that I wanted to and wasn't playing around. I hugged her. One of the sons showed up in the living room. What's your name? I asked him.
Chonin Kim Jong-hwa Mira,
he answered. Kim Jong-hwa. Do you speak English? I asked him.
Very little,
he said shyly, seeming much younger and softer than any Brooklyn male at 13. How do I say Korean I love you? He looked around the room and everywhere except at me. Then he said,
사랑합니다.
I repeated his words, trying to get the pronunciation right to Akemi. She smiled so much. Then I asked Jung-hwa, how do I say, Akemi, I'll love you forever? He said,
Akemi 당신 사랑합니다 영원히.
Akemi 당신 사랑합니다 영원히. I repeated it. We all began laughing. Akemi slid her arms around me. Donghwa and Song Young came out together. Professor oddly at his son, as though he thought he had missed out on something. They both sat down. Akemi eased her arms and body off of leaning on mine. Now we were 5 on the floor.
We contacted Akemi's grandmother. We can all go to Seoul tomorrow night. We'll meet her Monday afternoon, but my wife and I will have to return to Busan immediately after the meeting.
He was checking for my reactions. I could tell there was probably more to it, so I didn't say anything.
We decided that we all need to be there when she first sees Akemi, and here's the news. It's better this way. We have to be sure.
The professor sounded worried. What time tomorrow night? I asked.
If we leave at 8, we'll get there before midnight,
he said, and then laughed at his use of my name in another manner. All right then, in Seoul, I'll buy our airline tickets and we'll fly out from there, I said.
We'll see,
the professor said.
We don't have a way of knowing what will happen in Seoul.
He said it in a way that didn't sound like he thought I needed his permission to get the tickets to leave, but like he was expecting or feeling that something big or unusual might happen. As I started to leave, Akemi said,
Please stay.
Her eyes pleading. I knew she wanted to be with Song Young in the days, but definitely wanted to be with me in the nights. I looked at Don Juan. This was his apartment, his space.
You and I could sleep here in the living room, and I can me and my wife in the back,
Don Juan said. I smiled. We're married, Akemi and me, I reminded him. Why would I want to stay with him when I could stay with her? Late night, the apartment lights were all off. Don Juan was asleep on the living room floor as he wanted it, and I was sitting on the couch in the living room, thinking. Suddenly, I saw Akemi crawling by from behind the couch and out onto their enclosed glass terrace. Now she was seated on her knees behind a plant, waving me over. I smiled and walked over. She placed her pretty palms on the terrace floor, asking me to sit beside her. She was wearing unsexy pajamas, a big shirt, and drawstring pants that were too big also, with huge red strawberries all over. I knew what she was thinking. When the sun rises again, there will be no touching. She wanted to touch me. I wanted to touch her too. Off in the corner of the terrace, shielded by the plants, with the terrace door shut, we sat down together. She crawled into my lap, put both hands on my face, and just stroked my skin. I pulled her close and stroked her hair and then her neck. I put my hands underneath her big pajama shirt and felt her goosebumps leading all the way up to her slope. I stroked the bare skin of her back down to the top of the separation in her butt. Her body heated up. I wasn't going to make love to her while Don Juan was lying down asleep on the other side of the glass, even though we were shielded by the plants. She was breathing in my ear, which raised up my temperature and sped up my pulse. I started tonguing her, and that felt good. She came closer, wrapped her legs around my back, and hugged my neck so tight. She pulled back and put her hands beneath my shirt. Her traveling fingers felt the welts and abrasions on my chest from dragging my body underneath the truck the night before. Soon, I was under a full body search by her fingertips. Now, I was lying on my back, being licked. It wasn't difficult f***ing face to face. My back up against the wall, her moving her hips so smoothly and continuously as though she wanted to heal me with her. Our sex life was furious, more turbulence than any flight to anywhere in the world. Meanwhile, she had a love for me that no language could describe. Chapter 10. In the cool breeze before sunrise, I ran Hyundai Beach, my same route. When I arrived in Kwannon-Lee, the banana and fruit and water vendor was just setting up. Probably he was surprised that I popped up in the early morning and that I wasn't buying my usual after-sunset order. I simply said, Anyonghaseyo, and kept it moving. I searched out a cab with the sign in the window that read, "We speak English," or "International Taxi." There were many because Busan was designed to absorb the tourist treasure. I hopped in. "Can you drive as directed?" I asked the cabbie. "Boom," he said, which means what in Korean? I tell you left, right, straight, whatever. Understand? "알겠습니다," he said, which means I understand. I had my homemade map in my hand. I called out left, right, straight, up, down, and he followed. We arrived at a place called Teardrops Park. My cab driver said that he couldn't drive his vehicle any further than that. I paid him and got out. There weren't more any directions remaining on my mapped-out trip. Since no vehicle could move beyond the location where I was now standing, I walked the route following my map as I had written it. Do not enter was written in every language, and every other sign said unauthorized area in every language. Then I knew. The military hideout that I was abducted to was somewhere right beyond the borders of Teardrops Park. I didn't have any intention of running up in there like a kamikaze or a one-man army bent on revenge. Instead, I only wanted to know where I had been taken. I wanted to see it in the daylight, the route going and coming, neither of which I could see Friday night when I was captured or when I was blindfolded and driven back Saturday afternoon. I didn't say shit to anyone, but I was astounded by the nerve of the general as well as his range and power. The idea that someone could use military monies for personal reasons and to smash or intimidate one young man on foreign soil was mind-numbing to me. When I read the book about Naoko Nakamura and his complaints about American military bases on his Japanese land, I didn't fully understand the insult of them. But now that I had been held on some kind of base populated by American soldiers or recent recruits, it was becoming more clear. Chiesa said those bases were like little Americas inside a foreign country. She said they had their own separate world in there, and she was right. It was a mini America with Campbell's soup, Rice Krispies, cornflakes, and Duncan Hines cakes. There was no chicken galbi or kimchi or samyuntang in there. As far as authority, the American military could kidnap a person, play with him and his life, torture him, and then erase the incident as though it had never happened. If I ever broke my word and brought it up, which I would not, there would probably plaster pictures of my face in the press portraying me as an insane guerrilla terrorist, someone who had attacked them. Standing on an observation deck in Teardrops Park, the part that's open to the public, I felt close to the sky. I was the only one up there at this high altitude early Sunday morning. Reaching here had been another awesome climb up steep and some winding hills on paths built only for the fit and toned. Now I was here. As I glanced down at my sneakers, I saw the incredibly steep drop down into the sea. It was a drop riddled with jagged edges of massive rocks. Even a professional diver would die here. He'd die because the drop down was too far. He'd die because the rocks were so sharp and random that one of them would detach his head before he even hit the water. Billions of gallons of water moving. These waters caused my soul to move also. Akemi's mother, Ju Young, wrote it right. Everyone was nothing compared to Allah, who created the sky, the thunder and lightning, the oceans and mountains, the waterfalls and the sun and the moon and stars. No president or prime minister or king or diplomat or general or army could compare. None of them can bring into existence what Allah created. Allah was and is completely overwhelming and above comprehension. But man was also created by Allah. It seems that man has always wanted to control it all. But who controls man when he becomes too corrupt? Is that the job of the believers? There was a heavy wind way up here where I stood. Although it was too early for tourists, boats and ships from China and Russia were crossing the waters right before my eyes, their holds filled with cargo. I guess the world could be a sad place for any man who didn't understand the hustle and how to hustle, or how to get involved and get a piece of the action. A man like that would be the same as a roach. No, an ant. A tick. Then my personal thoughts came to the surface. What would Chiesa say if she knew that her father, who was somebody, was someone who would stick his hands in and try and rearrange someone else's fate? I wasn't as vexed with the general as I was with Nakamura, though. I believe in fathers and fatherhood. If a man can't or won't protect his woman and daughters, his existence is pointless. At least, the general was making himself clear before the marriage, before inking his approval and applying his stamp, before the ajid and the nikah, and before I had his virgin daughter. Because, of course, once all of that had taken place, there would be absolutely no turning back. I thought about Akemi, my wife. She was certainly enough. Having Chiesa had nothing to do with Akemi not being enough. It had to do with a separate bond that was created by a circumstance beyond my immediate control. The same way that Chiesa had been given to me in the first place. I was sure that she was mine, whether or not my eyes would ever see her again. Chapter 11. Black Sea and me met up.
I got something I want to show you. Maybe I can get your opinion,
he said. No problem, I told him. We hopped on one of those crazy city buses and played the back.
I want to come to the U.S.,
he said. For what reason? I asked him.
To make money. Hook up with some real movers in hip-hop, dance and some videos.
So you're gonna work in some laboratory during the day and rock your Kangol and Gazelles and Adidas at night. He said, hyped up, which means yes in Korean. He pulled the flyer out of his pocket.
I'm throwing a party this Friday night. Run through?
He invited me. I don't know if I'll still be around on Friday. I gotta get back to New York City.
So if I make it out there to New York City, will you show me around to, like, the real spots? Not like the Statue of Liberty and shit like that, though.
I'll show you around. You decide what's real and not real for yourself, I told him.
Maybe you can be my manager. That would be great. You hook up all my business. Keep 10% for yourself.
He offered. I just laughed at the thought. We got off at Seomyeon, which was a section of Busan that was like Shinjuku, where I first stayed in Japan. We moved past a bunch of busy businesses, beer spots, sneaker joints, vendors, and curious cats playing Go on a card table set up on the curb. 8 minutes in, we came up on a record shop. He stopped before heading in.
Look through the glass,
he told me. I looked. What am I looking for? I asked him.
A shorty,
he said, imitating my talk from last night at the chicken galbi spot. I looked again. There was a shapely 18 or 19 years young African girl in there. She was dark like chocolate, with almond eyes, rocking one pretty afro puff at the top of her head. Her jeans were tight enough to stop traffic. She was playing the record. She tapped her fingers on the counter, then tapped a foot, and soon her body bounced. She smiled wide and threw her head back and then threw her shoulders into her dance right behind the cash register where she was working. "That's you?" I asked him.
I wish.
He said. "So what's stopping you?" I asked him. "Are you afraid of girls like them Japanese boys?" I knew that would get him tight.
I'm not afraid of her. It's my father, my mother, my whole family. They will kill me. Worse than that, they will disown me.
"So what are you gonna do?" I asked him.
Anio.
He denied it strongly, like a man accused of some crime.
I just go in there every couple of days and buy records from her. If she's not there, I'll leave and don't buy until she comes back.
"How serious are you about her?" I asked.
I brought you all the way over here to see her,
He said.
I haven't brought none of my boys over here to see her, not once.
"That's a bus trip. That's nothing," I told him. "Would you fight for her?"
Fight?
He said, like he didn't know that for men, fighting was automatic.
I'm a dancer, not a fighter. Now you look like a fighter.
He said, "Yeah, I was your manager. Now, I'm your security," I joked. "Would you marry her?"
Marry her?
He said, like he never heard of that concept before.
I just want to.
"Play with her?" I asked him.
I didn't say that.
He said, "If you want to find out your true feeling for a girl, just ask yourself, what am I willing to do for her? Would I fight for her? Would I work hard for her? Would I kill for her? Will I marry her?" If you think about it, and the answer to all those questions that you ask yourself is no, she ain't the right one, I explained. He fell silent. "If you couldn't even imagine her as your wife, that means you're setting up to disrespect her," I said. He listened as though he was really considering my words.
It's not like that.
He said,
In Korea, nobody marries so young. We have to go to school forever, and then the military. Then we have to get a job. Then we are like 27 or 28. Our families start pushing us to marry someone who they think is best.
"So what are we doing over here then? If you can't imagine yourself marrying her."
If I did, we would have to move to China or something. No one around here would accept us.
He said.
There's nothing more important to Koreans than blood.
"Blood?" I repeated.
Yeah, blood. Don't ask. What you and your wife did, that was bold. I want to be strong like that, but I would never want to lose my family.
"Forget her then," I told him, testing him.
I don't want to forget her. She's the real one I like.
If you don't fight with your fists, and you're afraid of telling your family your true heart, and you're scared of standing alone while doing something that you think is right, why should this girl even want you? I try to be real with him. I liked him, but hated cowards. Come back after you man up, and after your feelings grow strong enough for you to confront your parents. Until then, just come and stare at her through the window.
What if I let my feelings grow and I get stronger, and when I come back, she already has somebody else? I should just at least find out if she already has a man, right?
He asked me. "Yeah, find out," I told him. "Wait, why this girl?" I asked him. I was hoping it wasn't just how nice her butt fit into those jeans. I thought that wouldn't be a good fight or trade-off for any man. It wasn't enough.
Look at her. I love her personality. All of her feelings just show up. It's like she is enjoying life more than everyone,
he said, and it sounded true. Does she speak Korean?
She speaks English and Korean. Her mother is Korean,
he said. And her father? I asked.
I don't know. Probably a military man. They got a bad reputation. They never stay around for their family. That's why this girl, who I like, will be considered low status in Korea. You probably thinking it's only because she's black. But it's more than that. In Korea, if you don't have a mother and father married into a hard-working family, you are the same as trash.
Do you think she's trash? I checked.
Aneo.
He denied it. Okay, let's go in, I told him. Here, wear this. I gave him my fitted. He smiled, like it was a magic hat. Never wear this bootleg shit. I pointed out the shape of his hat and the string running across it. Get new era fitted hats. Give me that. I took his and trashed it. That's the same as trash, I told him. We went in. I played the back and watched while fronting like I was checking out the music selection. It didn't take too long for me to notice that Black C was frozen by the counter, fidgeting with the hat, wearing it straight, then moving it around on different angles. I didn't have a lot of time. I went up front. Have you seen him in here before? I asked her. She looked up and smiled.
Many times,
she said. He wants to hang a flyer up on your wall. He's having a party on Friday night. You must have heard about it.
A flyer? A party? Where?
She asked.
Let me see it.
Black C pulled the flyer out and opened it. He said he wasn't afraid of this girl, but I could see clearly how nervous he was. He handed it to her without pushing out one single word. He's a breakdancer. Here, let me introduce you. His name is Black C.
Black C?
She repeated soft and suspiciously.
And you are?
She asked. I'm his manager. How about the flyer? I asked.
I have to ask my supervisor, but he's not in right now.
My man can't wait too long. He'll be moving to the United States to perform, I said.
Oh, really?
She smiled, impressed. If I could give him your name and number, he can call you and check on the flyer situation tomorrow, I told her and handed her a pen from my pocket. She looked at me suspiciously. Then she wrote her name and number on a piece of paper, and just as she got ready to slide it across the counter, I said, Black C, this is Sarang.
Love,
he said. She smiled. I was confused, but I walked away and left him to work the rest out on his own. I waited outside with my back on the window. When I checked, they were in there talking. She was still smiling, so that was a good sign. 3 minutes in, and she was changing the record. He was showing her one of his moves, and she was dancing while watching him dance. She tried to learn his move and show him something too, until some customers lined up. Her name means love, Black C said when he came out, beaming like a bun in a bakery.
She's studying at Busan University of Foreign Studies. She plans to be a lawyer. I got a number. Man, you are my Chingoo. You know what that means?
He asked me. Nah.
You are my friend. I don't know what that means in America, but in Korea, a Chingoo is a friend, and friendship is for life. You and me ga jeong,
he added. What is that? Jong, I asked, remembering that the professor had brought that word up the other night.
It's an unbreakable bond. It's a loyalty and a trust that you can expect and depend on for life. It means no matter where you may go in the world, and no matter where I am or what distance or troubles might be separating us for the moment, or even for a very long time, we remain friends for life. Koreans have jong with our friends, our brothers and sisters, our parents, and our wives and children.
He was speaking on it passionately. As we walked through the streets, I could tell from his tone that he meant it. I thought about Chris and Amir. They are my true friends. Still, we never had a talk between us openly the way that Black C was relating to me after knowing me for only 2 or 3 days. For the rest of the afternoon, I hung with him while he shopped for some kicks and jeans and shirts. He wanted to buy the exact ones I had on. Before we each went our own way, we exchanged addresses and all of our information. Since he had opened up to me, I felt obligated to let him know he probably wouldn't be seeing me until either he came to the States or I returned to Busan. He was the only person I had ever written out my queen's address for besides my lawyer. Yo, hold up, I called him back. What does Ganghai mean? He frowned.
Who told you that? Did someone call you that?
I didn't explain. I just wanted him to answer.
It means gangster,
he told me. Chapter 12.
We'll go get gas while Akemi collects her things,
Donghua said when I met him behind Baruga, where he pulled up. I opened the door and extended my hand to help my wife step out of the van. She was wearing a new dress. At least it was one that I'd never seen. It was soft like taffeta, a deep, rich green with tiny pleats and wide sleeves shaped like the calla lily flower. The pleats ran all the way down the dress, which was cut at her calf. She was wearing comfortable, casual espadrilles on her pretty feet. Her hair was wrapped in a sea green silk scarf. Her diamonds still threw light, even in the dark. Inside the room, she smiled to see that I had already packed her stuff. None of it was professional or gift-wrapped and ribboned like when Mayu, her Japanese house manager, had packed it. But it was folded as neatly as clothes and shirts are folded and stacked at the polo store, the way I handled my clothes. I had fantasized about her as I packed her belongings. It wasn't the predictable items like her little panties and bras or nightwear that I had made love to her in. It was her high heels, shoes, sandals, and boots.
Mayonaka, Chiesa talk?
Akemi asked out the blue. No, I answered truthfully. She was searching me with her eyes. Come here, I told her. She came. I held her in my arms. The fabric of her dress felt nice against my skin. She laid her head against my chest. Then I asked her, Akemi likes Chiesa, yes or no? She pulled back only enough for us to face one another.
Hi, Akemi like.
she said.
Akemi, Chiesa see.
She added after a pause. Akemi wants to see Chiesa? I asked, gesturing to see with my finger pointing at her eyes.
Hi,
She said softly without a smile. Akemi, Mayonaka, fly home. I motioned a plane flying through air. To New York, this week. She smiled and jumped on the bed. She stood up on the mattress to pull down her curtain. I stepped up to help her. When my hands were in the air bringing the rod down so she could reach the cloth, she turned and faced me and asked,
Mayonaka, Chiesa likes?
She pulled the curtain off the rod and held it. I put the rod down and laid it on the mattress so we could put the Baruga's curtain back on it. Mayonaka. I put my hand on her heart. Loves Akemi. Mayonaka. I put my hand on my heart. Loves Chiesa. I showed and told her. Without 3 seconds passing, 3 tears spilled out from Akemi's left eye. Mayonaka loves Akemi. Akemi Ichiban in Mayonaka's heart. Then I said what Donghwa's son had taught me the night before in Korean. Mayonaka loves Akemi forever. Mayonaka will never leave Akemi alone. If Mayonaka goes anywhere, he will always come home to you. I kissed her face, beneath the eye, where her 3 tears fell. I did not ever want to hurt her. I wanted the 2 of us to always talk truth to one another. War and business were separate. I would conceal those things from her, for her. In matters of the mind or heart, however, I wanted the 2 of us to always be true. I said that I will always be in love with Akemi, and I meant it. I also believed that I had shown it. I had traveled 7,000 miles to get her, climbed 5 miles of mountain, and walked 5 miles of forest and 3 miles of field. I had risked my life and my freedom for Akemi Nakamura. And I always would. The thing was, Chiesa had risked her life and freedom for Akemi too, and that moved me. Chiesa had come up with Akemi's grandmother's address in the Hidaka Mountains. Chiesa had saved Akemi's passport and made it possible for us to be here in Korea as well as to move on to the United States without legal risk. Without Chiesa, Akemi and I may not have ever gotten back together. Without Chiesa, Akemi and I may not have ever gotten back to one another safely. I knew that without saying it out loud. That mattered a lot. Although these were surely not the only reasons that I also loved Chiesa. There were reasons that gave my connection to Chiesa much more weight than a crush on a badass pretty girl. Chiesa, I believed, was not offensive to Akemi and my love. Chiesa was an asset that made all of us strong, and having more than one wife was my culture, and was within the boundaries that Allah has drawn for all believers in our faith, Islam. Chapter 13.
It would have been nice to drive to Seoul in the daylight, but I had to finish some work in order to prepare my assistant for tomorrow's class that I will be missing.
Professor Donghua said. It's no problem, I told him. We were riding in his wife's minivan, but the professor was driving.
You only think that it's no problem because you had never seen the beauty of the historic Nakdong River, or our rice fields, or our bridges.
I saw the beautiful bridges over Busan, and I saw many rice fields in Japan, I added, just to throw him off, the way he tried to do me at times.
That's not the same thing,
he said at a lower volume than everything else he had announced proudly. The professor booked 2 rooms at the Hyundai Suites located in Seoul. He warned me that it wasn't a tourist area, but he chose it because it was large enough for his family, even though they were only planning on an overnight stay. It had the kitchen, washer and dryer, and other items a normal family needs to be organized. I gave him $150 up front. I assured him whatever Akemi and I needed, I would pay for. We had arrived around midnight, so everyone was preparing to rest.
Can we talk downstairs in the lobby?
The professor asked me. Akemi, I'll be right back, I told her. She was figuring out the television remote.
Hi,
she said, turning and looking into me as she always would.
About tomorrow,
he said cautiously, when we were alone, seated in the hotel lobby. What about it? I asked.
I like to take things one step at a time. I like for Sung Young and I to see Akemi's grandmother alone first. We think it'd be better if Sung Young tells her mother about Ju Young and her ashes.
The professor was being careful and considerate to me. I think he was also wary of my reactions after the situation between me and the guy who claimed to be Akemi's father. I liked that he was cautious. He needed to respect my marriage the same way I respected his. No problem, I told him gently. What time do you want me and Akemi to come? I asked him.
Okay, so now we're on step 2,
he said, sounding like the professor he was.
I'd like Akemi's grandmother to meet Akemi alone.
You mean for her grandmother to meet with her first before meeting me, Akemi's husband? I must be step 3.
Yes, and I do want her to meet you, of course. You and Akemi are married. Here in Korea, marriage is sacred and serious,
he said, trying to calm me. I had noticed, though, that he didn't mention when I would actually be introduced to the grandmother. When? I asked.
Let's check her schedule and see how it goes tomorrow. We really don't know what's gonna happen.
He said that thing again, about not knowing what's gonna happen. Meanwhile, I was reflecting on what Black Sea had told me about Koreans and blood. If Sung Young had fainted when she saw me, could the grandmother go some steps further and catch a heart attack? No problem. I have some things I want to check out in Seoul, I told him.
Really? What?
He asked. He was so eager to know everything, but no one can know everything. Itaewon, I said, remembering that the brother named Ali from Iran had told me that I could find an Islamic community in Itaewon that included an Islamic center and halal foods, a mosque, and related products.
Itaewon,
the professor repeated, like he knew something I should know.
Watch your wallet carefully when you're over there.
Are you still planning to leave late tonight to return to Busan? I asked him.
We'll see what happens,
he said again. I was feeling worried for my wife and for his mother-in-law. It seemed like Donghua and his wife were bracing themselves like people waiting on a storm that may or may not come at all. Akemi and I went walking in Seoul into the late night. Our nights were precious to us, especially since I knew now that I would not see her tomorrow once her family matters got rolling. We ate at a fried chicken joint, and there were many to choose from. They rocked until 2 a.m. after other food places were closed. Fried chicken and beer and watermelon, Koreans had that in common with Africans. There were slight differences. Their fried chicken came with sides of cubes of white radishes. On second thought, fried chicken, beer, and watermelon, breakdancing, hip-hop, haircuts, and the urge to chill in the right fashions, young Koreans had all these things in common with American blacks. In the shower and steam together, kissing Akemi felt warm and moist. She had her eyes closed and her hair was soaked through. Her fingers were still exploring my cuts. I didn't stop her from licking each one. I wanted to thank her for her love and her passion. I moved her back up against a hot, wet wall and ran my fingers down the front of her body. In the squatting position, with water sprinkling over my head and flowing over her body, I spread her. It had been a while since I made her this way. I always drove her crazy. As I stumbled around the moist, sensitive area, her legs collapsed, and she bolo choked. Later, I dried her hair for her, and even gave her a braid. Naisho, I told her, meaning secret in Japanese. She should never tell anyone that Mayonaka, the black leopard, braided her hair. We went to sleep the same way we did in my Brooklyn projects, and in Osaka, and in Busan by the sea, naked, her breast against my back, her arm beneath my arm, and her pretty fingers wrapped around my. Right before sunrise, I peeled myself from my wife. I had to shower away our syrups and prepared to be clean and focused for the prayer. After Fajr prayer, I was exhausted. I went back to sleep in a separate bed thanks to Professor Donghua, who registered me and Akemi for double beds instead of a king size. I respected the cat, but from time to time, I had to laugh at him. I considered that some people think, for whatever strange reason, that sex is dirty. The Quran encourages that a man should go to his wife. The boundary in our Quran is not around how a man and woman make love and babies and pleasure for one another. The boundaries are that a woman and a man must be married. Once the nikah is performed, enjoy one another.
Sayonara.
Akemi said before she left to go next door to join Sun Young. Why didn't she know I hated that word whenever it came from her lips? Chapter 14. At 11 a.m. Korea time, I called Uma. Naja picked up.
Oh boy, who is this? I don't even know you anymore.
She said. Don't say that. What are you doing in Uma's room this late? I asked her.
She let me sleep in here with her for 3 nights already.
Naja said, as though she was winning some points. What's been happening? I asked her.
Panic died.
She said. as though I should already know and she was mad that I didn't. Who?
Panic, my frog.
She said, sounding frustrated with me. Oh, what happened to him? I asked, trying to sympathize with her.
Well, there are a few theories.
She said, sounding like a little scientist. Our father is a scientist, so it wasn't too out of reach. Tell me, I'm listening, I said.
Oh, I don't want to talk about it right now.
How's Uma? I asked the most important question.
Well, she's getting prettier every day. That's what everyone around here says.
My chest tightened. Everybody like who? I asked my sister.
Like Basima and Sudana. They just love her.
She said, as though the Ghazali women were competing with her for her mother's love. Oh. The sudden tension in my chest was released.
So stop asking about people and come home already.
She said. I will. But I didn't want to let on that it would be this week, just in case anything happened, as the professor had said. I'll be home soon, Naja, inshallah.
There is one problem around here, though.
Naja began whispering. Tell me,
It's Basima.
she said, referring to Mr. Ghazali's eldest daughter.
I think she's in love or something.
Are the Ghazalis planning a wedding? I asked.
No, there's not going to be any wedding around here.
She said quietly. Come on, Naja. Get to the point. What happened?
Basima loves a boy who goes to her college. He's going to be a doctor, just like her.
Naja explained slowly. So what's the problem? I pushed.
He's from South Sudan, and Mr. and Mrs. Ghazali are from the north of Sudan, so Mrs. Ghazali doesn't approve of their love.
I didn't say nothing. Then Naja asked,
Our father's from the south, right?
You already know, I told her firmly, aggravated by the ongoing senseless conflict between the north and south of f***ing everywhere.
Uma says people in southern Sudan are just as good as the people of northern Sudan, and that some of the southerners are even better. So Basima loves Uma a lot. The boy Basima loves...
The man Basima loves, Naja. He is a man, not a boy, I told her. Does Mrs. Ghazali know what Uma thinks? I asked, gathering all the information I could from Naja's perspective.
Nope. Uma told me that me and her should stay quiet and not tell anyone our thoughts.
So how does Basima know what Uma thinks? I asked her.
Because one day Basima was down here crying over the boy. I mean the man. And I guess Umi just got feelings because of Basima's tears, and she said those good things about the north and the south and Basima's man. I guess Umi just wanted Basima to be okay.
I see. Where's Uma now?
She's in the shower. Should I go get her?
Naja asked. No. Tell Uma, don't worry. I'll call her back tomorrow before she leaves for work early morning. I hung up. Uneasy, I called the lawyer who has the keys and paperwork for our new house in Queens. I knew it was late in New York and that no one would pick up. I just wanted to leave a voice message. I told our lawyer that I would pick up the keys to our new house on Saturday. I would buy the tickets home for Akemi and me this week. People who didn't come from countries where it is normal for people to talk about politics every day, to care about it, and have a definite opinion about it, will never understand how these kinds of situations escalate and then fall apart. Between men, they are sometimes even fatal. I didn't want Uma to be uncomfortable reliving something that she had already lived, survived, and won, the North versus South of Sudan conflict. Uma had told me in great and specific and clear details about her and my father's love story. Because of this, I knew that one day soon, her thoughts and emotions about Basima's dilemma would mix with her own feelings, and burst into the Ghazali home. Then Uma would potentially become an unwelcome guest or worse, an intruder in their personal passionate matters. I would settle and secure my Uma in a place of her own, the one we had both worked so hard for, the one that was now vacant, paid for, and ours. At the travel agency, I researched and reserved 2 tickets for Akemi and me, leaving Seoul in 3 days, the evening flight. The agency gave me 24 hours to pay for them. Since Akemi had her passport on her, I would pick the tickets up the following day. By tonight, my wife and I would know what happened with her grandmother. Chapter 15. I caught a cab to Itaewon. I told the driver to pull over on a long tree-lined block with well-kept lawns. There was a howitzer rocket launcher sitting out there on the grass, besides a huge tank as well as American-made fighter jets. The scene reminded me of a talk my father had with me when I was young, introducing me to all kinds of guns and weapons of war. My father was breaking down for me which countries were manufacturing and selling those weapons. He wanted me to know that in war, there is always a handful of businessmen sitting at the top, hoping that at least 2 groups of people, sometimes more, would destroy one another. These businessmen, my father explained, would come walking into someone else's land after the North and South have burned, raped, and crippled one another. Then they would use their poor condition against them both and seize power over their land, government, banks, and schools, and women. I wanted to see what this display was all about. I paid the driver and jumped out. Homemade meals were being eaten on benches and picnic blankets while young children climbed in and out of tanks and were allowed to enter the cockpit of real planes parked in the grass. As I walked by checking it all out, I quickly learned that this place was a war museum, quote unquote. It was an entire complex dedicated to commemorating the Korean War. If there was any way to kill somebody, this place had the weapons on display. After checking out the heavy machinery, I climbed the stairs into an outdoor courtyard lined with huge slabs of black marble with perfectly precise rows of Korean Hangul letters. Out of habit, I counted. As my eyes moved down from the top to the bottom, I realized these were the names of men killed in the Korean War, the North versus the South. There were 1,500 names of war dead on each marble slab. Where I was standing, there were 14 slabs. That's 21,000 dead, I said to myself. But as I left that area, I entered a new area, and there were 14 more slabs times 1,500 war dead. The slabs of the dead continued all the way around and up to the 2nd floor. On the 3rd floor, I stopped counting. Mixed in with their dead were slabs listing American soldiers whose lives were lost in the war fought in Korea. There were 34,000 men listed here, but who knows the real number? I thought about the cats from my Brooklyn block who got gone at age 18, deployed around the globe to fight. Was having your name printed on marble at a museum better than having an RIP graffiti mural on the wall of your block? I thought about what felt better to a young man like me, murking someone, disrespecting your mother, or killing a whole bunch of people across the globe who you didn't know shit about. As I examined the surface-to-air missiles and rocket launches, submarines, and even war robots, I thought about what a man or a nation had to do wrong in order for it to be justifiable to drop a 2-ton bomb on them. My thoughts raced and intersected. Did the Koreans and the almost 2 million men sent to fight in Korea, as it said on the wall I was standing there reading, all believe the words of the Quran that imply that a murder is justifiable when a man is spreading corruption, vice, or mischief in the world? What about the innocents? How many innocent people could be murdered in pursuit of the actual guilty parties? When America was flying over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan, was it to punish a small crew of wicked men, the Naoko Nakamura type, or his father, Hasashi, the ammunitions dealer? If these men deserved punishment because of their corruption and excesses, did that mean that everyone else living in their country deserved the same? Heavy thoughts were marching through my mind. I questioned who exactly was responsible for all of this stress and destruction. More importantly, I wondered why the wicked had been so successful all over the globe. As I walked down the cool corridors that brought up a nice breeze and break from the warmth outdoors, the gun room caught my eye. I had to squat low to look up close on a gun developed by the Koreans called the corner shot. This badass weapon was designed for a soldier of urban warfare. It was curved so that the shooter could assassinate someone hiding around the corner. It could clap you as far as 50 meters away and weighed 4.4 kilograms according to the label. My eyes damn near pressed up against the glass as my mind wandered into how this weapon would impact my hood, where somebody was always hiding around the corner. I saw a set of lips on the other side of the corner shot. I'm not a lip reader, but I could see the formation of the words so fucking cool. My body jolted. I stood up and looked over and down. It was Chiesa. Those were her lips and her words. Standing tall behind her while she was still squatting was her father, the general. Mine and the general's eyes locked. Chiesa stood saying,
Daddy.
It must have been the look in his eyes that caused her to turn swiftly. She saw me.
Ryoshi!
She called me like she was suddenly out of breath. Her eyes revealed her genuine surprise. She put one hand over her lips and held it there. She let it drop and turned to her father and said,
Daddy! He is the one who...
And then she paused and tried to readjust her true emotion, maybe because of her father, or maybe it was because she felt bad that I had not contacted her, even though she had waited so patiently for so long. Meanwhile, the general was checkmated into silence. He was probably unfamiliar with the words, "You win," and was calculating how to cheat me. "How are you, sir? It's good to meet you," I said, stepping from my side and extending my hand to him. Chiesa's eyes were watching her father for a reaction. "I'm good, son. Just enjoying my day with my daughter." "She's so beautiful, sir. I wish you were mine," I said, looking into Chiesa.
Ryo?
Chiesa said softly, and her eyes lost the barrier of defense she had thrown up, and her emotions seeped through. "Chiesa is Daddy's girl," her father said proudly. "You're right. I'm sure, sir. Until the right man comes for her, she's a daddy's girl, I said solemnly. Let's go, baby, her father said. Swiftly, I interrupted. Chiesa, where are you staying?
Oh, at the...
Her father cleared his throat.
Tell me where you are, Ryoshi.
She asked me. Hyundai Suites, here in Seoul, I told her. Akemi says she wants to meet you. Chiesa searched my eyes. I knew what she wanted to know.
What about you, Ryoshi?
But of course, she didn't say that out loud.
How long will you stay in Seoul?
She asked. Not long, maybe 2 days. Then we'll go back to New York, I said. Her father smiled at the news.
Oh, I see.
She said. Let's go, Chiesa, her father said, with his heavy hand on her shoulder. She left with him, but I knew she didn't want to. I watched as they walked away. She turned and looked at me. Chapter 16. It was on the walk out of the War Museum, less than a mile down, that I saw it. Another American military base, tossed behind a wall that spanned 3 or 4 blocks. That explained it. The walk through Itaewon was nice. There were all cultures and races of foreigners. When I saw the Arabic letters looming large above my head in the corner spot of an elevated winding road, I felt good. It was only 4:30 p.m. There were 2 more hours to sunset. In a row of jewelry stores, I sifted through the junk. My eyes were keen for the real thing, and I would know it the moment I saw it. If it wasn't there, I wouldn't buy anything.
You are looking for diamonds, yes?
A short man from Namibia offered to show me a private collection since I had a good eye for gems, quote-unquote, as he put it. I guess he had based the observation on the fact that I hadn't bought anything so far, and I had been searching for more than a half hour. At 5:30 p.m., I phoned Uma. I would catch her before she left for work in Mr. Ghazali's taxi. She picked up on the first ring, expecting me. Uma,
Are you okay?
she asked me in Arabic, concerned over me when I was concerned over her. How about you? I'm coming home, I rushed to say before she could answer my first question.
But how is our Akemi? Have you visited nicely with her grandmother?
Uma asked, knowing only that we were visiting Akemi's grandmother, but not the whole reason why or any of the details purposely. Almost, I said, being vague.
Almost?
She repeated in Arabic.
I know Naja has spoken to you about Basima. If this is the reason that you are hurrying, then don't. People have these bad ideas about one another for many years. If you come in 3 or 4 days or even 2 weeks later, their thinking will be the same. Even 50 years from now, they will be the same.
Uma said. I'm not thinking about them. I am thinking about you, Uma. Our house is ready for us now. I mean, it is vacant. I still have to prepare it for you, I said.
How do you know that I have not already prepared it for you?
She asked coyly. I was quiet now on my end. After thinking, I answered her. Because you are working so hard that you haven't had time to prepare it for me. Because I know that you wouldn't have gone to the lawyer alone or to Queens alone. And I know that you wouldn't have given anyone else our address or showed them our place. Since I know my mother so well, I know that you are only now thinking that you will rush over there and prepare for me so that I won't rush back to you before Akemi is feeling comfortable with her grandmother. Now she was quiet on her end. Uma, no one is better than you, I said, feeling moved in my heart suddenly. How are you really feeling these days? How are the Ghazalis treating you? Tell me, honestly, I said.
I have no other way to tell you except honestly, my son. I am being treated very well. every day. I am being taken care of in the exact same way that my son had provided that I should be taken care of. I am content almost every day and grateful to Allah every second. Sometimes there is a sadness that comes over me, but it is not a sadness that anyone can cure. Sometimes I am missing the Sudan. All the time I am missing your father. Sometimes I want to pack everything and return there, no matter the troubles. What can they do? They can only do what Allah will allow to be done. And whatever Allah will allow must be done. I have decided that finally, after all these years.
She spoke softly and thoughtfully, filling me with emotion. I could take you home to the Sudan, Uma. Now I'm a man. I can do that for you.
Even when you were a boy, you were a man. I knew that you would take me to Sudan when you grew up. I used to worry over that. I knew that you would grow to be the same as your father. This is what worries me most.
Why? I asked, not understanding.
Because in your father's heart, and in yours also, is a special thing, an abundance of love. Neither of you can be happy unless you are sharing and expressing your love abundantly. Yet you are both surrounded by people who are not the same as you in their hearts. You two are the givers. The others are the takers. You two cannot stop giving. The others will not stop taking. After a while, it wears you down.
She paused.
That is why I worry over you. Because of the love that lives in your soul. Because of the love that does not live in other souls. Because of what they might do. People envy people who love. People who love, like you and your father, expose the people who do not love much or at all, just by you being alive. Then those people say,
we have to destroy him because of what he can do and what we cannot do. If we destroy him, no one will ever know that we cannot love. No one will ever know what's missing. Uma was going in deeper and deeper in her words and thoughts. I wanted to change the direction of our talk before it caused her tears to fall. I'll bring you home an abundance of love, Uma. I'll bring you so much love, you will be swimming in it. I have a lot of surprises for you, Uma. And when I return to you, I'll work very hard. In 1 year, I promise, we will visit Sudan. We will feel it out. If you want to stay there, then that's what we will all do. So don't feel sad, my beautiful Umi, please. I could feel her smiling. I could hear the difference even in her breathing.
Alhamdulillah, son. Please be well, and let Akemi be well. And don't trouble yourself to rush. You already paid for the month, and you really do have almost 2 weeks remaining. I'm fine, and again, nothing will happen that Allah does not allow to happen.
When I hung up, I weighed her tone and words carefully and compared them to what Naja had described. Then I separated both of them from my own thoughts. I wasn't 100 that nothing will happen that Allah doesn't allow to happen. Maybe that was a woman's mind, I considered. Men have to make things happen. When men make moves, something happens, good or bad, right or wrong. Somewhere along the line, some man is responsible for whatever went down. I wondered if Allah actually weighed in on every single detail of each life and soul anywhere and everywhere in the world, or if Allah ruled in general and gave man free will as his test, the Holy Quran as his guide, his soul as his scorecard, and heaven or hell as his verdict. What about those wars and bombings? Had Allah granted permission for all of that? Or had the men responsible just hitting their trowel and hands and faces so well that they escaped responsibility? Shockingly, as I began to walk, I could hear the calling of the Adhan off in the distance. For 7 years living in New York, I had not heard the call out of doors and in the open atmosphere drifting through the breeze. Now soul had moved my soul and allowed me to hear it and feel it also. I picked up my pace and began moving in the direction of the call. As I rounded the corner, there was a hill, of course. It was not nearly as steep as any of the hills I had climbed and traveled up so far in Korea. It was a simple hill. I moved past a Salam bakery. Just the name of the place made me feel good. I walked through a row of halal restaurants. I turned another corner. Another hill appeared, not so steep. At the top of the simple hill sat the mosque. I moved uphill with a wave of people. At the mosque entrance was a wall of cubicles for shoes, which must be removed immediately. I removed my shoes. Quickly, I moved past others who were obviously already prepared and washed myself, face, hands, nose, feet. Walking through the rows of believers, the women in the rear, the men in the front, I enjoyed even the feeling of the carpet beneath my feet. Standing shoulder to shoulder with many men, we prayed. A welcome calm came over me. I found my place at a table in an adjoining room where believers were enjoying breaking the fast together. My eyes moved over the faces of Muslims gathering from many different nations. I expected to see men from Arab nations and African nations, and I did. I was real surprised to see tables of Muslims who were Korean and two who were obviously Chinese. I smiled.
Brother, where are you coming from?
The voice of a young man seated next to me asked in Arabic. Sudan, I said naturally, which I normally would not reveal. However, because the question was asked in Arabic, it was instinctive to answer it truthfully. Normally, I speak Arabic only with Uma and with Naja.
I knew it,
he said. He stood back up from the table. When I took a look at him, I knew it too. He was from the Sudan as well. I stood, and we embraced.
Where in Sudan?
He asked me immediately. Sudan is Sudan, I replied calmly, still fresh from the thoughts of my conversation with Uma. He smiled. We both sat. As I sat, I suddenly saw my puma walking by from the food table, away from the men and toward where the women were seated. What was she doing here in the mosque? She didn't see me. She has perfect vision.
What brings you here to Korea?
The Sudanese asked me, but my eyes followed her. I'm visiting with my family, I answered him, knowing that a fellow Sudanese would ask this many questions and so many more. Because we are from the same place, it would be considered perfectly okay to ask and normal to answer, no matter how many inquiries were stacked up. Now my puma was saying some words to an older woman who was seated alongside of her young ones. The woman got up from the table and joined her. They both walked away and out of the dining room.
I'm studying here at the University of Korea,
the Sudanese said.
I'm planning to graduate in only 2 more years and return to Omdurman.
I knew he was finding a way to raise the topic of where he was from again, hoping to cause me to do the same. Of course I knew his city well enough. It was located next door to the city of my birth, Khartoum.
What are you studying?
He asked me, although I never told him I was studying anything. Excuse me, brother, I said to him. I have to run. He seemed taken aback by my exit. I left my fruit uneaten in the dish on the table. Unfamiliar with the interior of the mosque, but moving around observing, I checked the various rooms. Brother, another male voice interrupted me. I turned. Imam Jabril Park, he introduced himself. We exchanged greetings. I interrupted you for a few reasons, my brother. First, to welcome you. I see that you are a newcomer to the mosque. Second, to assist you. You're moving into an area reserved for the sisters and their children. He smiled politely. Let me invite you to break bread with the other believers. He touched my elbow to move me back into the right direction, the area of the gathered men. Shukran, Imam Park, I thanked him. If you don't mind, can I ask you some important questions? Of course, he said. The Imam was willing. He led me into his office. Grateful, I put my mind to focusing on the information that I needed most to hear a knowledgeable Muslim man speak on. I figured that was more important in the order of things than chasing the puma. Chapter 17. Moving away from the mosque and down the hill and into the now darkened sky, lit up by the lights of Itaewon, I was comfortable. The narrow alleys reminded me of both the Sudan and Egypt, Khartoum and Cairo. I came up on an international grocer displaying shelves of the spices and ingredients that Uma used most often, as well as coffees, teas, and candles, including packages of henna, an array of incense being sold along with the foods. An Islamic travel agency that was closed as I sped to the prayer was open now and doing business with customers. I could smell the aroma of fresh foods being prepared. Previously darkened restaurants were now packed. Some without air conditioning the way my father preferred it. The doors were swung open. I was tempted, but I passed on sitting down to eat a full meal. I planned to do that with Akemi. There were so many small businesses with Arabic awnings and lettering. I had to remind myself I was in Seoul, South Korea. I turned into the Islamic Center for books, impressed by just them being located here, as well as by the bright lights and stacked shelves of meaningful reading. With her back to me, she was wearing jeans and sandals and a pretty Chinese gold satin blouse that was tapered and fitted to her body and rolled down over her hips. Her long, thick, wild hair was only 1/3 covered with a gold scarf, which she rocked like a headband. Her golden skin, set off by the blouse and headband, looked beautiful. She always looked graceful in her stance because of her long ballerina legs and perfect posture. I stepped up behind her and said some words in Arabic over her shoulder to the man who was talking with her. His eyes were filled with a passionate plea to influence Chiesa in one direction or another concerning Islam. I imagined he did this for all of his customers, but I was feeling tight at him for conversing with her. After my words to him, he stopped.
Ryoshi!
She looked over her shoulder and then spun all the way to face me. "What is this name you've been calling me?" I asked her. She smiled. She looked back at the man that she had been listening to, and he turned his eyes away from her, and his attention shifted onto a customer who was holding and flipping pages of a book he had pulled from the shelf.
What did you say to him?
Chiesa asked me. I grabbed her hand and said, "Let's go." Her palm felt warm. The breeze outside was warm. I was warm. She was completely quiet. We walked and walked. Chiesa, 1,000 mornings, wings of fire, I thought to myself. Now her tongue is quiet, and the fire is in her body. "It's after sunset," I said to her.
I can see that.
She said. "But you didn't see me in the mosque," I asked.
Oh, were you in the mosque?
She asked nonchalantly. "What were you doing in the mosque?" I asked.
2 things. Learning how to make the prayer and learning how to wrap my hair properly. I think mine is too much. It's thick. It's been a problem the whole time I was growing up in Japan. No one knew what to do with it, especially not my mother.
"It's pretty," I told her truthfully.
Thank you.
She said quietly. I turned down an alley that incidentally led to a makeshift mini city park. It was the opposite of Chiesa's Yoyogi, which was a wonderful forest of treasures and also her home in Japan. I stopped walking when I reached an available old bench. We both sat down. Give me your right hand, I told her. She held it out. I went inside of my pocket and pulled out the tissue paper. I opened the soft paper and slid 7 gold bangles over her pretty fingers and onto her wrist. As she looked down on the dark 24-karat gold, she twisted her wrist to make them jingle, but kept her eyes cast down. Give me your left hand, I told her. She held it out. I slid a ring onto her finger. It was a simple 24-karat gold band with a setting that lifted one pear-shaped 1-carat diamond. She stared at it, then lifted her face. Her eyes were filled with amazement. I leaned in toward her. If I see you again, and you and I are alone, the way that we were for all of those days, I'll go. I know it, and you know it. The pretty puma lowered her eyes. You have your Quran on you. The only relationship that you and I can have is through marriage. It's written in there. You understand it, I said calmly, then got up. Standing over her, I asked her, where are you staying?
At the Shilla with my father,
She said softly. How long before you return to Japan? I asked her.
until Thursday morning. My father has a big banquet to attend here in Seoul on Wednesday night. He invited me here. I'm his date. I'd like for you to meet with him, my father. If it's okay, I'll check with him tonight to ask him if he will and when he can.
She said sweetly, sounding as though she was mistaking her ferocious father for a toothless tiger. No problem. I'll meet him wherever I need to meet him, I said, as her eyes were staring into mine in a concentrated way. Me, I said.
I called her.
Chiesa said swiftly.
She wants to meet. I wanted to meet also. So we agreed on tomorrow night at 8 p.m., me and Akemi at your hotel.
Chiesa. Quick like lightning, I said in a lowered voice.
Yoshi.
What? I said, then asked. Who is that, Ryoshi? I asked her, for the 10th time.
It means the hunter. That's my name for you.
She said softly. The hunter. I thought about it and smiled.
Yes, the hunter. And you got me.
She pointed at her heart with one slim, pretty finger. It brought my eyes to her chest. Her open were raised up and making an impression in her gold satin blouse. I moved my eyes away. I was at the breaking point with her. A slight push is all it would take. Let me take you back to your hotel. I grabbed her hand. I knew I shouldn't, but I wanted to feel her. In the taxi, she laid her hand on my leg. We were seated close together.
I want you to.
She whispered. I looked at her.
I want you to be more.
She said. Then we were quiet the rest of the way. Only my right and her left hand caressing. The Shilla Hotel was some exclusive 5-star place. Riding the route that led to it introduced me to some new night images of Seoul. Like any major city, it had its places of great wealth all the way down to low living. It had places of industry or offices or fashion. It had temples and throwback alleys that gave the feeling that we had traveled back in time and had been dropped into their traditions. I hadn't thought about it. Yet, there was no reason to expect the general to stay anywhere else besides in this luxury. I let the general's daughter out in front and continued on with the same driver. I rode for some seconds with my eyes closed. I thought to myself, she got me. She's very smart and very quick and very, very clever. She is the real hunter. Chapter 18. Patiently, I waited outside on the steps that led into Hyundai Suites. Akemi and her aunt, uncle, and cousins were not back yet. It was 10 p.m. Something must have happened, I thought, as Professor Donghua had suspected that it would. By 11 p.m., I was still downstairs, sitting, then standing, then pacing. I shot across the narrow lane and into the impromptu city park which faced the hotel. Seoul had a few of these, I seen. They were small sitting places with cement grounds, 2 to 4 benches, monkey bars, and a couple of swings. That's it. But I checked the place to bust out some pull-ups. I wanted to burn off some energy, beat back my hunger, while waiting for my wife. When she arrived, inshallah, I would go walking with her, and we would eat wherever she wanted to eat. I had waited the whole evening to eat with her. The park was closed, and the lamps were off. I didn't mind the dark, or even working out in the Seoul City Park. Yet it was clear that it was the opposite of my Busan Beach. 100 pull-ups, 250 sit-ups, 157 push-ups later, Donghua's van appeared, and everyone began stepping out of the vehicle beside him. She didn't see me sitting on a chain facing the hotel, but in the shadows of the closed park. Akemi, I called her. She turned around and looked in the direction of my voice first, before our eyes met. Her standing, me sitting, and rocking on the chain. She said some Korean words to her aunt and her cousins. Then she walked my way. Professor Donghua didn't pull off immediately. Instead, he watched my wife until he saw me stand and pull her close into my arms. She was wearing a red silk mini so mean it could only be worn over jeans. Her hair was wrapped. On her pretty fingernails she had painted on black Hangul lettering, flawless. She brushed over the letters with a clear gloss that glistened. Stray strands of her hair had eased out of her scarf. I moved her hair from her sleepy eyes. She looked up at me. She was still herself, all feelings and seductions. I squeezed her some and carried her down the lane on my back. In the pasta place, she said and gestured that she had already eaten, but she kept pushing her fingers in my sauce and licking it, or offering her saucy finger to me instead. In her one scoop of vanilla with the caramel drizzled on it, she spilled 2 tears. I called the waiter the way they do in Korea. Yogyo! I paid him and grabbed her hand and left most of the ice cream and caramel melting on the dish. In a mostly empty theater, we sat a while. A film that was completely foreign to me played on the screen. We didn't need them, the actors. We kissed softly and touched instead, seated in the last row in the corner. 1 hour in, she fell asleep on my arm. I held her, thought about how she must feel. Eventually, my thoughts settled on whether she spilled 2 tears because of her emotions from meeting her grandmother. After all, today was the first day Akemi had spent with her in her entire lifetime. Or was my wife crying because she had received a call from Chiesa at some point earlier today? I sincerely hoped it was because of the grandmother. When I woke her up to leave the theater, she threw both her arms around my neck. Minutes later, I carried her back to our suite. Lying in one bed with no lights beneath the sheets, she moved her hands all over my body, slowly, before climbing on top of me and easing herself onto her favorite place. She was so sleepy, but still she wanted that feeling. My entire face was covered with her heavy hair, and my skin was wet from her hot and continuous tears. She slept now. I held her tight for a while, listening to her breathe and feeling her heart beating against my bare chest. As I drifted off, I thought to myself, if Chiesa is all fire, and she is, then Akemi is pure sugar, the sweetest feeling I've ever known, the sweetest emotion, the sweetest taste, the sweetest woman. Before sunrise, I eased her over onto 3 pillows and covered her with the bed sheets. I showered, made prayer, and afterward fell into a needed rest, lying in the other bed. When I woke, she was gone. She had pasted a piece of paper to my headboard with a strip of lotion on the back to hold it up there. I pulled it down. It was written entirely in Korean Hangul. Not the type to panic. I panicked. I threw on my clothes, the ones I'd worn the night before, and took to the stairs down to the front desk. The last letter that I had gotten from my wife led to her disappearance. This second letter had me shook. Excuse me, please tell me in English what this says, I asked the desk attendant. She looked at the note curiously. Then she began to blush. Looking at her face, and without hearing her interpretation yet, I felt relieved.
She says she loves you. She has gone with her grandmother to Wogidong, and afterward, they will visit a school named Yomine, and she will meet you back here tonight. She writes, hopefully at 7 p.m. That's it.
The attendant smiled part way, and then snatched her smile back. Kamsahamnida, I said, meaning thank you, in Korean.
Oh, you are in room 707, yes?
She asked me.
You have a message.
She turned and pulled an envelope from the mail slot. The flap of the envelope was not glued shut. The note was written in English on Hyundai Suite stationery.
Thank you for being so good to Akemi and us. We have gone back to Busan. I have already extended your reservation until Thursday. If Akemi could please remain in Seoul visiting with her grandmother for today and tomorrow, we would really be so grateful to you. The two of you may travel back to Busan on Thursday with her. Grandmother has decided that we will have a ceremony for Akemi's mother, Jun-yeon, on Saturday in Busan. She had decided that Busan is the place that Jun-yeon would have preferred. We will scatter her ashes over the South Sea on an island not far from North Korea. It will bring peace to everyone and give Song-yeong and me a chance to make all of the arrangements. The elder has decided this. In Korean culture, we follow the elder's way in these matters. Please understand us. Professor Donghwa.
When I told the desk clerk that I will make the payment for our room extension, she said,
It has already been taken care of.
Back in our room, I changed into clean clothes. Afterward, I made telephone calls to handle and rearrange all of my business to fit the new schedule, which was only possible because of Uma's assurance. I didn't mind making the changes, although I thought that Donghua should have faced me instead of writing the letter. I knew how important the ceremony for Akemi's mom's ashes was to her, and also for her newly discovered family. For me, this situation was, as Haki once mentioned, a clash of cultures, quote-unquote. In Sudan, men handle the business of burials and funerals. Our women do not attend such events. Instead, they gather indoors and mourn and comfort one another, cook and share and converse. Men carry the body, which has already been washed and cleaned and prepared according to our faith and culture. When I reached downstairs, just as I walked across the hotel lobby, the same front desk clerk approached me, hurrying from behind.
There's a call for you,
She said.
We tried to put it through once before, but your phone line was occupied.
I followed her to the front desk. Chapter 19.
Yoshi, can you talk for a minute?
Chiesa asked. Where are you? I asked her.
At my hotel. I just finished speaking to my father. He's going out now to attend some meetings.
She said. Let's meet up, I told her, and gave her the address to the travel agency where I was headed. Her hair wasn't wild today, but her eyes were. She wore too thick, long cornrows and had more of a glow than before. She was wearing the love she was feeling, it seemed, and the jewels I had gifted her as well. The sole sun on a Ramadan day had straightened us up some, both of us. The nighttime had a sensual power that can make passions feel even more urgent. I had planned to give her those jewels after she and Akemi met and spoke specifically about our situation. But after seeing Chiesa in the mosque and then in the bookstore, I felt pushed to mark my territory, and that urgency led me to place one bangle at a time on her wrist and one diamond ring on her finger. All mosques are filled with Muslim men. They are serious, who welcome marriage, wives, and family.
What time are you leaving tomorrow?
Was the first thing she asked me. Her left hand was raised up and shielding her eyes from the sun rays. Now drops of sunlight were dancing on her diamond. Change of plans. I'm not leaving tomorrow, I said calmly. She smiled.
I'm so happy. Now you can meet Daddy. I have so many things I wanted to tell you and so many things I felt we needed to talk about before you left for the States.
I just looked at her. I didn't say any response. I was thinking that she must not know that I was planning to take her home with me. If Akemi agreed, it would be the three of us flying to New York. If not, Chiesa could keep the jewels. They were valuable enough. I had sold my watch to get that pear-shaped diamond. No sweat. Chiesa had given me more. She had given me Akemi. Let's talk, I told her. We walked. her messenger bag riding on her hips.
My father can't meet today. His schedule is so crazy. He can meet tomorrow, though. I hope you won't mind. He said if you were still in Seoul, we could all meet at the Shilla because that's where the banquet is. He can squeeze us in at 7 right before the event. I'll be dressed up, but you don't have to. It's just because I have to attend the banquet with Daddy.
She took a breath. I smiled. I knew the general had selected a time to meet me when he thought I would already be in flight to New York, out of his life, and Chiesa's also. I'll be there. 7 sharp, I said calmly.
Oh, good.
She threw both arms up in the touchdown pose, same as when she first came creeping into my Shinjuku hostel.
Okay, so about the vending machines. I found a connect.
She said, shifting into her business mind.
I spoke with one who offered all kinds of options that I thought might work good for you.
I realized right then that one reason I felt so attached to this girl was her energy. The range of her personality was wide. When she wasn't around, I missed the way she made me feel. Her mind was so swift, and she was always poised and positioned and moving rapidly toward victory in whatever she was dealing with. She was a problem solver, not a problem. She was stress-free. She was peace to me.
So what do you want to do about it?
She asked. Let's call him.
Right now?
These are business hours, I said. It was warm inside the phone booth, with the door closed all the way so that we could hear the call properly. We were facing one another. We were standing so close, but not touching. She was speaking to the Connect in Japanese and back and forth to me in English. Then her eyes switched and she said to me in English,
So give me your New York address.
While holding the phone to her ear. I gave her my Queen's address. Now, she was the second person to know what I normally wouldn't allow anyone to know. She was speaking in a soft, polite Japanese, bowing while speaking, as though the caller could see her. It was a part of her, I told myself. It was automatic. It was her Japanese culture.
It's done. The machine will be sent to you to your New York address. The purchase order will be sent to me. You give me the money and I'll pay it.
Chiesa announced. There was a pause between us.
What?
She asked me. Her eyes widened. I just smiled. I had nothing to say. Do you have your passport on you? I asked Chiesa as we sat inside the travel agency.
Yes.
She said, curious.
Why?
She swung her bag around to her lap and opened it.
It's here.
She handed it to me. I want to reserve 3 tickets from Busan International Airport to JFK Airport in New York, leaving Busan on Sunday, May. Chiesa's eyebrows both lifted up. She didn't speak or interrupt or contradict me. She remained silent. Half an hour later, outside the door of the agency, she said,
Yoshi?
Avoiding offering her any other details until after a meeting with Akemi, I changed the topic. Do you always carry a slingshot? I asked her.
Of course.
She smiled.
Even if I didn't have one on me, I could make one in less than 3 minutes out of 2 pencils and rubber bands.
She was all excited again, speaking about her weapons of choice. In Itaewon, I bought her a scarf to wrap her hair in. In the back of a musical instrument shop, I watched as she showed me that she knew how to wear it. When she got it all wrong, I wrapped it for her. As my hands moved over her head, her eyelashes grazed my skin. I could feel her breathing. When I leaned in a bit more, she gasped. I looked straight into her. It's not sunset, I told her.
I can see that,
She said so quietly. Why are you doing this? I asked her. Why are you fasting and reading Quran and wrapping your hair? I really wanted to listen and hear her reasoning.
At first I was doing it out of pure admiration for Ryoshi. Really. Then I started reading the Quran for myself. Certain things in there gave me a feeling.
She said. What kind of feeling? I asked as we left the music store and walked through the Seoul springtime, framed by all of nature blossoming.
At first, when I opened the Quran, I looked at the table of contents. I chose to read Al-Nisa, the chapter on the women, before anything else. It said in there that Allah created man and woman from one soul. I thought that was beautiful. I read the entire chapter, but that one line kept repeating in my mind. I thought that if everyone everywhere in the world believed that one line, things would be so much better between men and women and families. All of this time, it seemed like everybody everywhere thought that women were less than men, lower, and okay to mistreat.
She looked at me, smiling. I thought about how each time I pushed to see if she was bullshitting me about something, she would prove that she wasn't. Like earlier on, when she gave her true reasons for following me to Kyoto, Chiesa was thoughtful, like my father raised me to be. What about in that same surah, Al-Nisa, where it says on the 34th ayat that men are the maintainers of women and that good women are obedient? I smiled.
I like a good man to be my maintainer.
She smiled.
And it says, good women are obedient to Allah and guard the unseen.
She corrected me.
That means don't walk around naked and uncovered.
She smiled. We both laughed without a real joke or reason.
About the 2 or 3 or 4 wives situation, I don't know. I'll admit, I wanted it to be true because I want, and my heart wants, and my body wants to be with you. And you are already married. But it seems like men are given permission to have up to 4 wives, only in certain situations. And it says also, only if you can do justice with them. Do you think a man could really treat more than one wife equally and justly?
She looked at me sideways. I was thinking and silent for some time. Then I told her what was truest to me. I don't think one man can give 2 women the exact same things to do them justice. Each woman is different. Probably, they wouldn't even want the same exact things because of those differences between them. But I could give 2 women the same things in general. A true love, a lifetime of loyalty, a hard-working man and provider, a passionate lover, and a man who will risk his life to protect you and give up his life so that you can keep yours if necessary. Then I reminded her, while you are bowing your head and praying to Allah, I am humbling myself and obeying and praying to Allah also. Chapter 20. Akemi was seated on the stairs outside Hyundai Suites. Chiesa saw her first, all the way from the bottom of the block.
Should I walk up there alone? Would that be better?
She asked me. No, we are already walking together, so we shouldn't pretend that we are not, I said. Akemi had her face lying on her knee tops. Her hair was uncovered and hanging down almost to the floor. She was watching as we approached. Her eyes were soft as they always were, soft, mysterious, and a little bit vulnerable. She was wearing a white yukata with a long-stemmed black rose stitched on it in a wicked design. She wore wooden-heeled flip-flops. All of her fingernails had the kanji for Mayonaka. On her toenails were drawn half-moons. She was so subtle in her extreme elegance. Akemi. I came in close and reached my hand out to help her up. As she stood up, Chiesa bowed down, then came up speaking in Japanese. Akemi placed her hand in my hand and kept it there. We were now 3, standing still on the stairs, staring. I saw Akemi's eyes seeing Chiesa's diamond ring and bangles. Akemi said something to Chiesa. Chiesa turned to me and said,
Akemi is asking me if I am your translator. I told her I was.
I'll head upstairs so you two can talk, I said to Chiesa, and gestured to Akemi at the same time. Akemi wouldn't loosen her hand from mine. She tightened it to halt me.
Akemi said to me, if I am your translator, then I should translate.
Chiesa informed me. I looked at Akemi. Her eyes told me she wanted the 3 of us to remain together. Then let's all go upstairs, I said. For privacy, I added. In the elevator, I stood in the middle. They were on opposite sides, leaning on the wall, as though it was the only thing holding them up. Upstairs in our suite, we all removed our shoes. I sat on the bed and leaned against the headboard. Chiesa sat at the small wooden eating table. Akemi moved around in the tiny kitchenette, preparing tea, rice, and soup. She spoke some Japanese to Chiesa. Chiesa translated to me that Akemi said,
For the first time, I feel so frustrated at myself for failing to learn to speak the English language. This was never a problem between Mayonaka and me before.
Akemi was looking at me to let me feel and know that her words were for me. Then she said,
Now I feel myself splitting slowly like a glacier that has a tiny crack that threatens to break into 2 pieces and send both sides drifting over icy water.
Chiesa looked at me.
You see, this is why I love her words. They are like poetry.
Chiesa said softly in English, without a trace of humor. Akemi then turned to Chiesa and expressed the following feelings to her in Japanese, which Chiesa put into English so that I would also hear and understand. Chapter 21. Akemi's voice.
I know why you love my husband. You love him for the same reasons that I love him. Any woman who comes to know Mayonaka will love him just the same. I am not angry that you love him. I have seen many women with either lust or love for my husband in their eyes. I am angry because he loves you. He is loving you while he is loving me. I am also angry at myself because you would never have come to know him if I had been in his life fully and at his side where I belong. I am angry because his love is strong and his love adds, but it never subtracts. So I know that no matter what I do or say, you have become an addition to me and him, a permanent part of us. I am so angry at my father because he caused all of this. He divided a great love, mine and Mayonaka's, and for shallow and stupid reasons. He has kept me away from so many people, family members who love me, or who would have loved me, and I might have also loved, if I had only known them. The love between Mayonaka and me is so intense, but now our love will never be as it was, just he and I. Now it is he and I and you and all our children to come. I feel many children will come because I know him. I'm not going to be mean to you, because I already know that would be useless. It would cause distance between me and my man, and I want to hold him close, so close, so close. I know that you will never leave him, because I will never leave him for the same reasons. So here we are, wedded together somehow. Chiesa, I saw you at Hokkaido. You were impossible for my eyes to miss. I am an artist who appreciates so deeply each beautiful thing in deep detail. I see it. I appreciate it. I remember it. I saw you on a plane, a very beautiful, quiet girl, pretty even while sleeping. I did not know that the girl who I often spoke to over the phone was the one who rode on the plane beside me and Mayonaka. I am crying now, because even when my husband was coming for me, he was with you. What exactly happened between the two of you? I will never know. Whatever it was, it has created a powerful energy and a strong bond and a deep feeling between you two. These facts can never be denied. I saw the passion in your writing on the study cards that you made for him. I saw the love in his eyes as he spoke to you over the phone. I feel his body jerk at the mention of your name. Mayonaka has already told me that he loves me. He tells me that I am number one in his heart, his first love, and he will love me forever. Mayonaka has already told me that he will never leave me, no matter what. Mayonaka has already told me that if he has gone away from me, he will always return to me. He is my husband. I am his wife. I cannot ever separate from his words, from his love, from his body. So if it's okay for you to be number two, then I accept you. Between you and me, woman to woman and wife to wife, we should never have as our goal to destroy one another. It is impossible for me to destroy you without destroying him. It is impossible for you to destroy me without destroying him. We'll share. Honestly though, and hopefully only in the beginning, while he is loving you, I'll be burning. I'll be burning because I know how good it feels. While he is loving you, I'll be burning because I know how good it feels to him. And at that time, it will be you making him feel that good, not me. But when he returns to me and holds me, I will heal each time. From that healing from him, I would do anything. Chiesa, if knowing all of this, my true feelings, the lives I carry from him in my womb, you still want to join us, and I know you will, I accept you. We should become great friends. You and I should become close, but we will never become as close as each of us is to him.
Chiesa's voice.
I love your husband. You are right in almost everything that you've said. True, I can only love him because of you, but not because you were separated from him. During the time that he was looking for you, and I was helping him to find you, our tongues had never touched. He was true to you. More perfect than you could imagine, and more perfect than I ever wanted or expected any man to be. I am embarrassed to say that even though I was a virgin then, and I am still a virgin even tonight, if he would have attempted in one of those nights that he was searching for you, I would have allowed him. But he did not. We used your diary to locate you. Only I could read your kanji, and I was his translator. It was you, then, who brought my heart to him. It was your words, your feelings, your impressions, descriptions, and experiences with him. I fell in love with you first. Then I fell in love with him. It all happened in that order. So yes, that makes me second, when I am used to winning first place and being number one. But what will I have if I pretend to be what I am not? In this love, I am number two. I love and admire you, Akemi, as a woman. I don't hate women, although I know that many women hate every other woman automatically. I also love and admire him as a woman loves a man in the deepest and most intimate of ways. Number two is not less. You are right. It is addition, not subtraction. One is first, and two is the next number over. But two is more than one. It makes one stronger. So here we are with no shame and no sin committed. I am so grateful you have accepted me. Inshallah, over time, you will enjoy me genuinely.
Midnight's voice. I know that if Akemi and Chiesa were American girls, they would have attacked each other. They would have tried to rip each other's hearts out and bloodied as many body parts as possible. They would have burnt down houses and slashed tires and raised up girl armies. They might have even tried to castrate. They would have labeled me a motherfucker, a dog, an animal, a or worse. They would have said that I was crazy or full of myself or full of shit. Both of them would have told me to go to hell. The illest thing, however, that I know for sure from 7 years in America, if they were American girls, they would have both made a scene, fought, and talked a bunch of shit, and refused to marry me, and refused to share. Still, they both would have continued to allow me to fuck them repeatedly, impregnate them, and abandon them while swearing they were both right and both hadn't done anything wrong. I was proud of Akemi and Chiesa. Them being able to stay cool, talk it out, and be reasonable made me love them even more. Call me in the morning, I said. After walking Chiesa downstairs in front of the hotel, I hailed the cab. It pulled over.
I want to spend some time alone with Akemi to make friends,
Chiesa said as I opened the back door for her.
Maybe I could come by early tomorrow,
she said, leaning her face out the window. I knew from experiencing Chiesa during our search for my wife that she was great at making friends and winning over hearts. Chiesa has a purity in her smile and a gentleness in her talk that soothes and brings out the best in people, despite her soul of fire and brave heart. Akemi won't be here tomorrow. She has to go with her grandmother. How about you? I asked her.
I'm good until about 4. Then I'll have to get ready for the banquet. And will you still come at 7 to meet Daddy?
She asked, as though something in me might have changed. Definitely. 7 sharp, I said. She smiled. Meet me at the mosque tomorrow at 10 a.m., I told her, as she was looking up at me with those long lashes and pretty eyes. She seemed unsure, but she said,
Okay, 10 a.m., the mosque, and 7 p.m., the shullah.
I tapped the top of the cab and said, the shullah. His meter was already running. He pulled off. Chapter 22. Uma told me to take my Armani suit with me. I should have listened to her as usual, but I was fresh dressed and more than chillin' for the thriller at the shilla. I was feeling good, extremely calm and peaceful. Meeting the general at his 5-star hotel, squeezed in between his last pressing appointment and his banquet of dignitaries, was just a formality to me. I had already married his daughter Chiesa, the 16-year-old pretty puma of the legal marrying age. I had affixed Uma's signature on my documents, with her permission, of course. Chiesa was swirling with emotions, her entire body pulsating like a heartbeat as she eagerly became my second wife. We wed at the mosque in Idawan under the supervision of Imam Jabril Park and the witnesses he organized on short notice. As far as I was concerned, the general had already given his permission when he and I shook hands at the military property where he had abducted and held me in Busan. Word is born. That's what I believe, and that's what my father and grandfather believe as well. The documents were for the authorities. The ceremony was for the faith. The spiritual permission was all I was truly concerned about. If it was right in Allah's eyes, then it was right for me, period. Chiesa and my heart were probably married before all of that, or perhaps before any words were exchanged between us. Maybe it was when I first saw her sleeping on the plane, or maybe it was much later when it came to me, a thought deposited into my mind. Chiesa, a gift from Allah. I had not gone in her house. I would. When our feelings were at their highest height and we were free to express them, just she and I would go in. I was excited to give her the deepest feeling that could be given to a woman, probably other than childbirth, which I am sure is completely different. I was honored to be the first and only man to break through the skin that separated her from everyone else and brought her closest to me.
We'll tell Daddy together, but wait for me to wink,
She said, speaking of our marriage.
Please promise.
She probably didn't know that I felt so high from having her and Akemi as my own that I would have agreed to almost anything. There was a long line of limos gliding up the long path to the Shilla, and Benzes and Lexuses, and of course Hyundais. The trees were crowded on both sides, like a huge audience gathered for a holiday parade. Slowly, my driver eased past the traditional Korean buildings and beneath the arches that lined the winding road. Each arch was made front intricately designed and painted wood. Turquoise was the dominant color. The tops were curled on the edges, The wicked way old-style Asian roofs were uniquely crafted. When we reached the Hermes shop, I paid the driver and got out. The ride for the next 75 feet to reach the hotel door could take a half hour or more with all the vehicles waiting. I could walk up in less than a minute. Through the revolving door and into an elegant lobby that was a festival of lights, my eyes were moving rapidly, taking it all in. The Korean designers had the eyes for the fine lighting. Everywhere I had gone in Korea, so far, was expertly lit, not with typical lamps or bulky bulbs. At the Shilla, the lights were a series of crystals carefully draped and dangling on an 18-foot slimmer than a kite string. Each delicate crystal glistened from the high ceilings down. Each string hung at different lengths and on different angles. As I stood still, admiring it all, I was mixed in a crowd of tuxedos and fine wear. Women were in elegant gowns as well as sleek dresses and skirts of every length from to ankles. In a small opening, I saw Chiesa staring down at me from the balcony. They were waiting for the elevator, I guessed. I was standing exactly at the agreed location. I wasn't worried about locating the general or him locating me. I was the lone black face in a sea of Asian faces. When he arrived, he would be the second black man in the sea of Asian faces. As one set of elevator doors opened, he came easing out, a muscular and massive man. He was wearing a well-tailored suit, not a uniform adorned with medals. Even that day that he'd sat on the side of his desk, not behind it, besides 6 hand grenades, he was not wearing a military uniform. He shook hands as he moved forward through the crowd. He would stop and exchange a few words with various people who sought his attention. His smile was swift and unnatural, but seemed very useful to him. Chiesa was shielded behind him.
Daddy, here is...
Chiesa introduced us excitedly, yet softly. In his presence, she was like a little girl. She was dressed how American men dress their daughters, in a sleeveless chiffon cocktail dress that delivered the contour of her body and featured her golden skin, full breasts, tiny waist, and long legs. She was the opposite of how she'd been at the mosque today. I wanted to take off my jacket and throw it over her head. I didn't. I told myself to be easy. This was her last concession to him, I was sure.
Baby, go to my room and get my silver cufflinks. I want to change these.
He interrupted her introduction. She looked at him, knowing she was being sent away for a calculated reason. Who shifts from wearing gold to wearing silver and not the other way around? I thought to myself.
Daddy.
She gave a one-word protest.
It's okay. I'll have a man-to-man talk with him,
he told her. I didn't say one word. Just watched her make her way through the crowd, saw her finger press the elevator button, saw a small crowd exit the elevator, and her walk inside just as the doors began to close. Before it shut completely, her eyes locked into mine.
Son,
the general called me. Or maybe he was not a general. Maybe that was just a code name, a cover for something else that he was doing. I took his use of the word son as his acknowledgement of Chiesa's and my relationship. I believed that it would be the only acknowledgement from a man like him, who probably specialized in not acknowledging things.
It's amazing, the power of a party, isn't it?
He began again. I didn't react. I didn't plan on doing too much talking. I showed up for Chiesa, my wife. Just then, an immaculately dressed Korean man stepped up to where the general and I were standing. Quickly, the general greeted him, and they exchanged a few words, all spoken in Korean. I noted that I had now heard the general speak Japanese, Korean, and English, of course. I suspected that this was just a small portion of himself that I had been allowed to see, hear, and know.
Throw a big party where people get to pull up in their limousines and show off their tuxes, shoes, and cufflinks, and the slimiest scum come crawling out of their holes voluntarily. They walk right up in the plain view of their enemy. It works every time. It always has. As far back as the days of Napoleon and even before his time.
The general's eyes kept moving around the room, never landing on me. Yet, he was talking to me strangely.
That's the thing about a formula, son. If it works one good time, you keep it. Don't change even one ingredient. The party is a formula. It works everywhere on the globe. North, south, east, and west. Only the menus and the venues and the costumes change. But that's not a change in the formula. It's a change in the bait,
he said. You and I are both here at this party, sir. I was reminding him and questioning him at the same time. Did he consider the two of us to be men who had swallowed the bait? Or maybe he was only referring to me as the sucker. He laughed.
Always remember, son, the party throwers and the party goers are two separate sets of people. One set is the power. The other set is the meal.
Then I knew he was one of the party throwers. He waved at another set of men across the room. It was a one-hand wave. I thought about Chiesa. What was taking her so long? Or did she plan to stay away to allow her father and me to, quote, get to know one another, unquote? What if your opponent didn't show up to your party? What then? I asked him. I was intrigued by how he was not discussing anything personal about what had transpired between him and me and his daughter. Since he was not asking any questions, I assumed he either did not know anything about our new marriage, or he knew everything and realized that because of the deal he made, he had no control over us.
When you're a superpower, it doesn't matter if one of our enemies doesn't show. Enough of them will. And we also make some allies by laying out the bait. If we are searching for anyone, no matter who he is, no matter how stubborn or smart, and even if he's the one guy in the world who doesn't like the party, we'll still find him. That kind of enemy is simply delaying his capture. He's eating up the military budget. He doesn't realize that there actually is no military budget. No matter how much we spend, there will always be more where that came from. Even the smallest countries spend on the military when they don't have even one grain of rice or one bean for their own people. War is endless.
He smiled and finally turned toward me.
So you see, I picked the right industry.
He was looking straight into my eyes.
Look at these
He said, suddenly shifting his stance and angle. I shifted also. Through the doors moved a line of Asian men, all uniformly dressed in black suits and white dress shirts and hard black shoes. It seemed like they were forming a blockade. They were definitely blocking some of the hotel entrances.
Can you read faces, son?
He asked me.
A man is a fool when he says they all look the same. A superior military man has to be able to read faces swiftly. I'm standing here on this side of the world tonight. I'll be standing in the midst of another party on the other side of the world tomorrow night. Wherever I am, I have to be able to read the faces. One slip up, I could lose my life.
His words were moving me now. I was watching the lineup at the entrance.
Those are some Japanese crashing the party. Sometimes, even when you don't invite a certain enemy, they show up. Look at their faces and check the differences between them and the Koreans and the Chinese and the Vietnamese. To a civilian, there is no difference. To the trained eye, it's obvious. The Japanese always want to form a line. It's an obsessive-compulsive disorder. They'll bow all the way to the floor,
he said, pointing out exactly what both of us were seeing. 15 men in a row, bowing simultaneously with great precision.
They always reveal their rank,
the general said, as one more Japanese man came through the door. Obviously, the same man the others were all bowing down to. I looked at him, and then I looked at the man coming up immediately behind him. It was Naoko Nakamura.
Naoko Nakamura.
I stood still. Why should I move? Then I checked the face of the man standing guard in front of Naoko, and it was Makoto. His eyes scanned the room rapidly. When his gaze landed on me, his look shifted from a simple security check and head count to a knowing glare. Less than 1 second later, his eyeball had been shot out of its socket, and his blood was splattering on his clean white dress shirt. The crowded reception area moved like a wave. Teams of security began revealing themselves and scrambling about. The people didn't scream or shout. It was a low murmur and curious facial expressions.
Don't move, son. Stand right in there. You are in the best seat in the motherfucking house,
he said, but we were standing.
Even though thousands of African-American military gave their lives to secure a free South Korea, if you are in the room among them and something goes wrong, you will be the first accused. So, stand still. We have over 200 witnesses to the fact that we had nothing to do with this mess.
As everyone else entered into a state of confusion, and Nakamura was rushed out the door, and 13 of his 15-man security team followed behind him, while one picked up Makoto and the other his eyeball and wrapped it in a handkerchief. I knew. Maintenance appeared before the ambulance to clean up the blood. One of them picked up the rock that I knew had to be Chiesa's and put it in his pocket as the police arrived at the hotel entrance too late to stop the destruction of the evidence of the crime scene. An argument broke out between the police and the hotel manager, who suddenly appeared in defense of his cleanup crew. An announcement was made that the banquet hall doors were opened and all guests should move inside.
Come with me,
The general said. I followed him into the banquet hall. Chiesa was seated inside, quick like lightning, pretty as a puma. She was calm and smiling, and her hands were steady.
Take care of my daughter, or I'll find you and kill you. It won't be a war game, but the real f***ing thing,
The general said. Those were his last words to me after the banquet and before we parted. Chapter 23. We left Seoul, South Korea, with Akemi's mother, riding in the car on Thursday, the day after Chiesa shot Makoto in the eye. The second time she had shot him, by the way. We were 4 people together, yet we were strangers to one another, all outsiders, all foreigners. The North Korean grandmother was slim but sturdy, with a face that had a pronounced bone structure, making her appear serious, like she was, and revealing the struggles and victories that made up the story of her living. Her hair was jet black, soft, and styled with a precise short cut that made her look and feel feminine, even with her strong bone structure. She wore expensive gold-rimmed glasses with no tint. Her eyes were dark, big, and observant. When I looked into them, I saw softness. There had to be softness inside of her, I thought to myself. After all, she had given birth to Joo Young, who had given birth to my wife Akemi. Her daughter and her granddaughter were both stunning by anyone's standard. She was a cool older woman who didn't let on her true feelings about riding in a car with her Japanese-Korean granddaughter Akemi, who she had just met this week, or Akemi's half-Japanese, half-black co-wife on her Sudanese husband, me. Harmony, which means grandmother in Korean, didn't speak much during the 3.5-hour drive. When she spoke, it was only in Korean, and there were no gestures or explanations to clarify her to me or Chiesa. We reached Busan on Thursday afternoon. For security purposes, Harmony's driver bodyguard checked us into a new hotel before returning to her apartment. It was on the beach where Akemi and I preferred to stay, and which I paid for. She was checking out our temporary home on the water, where we would remain, we thought, for a few days. I moved all the luggage into our rooms as Chiesa walked off with Akemi, heading toward the water. She was, quote-unquote, making friends, which made me feel good. We had 2 rooms. Chiesa and Akemi decided to stay together and allow me to stay in the second room. I smiled. No problem. I had both keys. I took my run on my familiar route down Hyundai Beach right before sunset. My body celebrated the return of the scent and sound of the ocean and the moist sand beneath my kicks as I moved rapidly, faster than a jogger, slower than a sprinter. My water and banana vendor was surprised at my arrival. Then his face switched and he welcomed me back. I made wudu and my prayer on the water before running back through the black sky on the gold sand with the colorful globs of light leading the way. Back in my room, I showered and dressed. I was surprised at the knock on my door. I walked over and opened it. It was Akemi, showered and changed. She was all blue, her headscarf and her dress, which were both a deep, rich blue. The dark colors set off her dark eyes, which were outlined in a heavy black eyeliner. Those eyes looked mischievous and mysterious at the same time.
Akemi is ready for dinner,
She said in soft, perfect English, which made me smile. I knew Chiesa had taught her that one line. The verb was in the right position. I pulled her inside and into me. I hugged her tightly and kissed her face and then her mouth. Her tongue welcomed me first, then she bit me. After a swift, sharp pain, I could taste some blood in my mouth. I looked at her, and she smiled. The look on her face was half guilt, half satisfaction. Playfully, I snatched her up and turned her upside down, holding both of her ankles. Her scarf fell to the floor, and her hair was dangling. She giggled. Then I remembered that I had to be gentle with her, so carefully I laid her down on the floor. I sat on the floor beside her. She was lying on her back. "Are you angry, Akemi?" I asked her. She responded in Japanese whispers while staring into my eyes with an intensity and no humor. I laid down beside her, facing her. She turned away from me. "No love for my Onika?" I asked her in English. She didn't turn to face me and wouldn't respond. I began to rub her hair gently and caress the back of her neck. She wouldn't turn, but I was listening carefully for her breathing to change. I moved my hand beneath her dress and began to caress her body. She must have been angry. She still wouldn't face me. I tiptoed with my fingers under her. See that? I pushed my hand past her butt and around to her long cirrus and pushed my middle finger her without snip. She was really trying to control herself. However, I knew it felt good to her. I know her body well. Then I decided the only way to get a reaction was for me to make her feel good and to suddenly stop. So I did. I stopped stroking her most sensitive spot and withdrew my finger. I reached around to her breast and felt her. It was hard as marble. Her body was giving her true emotion away. I put my hand beneath her petite body and turned her toward me. As soon as our faces met, she accepted my tongue into her mouth. Now we were tonguing passionately. She kept reaching for my hands. I knew she wanted my finger back her without sneak. I kept moving them away from her. I would only give her my tongue. She went wild, crawled on top of me, and bit my nose and my ear and my chin. We tussled. When she felt her name, she cried out passionately. I kept her crushed beneath the weight of my hard body and thrusted her good until she was breathless and moist and smiling and grateful and calm. I wiped her few tears with my fingers. I knew this was part of it all. She would be fine soon. She and Chiesa would become friends and helpers to one another. I would do whatever it took to make Akemi feel and know for sure that she wasn't losing anything. She definitely was not losing me. I knocked on their hotel room door. Chiesa opened it. She looked left and then right.
Where's Akemi?
She asked. She's in my room. She needs a new dress. Can you grab one for me? I asked. Chiesa looked at me for some seconds. I looked straight back into her. She went to the closet and picked out something for Akemi. She handed it to me.
Peko,
She whispered with her hand over her belly. Me too. Give Akemi 20 minutes more, then we'll eat together.
I'm so happy.
Chiesa said.
You don't know how much I miss eating meals with you. Sometimes I was so lonely I cried. My tears fell into my soup. My miso turned sour.
She laughed.
Then I wouldn't eat any more of it.
She was searching me with her gray eyes. She was different, completely unique. She was so excited to have a meal with me. She still had not been kissed, caressed, or in all. I knew her feelings had to be spreading out inside her. I knew she was making sacrifices for Akemi. Akemi, of course, had made a huge sacrifice for her also. Or perhaps it was all for me. Watching them laugh in a dim Japanese restaurant where we all three sat on the floor, our legs folded beneath a low Japanese table, was really something. They both looked so beautiful to me. They were both covered, smiling, eating, and enjoying. I, of course, had no idea what either of them was saying. That was bugged out. I didn't care, as long as they were both mine. I needed the time to eat 3 Japanese dinners so the portions could add up to one normal-sized meal. I thought about Billy, the Senegalese, and laughed. Both Chiesa and Akemi stopped talking to each other and wanted to know what I was laughing about. Mind your business, I told them solemnly. Their faces showed the insult. Then they broke back into their own laughter. Friday morning I got the call. Donghua and I exchanged greetings before he said,
The results are in my hand. Jung-ho is Akemi's father. Akemi is Korean. 100% Korean blood.
He was solemn, yet he had a trace of real excitement in his voice. I understand, I said. I'll explain it to my wife. Please don't contact her about none of this. I'll handle it.
We would like to come and pick her up from you. We'd like her to meet her father, Jung-ho, properly.
Not today, I said. I'm going to have a talk with my wife today. Of course, we'll be ready for the ceremony tomorrow for Akemi's mother.
How about tonight then? It would be good if you and Jung-ho can make peace before the ceremony.
I'll think about it. I'll call you later, I said.
Contact me at the university. It's Friday all over again, so you know my schedule and exactly how to find me.
I got it, I told him. We both hung up. I called their room. Chiesa picked up. I need to talk to you, I said.
I need to talk to you too. I have something to show you.
Chiesa said. Where's Akemi? I asked.
She's eating some leftovers from last night. She says she would go on the beach and do a drawing for hire since you and I are both fasting and she is not. She feels guilty about it.
Chiesa revealed. She shouldn't. She should be in good health to have babies. She is already going through enough emotional changes. I wouldn't force Islam on her. It wouldn't be right. with her mind so cloudy and her emotions so scrambled, it wouldn't be sincere and wouldn't matter.
Did something happen?
Perceptive Chiesa asked. Every day something is happening. I'll come over. After Akemi was situated on the boardwalk, the last strip of cement before the sand, Chiesa and I sat down on the steps nearby, where we could all see each other comfortably. Akemi had already begun drawing, although she had no customer. I figured she was creating something to show her skill to a potential customer who might come along. She was at ease with Chiesa in the daytime. It was the nights that she wanted to belong to her. Wearing my shades that Sudana had gifted me, I told Chiesa, whose eyes were shielded by a floppy hat that couldn't fit properly over all her thick hair, the story of Akemi's family. In detail, I gave her all the missing parts that she had not known or discovered along the way. I even told her the truth about Naoko Nakamura. His background, and how I had suspected ever since I read the unauthorized biography that he might not be Akemi's biological father. When I told her about the paternity test results, and that it had all been confirmed this morning, her mouth dropped open.
So fucking crazy,
she said. I'll need you to tell Akemi the entire story.
No way. It's so personal. It's too touchy. Do you know how the Japanese feel about issues of purity and origin and status?
She asked.
Believe me, they have reminded me enough times that because I am what they call half, I am less and not Japanese.
Fuck them, I said instinctively. I only care about Akemi. She has to know because it's the truth and I don't lie to her. I need you to tell her, explain it in detail. I'll be right there with you. If I could say it myself, I would.
You only care about Akemi, Ryoshi?
Chiesa said, lifting my shades from my eyes. That's not what I meant. I meant if it's a situation of being concerned about how the Japanese think about purity or how the Koreans feel about blood, I don't give a fuck about their prejudices. I care about how all this affects Akemi, I clarified.
I thought...
Chiesa began, and then I interrupted her. Sometimes, don't think. Sometimes, only feel.
Sorry, Ryoshi. I'll do it. I understand. I'll do whatever you want me to do, really. That's how I feel,
she said softly. She sounded true.
That part about her mother being Korean and pretending to be Japanese just to save Akemi? Explosive.
Chiesa exhaled.
My mind is already beginning to assemble the right words to say it all the best way, the softest way, in Japanese. You know, for Akemi to be able to save face.
What did you want to show me? I reminded her.
Oh, it's in my pocket. I won't pull it out right now,
she said, evading. What is it? Tell me. I pushed.
It's a newspaper article about the attack on Nakamura's top security chief at the Shulla.
I smiled. What do they say? I asked.
No suspects,
she said.
They just have a bunch of theories. It seems Nakamura has enough enemies that it's become too confusing for them.
Why did you have a slingshot and a rock on you at the banquet?
I told you I always carry one,
she said. Even when you're wearing a cocktail dress?
Hi,
she said instinctively. Where did you stash it? I asked her. She touched her breasts and smiled coyly. Then I won't ask where you hid the ammunition, I said. She was giving me forbidden urges in the daylight hours in the presence of my first wife. Did you know that Nakamura would show up there? I asked.
No way.
She said.
I was on the balcony watching you and Daddy. I was watching to see if you two were making friends. I was so overwhelmed seeing you two talking and so excited that you actually married me. Then I saw Makoto. You know I have perfect vision,
Chiesa said. I wanted to hug her. I didn't. At 3, we three went back to the hotel. Anyonghaseyo. I told him to sit. I had learned that Korean phrase from Professor Donghua. Akemi sat first. Chiesa followed. I sat me. I sat behind Akemi and pulled her close inside my legs. Her back was to me. Her face was toward Chiesa. I pulled her shoulders back so that she would relax on my chest. I gave Chiesa the signal, and slowly and softly in raspy Japanese, she told Akemi the long story, a story that took just as long as it took Uma to tell me the story of her and my father's marriage. Chiesa was beautiful and gentle, a problem solver, not a problem. She used her eyes and her voice and some sheets of paper with random kanji that she wrote while revealing it all. It was a tragic story, but Chiesa's voice still soothed and aroused me. Perhaps because I did not know the meaning of the words. When Chiesa finished, she asked me,
Ryoshi, can we make the prayer and have some water?
Of course I agreed. Chiesa said something to Akemi in Japanese. Akemi was still in the sad days. The sun has set. I washed my nose, mouth, and face, hands, and feet first. Chiesa followed. We said the prayer together as Akemi lay on the bed. I phoned Donghua and told him that we should meet tomorrow at the ceremony. He gave me all the information. I wrote it down in my pocket-sized notebook. I left and got takeout and carried it back to my room for the three of us. Later that same night, I grabbed Akemi up and took her to my bed. Chiesa had already gone back to their room. After the crazy night of being kidnapped and dropped into a war game, Akemi had licked my wounds. Now I will lick hers and rock her into a deep and comfortable sleep. At 11 p.m., I went out.
Where you going?
Chiesa asked me when I knocked on her room door and asked her to stay with Akemi while I headed out. I'll be back, I told her. Chapter 24. I took a taxi to Busan University to the address printed on a flyer. When I had picked up the takeout, I hit up Black Sea. I told him I would come through for him to be on point and to make sure that I didn't have any trouble with the campus police or any police for that matter. When my taxi pulled up, someone was there to greet me.
Anyong,
He said,
for Black Sea, right?
He took me straight into the building where the party was happening. The lights were dimmed, but not off like in the Brooklyn party. The place was packed, and the sound system was right. They were booming music. It was Time to Get Ill by the Beastie Boys. Although a few girls were dancing with girls, nobody had to tell these Korean cats to dance with the girls. They were on the floor, and most of the couples had rhythm. They didn't ride the female bodies like Brooklyn, but they came up close enough to feel the attraction and spit their game, whatever it was. Across the room, I could see Black C in the DJ booth, politicking like he wanted to influence the DJ to spin the records he chose. His man was behind him, holding a crate of vinyl. I walked past Sarang, the black Korean girl from the record shop. She was leaning on the wall alone. She saw me and called out,
"Manager!"
I kept it moving. I don't talk to other men's women. They wouldn't have a chance to talk to mine. In the booth, I gave Black C £1. We embraced. It was strange to see how happy my showing up at his jam made him appear to be.
You showed up?
He said, smiling.
Man, I appreciate that.
He said, before introducing me as his Chingoo to all of his friends I hadn't met yet. I smiled to myself, wondering if in translation that was the same thing as Amir calling me my n***, or Chris calling me brother. The DJ reached back in time and threw on some break beats. Black C gathered up his crew as different ones of them started stepping out from the crowds where they had been camouflaged. All the regular partygoers cleared out to make room for Black C and his boys to perform. I could tell they had made a name for themselves, as the dance floor was now theirs, and the crowd around them began to swell. The DJ threw on some electric funk. Black C's crew went to work transforming into dancers dressed like homeboys, but whose bodies had 5 times more joints than the average human. He was dancing for his girl. I understood. She let him rock for a while before the beat lifted her feet from the floor and teleported her over to her man. She struck a pose, and her powerful body started moving in ways it didn't seem like her tight jeans would allow. Her whole body pulsating now, she wowed the whole room easily. She was the only African Korean female, wasn't shy, and had more rhythm than the whole place combined. She spun on her black Converses with the silver laces, twisting her body. When she stopped spinning, her legs were interlocked like a New York pretzel. When she released them, she went into a move that finished with a headstand more daring than yoga, with 10 times the hype. She was all smiles. The fellas all bigged her up, which led them to bigging Black C up. The Korean girls whispered in each other's ears and watched with no option to do anything else besides to be amazed. Curtis Blow's Super Sperm and the Fat Boys, Grandmaster Flash, Spoonie G, and the Sugar Hill Gang all got some burn before I got ready to break out. You not playing with her, are you? I asked Black C when it was just him and I standing there. He said, borrowing from my way of talking.
I'm not.
Yakusoku, he said, like, I swear. I only stayed for an hour and a half. I didn't mess with any girlies, not even the 1 or 2 trying to mess with me. Black C accompanied me out of the party, which wasn't over yet. His girl followed him into the light. When we got outside the door, I saw his bruises. What happened? I asked him.
Oh, nothing.
He said. It looks like something, I said.
You said I would have to fight for love. This right here is from a Boji.
He said, meaning he got pounded on by his father. You introduced her to your parents?
Yes.
He smiled. What about that black eye? I asked him. He turned and pointed to his girl.
Her little brother did that,
he confessed. I guess I have to teach you how to fight, I told him.
How else were you making in New York?
He smiled.
You don't look like a scientist no more, I joked. Good for you, I said.
His girl was smiling also. I got a cab and went back to my wives. Chapter 25. The ceremony was emotional. It was the same as if Ju Young, who had died years ago, had died just yesterday. It was not only heavy on my wife Akemi, but each person in attendance seemed weighed down with sorrow. I thought about the love that must be inside these people, even the ones who had not seen Ju Young since she was 15 years young, which was 16 years ago, seemed shocked and overwhelmed. I thought about how I knew more about Ju Young than many of the people gathered on the ferry, where the ashes were scattered in the sea. I thought about how uneasy a person would feel in their soul without knowing the missing pieces to a complicated story about someone they truly loved. I felt for the grandmother, whose posture was solid like a wall, but who still shed so many silent tears. She was Ju Yun's mother. How much has she gone through? I thought about war. I thought about love. I thought about how the general has said there is no budget for the military. War is endless. Dong Hua stepped away from the side of his grieving wife and over toward me. His steps were steady, but the boat was rocking on the current of the sea.
This is Yang you are seeing and hopefully also feeling right now. When we Koreans love, we love forever, no matter what. Our country has been warred on for thousands of years. Our people have been attacked, colonized, ruled by dictators. Our families have been under pressure. There have been many circumstances that have separated one Korean from another. Even though we are separated by space and time, we are still loving that person and waiting or fighting or praying for their return. Whenever we are reunited, our love is as though they never left. They are welcomed back into the family and we continue on.
He thought he was describing a love so thick and intense that it was exclusive to Korean people. Yet I had heard these words from my own father in the past. I had felt that kind of love from him and Uma and my entire family. I walk with that same kind of strong love myself. I didn't express that to him. I didn't think this was the time. But I understood what he was saying, the position he was in, the love he had for his own wife, as well as his effort to welcome me, while still defending his family from me, just in case I matched a bad image that he may have held in his mind. The atmosphere moved me to shake hands with Akemi's Korean father. I even spoke the word Jesuhamida, an apology for knocking him down to the floor and punching him in his face. I didn't feel like I lost anything as a man by apologizing to him. It was the difference between having the information and not having the information. If I had known he was her father, I would not have put my hands on him. But since I didn't know, I did. He wasn't focused on me. He accepted my apology. His hardened face revealed that he was a man with many worries, the least of them the fight that we had. Akemi's young, sensuous eyes had seen so much. I knew her feelings and her experiences, being born and raised in Japan as a Japanese girl and living and believing it, was an incredible story that only she herself could ever tell precisely and properly and in her own soft voice and manner. Perhaps she would never tell it, opting to put it into a series of detailed drawings instead. I knew my wife's heart well. She was standing there on the boat as it rocked on the deep waters, still sorting out her love and anger for the only father she has ever known, Naoko Nakamura.
Naoko Nakamura.
I knew that she was surrounded by new faces of blood relatives who love her. Yet, despite it all, she still loved Naoko. Meanwhile, her eyes were surveying and capturing the image and perhaps even the soul of her true blood father, Jung-Oh. As I watched my first love, first wife's emotions churning, I knew I would be here in Busan for days longer than I had ever planned. A couple of days later, Chiesa and Akemi had made their peace. Perhaps Akemi felt connected to her now because of the way that Chiesa took the time to explain so well the missing pieces of Akemi's life. Maybe it was because Chiesa held her hand and stayed by her side and slept in her bed beside her. Maybe it was because Chiesa and Akemi shared a common native language. Or because Chiesa was doing what Josna might have done if she were here. Or maybe it was because Akemi could now see what I already saw in Chiesa. When Akemi asked to go and stay with Son Young and her grandmother for the remaining days before our flight back to the United States, I knew that was her gift to Chiesa. She would allow the inevitable to happen while surrounding herself with her grandmother's and aunt's love. Chapter 26.
For the next 3 days, think only of Chiesa.
Chiesa said.
Can you do that for me?
It's Ramadan. You and I have to think of Allah.
Okay, after sunset, can you think only of me as my wedding gift?
That's easy.
Is it?
She asked. I think about you all the time anyway, and I did from when we first met.
You did?
When I saw you asleep on the plane, I thought to myself, she is like a blue diamond. Chiesa was smiling.
A blue diamond?
She repeated softly. Yeah. If someone ran up on a blue diamond, they'd stare at it for a while. Then somehow, even if their eyes moved away for a second, they would look right back at it again and again.
Is it just about how I look?
She asked me. Nah. But that's part of it, no doubt. If I looked over in that plane seat and saw a female who couldn't fit in the chair with a face of a monster and feet like a kangaroo, I doubt we'd be standing here together like this. She laughed at my joke and then said,
But what if she was a really nice girl?
We both laughed. She had to know that I loved her mind and the way she expressed her thoughts. She had to know that I loved her courage, her heart, and her soul. I liked that you were so pretty, but that it seemed like you had no idea that you were.
Oh, I see.
She said, thinking.
In Japan, people don't treat me as though I'm pretty or special in any way. At least not in a good way.
She said, that's good. I like that. They made it better for me. When I take you back to Brooklyn, there won't be a cloth that could cover and conceal you enough to hide your beauty from the hood motherfuckers. Maybe I'll get you one of those joints from Afghanistan, I said with a serious face. But I was joking.
You mean?
She said slowly. Yeah, like that. It goes over your entire body, and there is a small screen for you to see out of and for no one to see in, I gestured.
You don't scare me, Ryoshi.
She smiled.
I love my zuken. If I could wear the face garment of a ninja, I can wear an abaya or hijab easily.
Who taught you those words? I asked her, smiling.
The woman in the mosque who helped me to learn how to wrap my hair said the proper name for the head covering was hijab. I liked the sound of that word, so I remembered it. My father showed me once how women in Afghanistan dress. He said I should never be like them.
She said. Are you like them now? I asked her.
Even back then, I thought those women were beautiful and special. I didn't say it to Daddy, though.
She paused.
My father means well.
We're not talking about him. We are thinking only of Chiesa, I reminded her.
Aunt Tasha said something like what you said a moment ago.
Here we go. What did the famous or infamous Aunt Tasha say now? I played.
She said that I wouldn't survive a second in Harlem without the street hustlers eating me up.
Chiesa was looking into me for my reaction. That might be the first thing Aunt Tasha said that was true, I joked.
That's not the only thing, Ryoshi. Aunt Tasha is so good.
Chiesa defended and pleaded. What does Aunt Tasha know about some street hustlers? I asked.
She lives on Striver's Row,
Chiesa said, as though that should tell me something. Striver's Row? I repeated.
in Harlem. You know it, don't you?
Nah, I said truthfully.
What kind of New Yorker wouldn't know Striver's Row? Aunt Tasha talks about the history of it all the time.
So when you visit Aunt Tasha, what happens? I asked. My chest felt tight.
What do you mean, what happens? Nothing. She just loves me. She has 4 sons and no daughter. She's my father's sister, so she treats me as her daughter.
What happens about the street hustlers who she said would eat you if they saw you? I pushed.
I don't get to visit Aunt Tasha often. When I do, I can't stay there for long. I always have a really busy schedule with martial arts, ninja camp, tutors, school, and work.
She said. What about when you do visit Aunt Tasha?
Oh, that can't happen. That's why she never lets me out. She keeps me in the house with her, and we have our own world in there. When we go out, she takes me to really cool places and teaches me things. She never lets me sit on a stoop, like you New Yorkers call it.
Chiesa explained. I like Aunt Tasha, I told her. Am I gonna have to beat down all 4 of her sons? I tested. Chiesa laughed.
I already thought of that.
Chiesa, quick like lightning, said.
Aunt Tasha is a church lady, and she is gonna absolutely flip or faint or both when she sees the changes in me and listens to my new words and thoughts and beliefs. But I decided once they all see how serious I am and how I'm studying the Quran first before taking the Shahada and how much I love you, really, really a lot, they will accept you and me and respect our way.
I looked at my woman, my wife, so beautiful, all the way through the skin and flesh and bone and into her soul.
How come you never kissed me?
She asked softly, her mood changing. I smiled. You really want to know?
Hi.
She said. I knew that if I started kissing you, I wouldn't be able to stop myself. I might even lose my mind. So when I do kiss you, I gotta take you someplace where it's good and safe and all right for me to lose my mind and to give you my whole self. 'Cause you're Chiesa, a whole woman, not a half, right? I said, quoting her. Her eyes widened, then melted. Besides, a smart man has to think carefully before he touches you. You're a little dangerous, I teased her.
Dangerous?
She asked. Yeah, you like to play with knives and your father plays with guns. A man has to ask himself, is Chiesa worth my life? Then a man might decide that some other girl is much easier to deal with.
But you're not that kind of man, Ryoshi.
She said swiftly, and at the same time seemed to just be realizing that I was actually saying that she is worth my life and any confrontation that loving her might bring to me.
My father that night, when he saw my ring and the gold bangles that you placed on my wrist, he just stared. I waited for him to say something, but he didn't. Later that night, he called my grandfather. They had a long talk. Grandfather told my father that he had already known that the tall, dark, and handsome boy had captured Chiesa's heart. Grandfather assured Daddy that the boy has a fearless soul and would take our Chiesa away.
Your father told you about his conversation with your grandfather? I asked Chiesa.
No, my grandfather told me about their conversation. I called him right after he and Daddy talked. Daddy left out, and I called Grandfather.
Quick and clever, Chiesa admitted.
Early the next morning, my father called my mother. I knew what that meant.
She said in a serious but soft tone. What did it mean? I followed.
Well, the two of them never speak to one another, sadly. If they do speak on occasions, it's usually to blame one another concerning who is responsible for something Chiesa had done.
That happened on your watch.
Sometimes my father would say to Okasan, or my mother would blame Daddy for not seeing your daughter as often as you should, then spoiling her terribly when you do.
Chiesa gave a quick, nervous laugh. So whose fault is it? I asked Chiesa. Me and you? Who's to blame that we're together? I asked her.
It's not a fault. It's fate, and it's a fact.
She said solidly. I'd like to thank your mother. I want to meet her and thank her, I said calmly.
For what?
Chiesa said, pushing me playfully. First, I want to thank her because she brought you into the world. I want to thank her for forcing you to do ballet.
Ballet?
Chiesa raised her voice. Of course, ballet made your legs so pretty, I said calmly. She lowered her eyes. I want to thank her for your eyes and those long eyelashes, for your small waist, and for her not knowing how to comb your hair, I said. Chiesa fell over with laughter. Seriously, your hair is wild and you're wild, but you're pure and I like all of it. We sailed in the hired yacht cruiser with 2 white sails and 1 wicked red sail in between to an almost deserted island called Somemudo. The Lady in Red was the name of the pretty vessel. It wasn't expensive. It was a short trip across the South Sea from Hyundai Beach in Busan. Korea has hundreds of tiny islands. I knew they must all have something unique going on. There had to be something attracting and pulling people to them. Whenever I went running on the beach, I saw the boats flowing back and forth. I had asked the fisherman on the pier, "Where can I take my girl to make her love me more?" He smiled.
Sarang.
He said, meaning
Love?
Then he pointed over to the waters.
Samemulo.
That same morning, I negotiated a small fee with a captain whose yacht I always saw docked more than moving. Eagerly, he agreed to take us over. He welcomed us nicely, made us comfortable, and promised to return for us at the agreed-upon time, 3.5 days later.
How come places are more beautiful when humans haven't rearranged them?
Chiesa asked me. We were both staring at the reddest, jagged-edged rocks, the bluest sky, the greenest grass, and into the forest as we climbed out of the transparent waters swarming with colorful sea life. "Come on, we have to find a hotel," I told her.
We don't have a reservation.
No. Everything that happens here will be whatever you and me make happen.
So fucking cool. Hotel.
A little Korean lady said, shaking her head back and forth to say no, and placing her hands across one another to say
None. Sarang?
she said. She was asking if Chiesa and I were in love. Chiesa held out her hands, showing the woman her wedding ring and bangles.
Honeymoon.
Chiesa said with a soft pride. The lady smiled. She had a tan face, a black afro, and tilted teeth. She touched Chiesa's hand, then held it to lead the way. Chiesa looked back at me and said,
See? I'm already making friends.
In the bungalow in the woods was where we laid our luggage, surrounded by forest and the sound of the sea. It was not a hotel or condo or motel or rental. It was the home of the woman who waited by the waters for the boats to come in, hoping she could make a few won if she could convince someone to stay. There was no bed and no kitchen. The cooking area was an outdoor oven and grill. There was no bathroom. The toilet was a short walk to an outdoor structure. The shower was also on the side of the bungalow in the yard. The yard was not a real yard. It was the forest. "We can leave and go somewhere else. I'm sure they have to have a hotel somewhere," I told my wife.
This is perfect.
Chiesa said. I paid the woman her full asking fee. She bowed, using only her head, mourned a few times, which sent Chiesa into bowing. The woman pointed out the pillows, blankets, and mosquito nets, pots and pans, hot plate for indoors, rice cooker, and chopsticks. She led us outside and showed us the water well and the shower head, the wood pile and the tool shed, and the lanterns to light up the yard at night. Then she immediately made herself disappear. We organized and settled. Exploring, I followed Chiesa through the woods. I knew she didn't like snakes. I didn't tell her, but when we first arrived on the walk over, I spotted one. It was medium length and green and blended in like a leaf. When we left the forest and faced a field of camellia flowers, Chiesa bolted. She started running at top speed. I chased her. She was quick and swerving to outmaneuver and outdistance me. I picked up my speed. I wanted to catch her, and I didn't want to catch her. She was burning off some energy that she probably had bottled up from being unusually still over her past days visiting Korea. I was getting closer to her heels and was excited by her ways. I caught her, snatched her back by her waist, and tossed her into the flowers. She laid there, breathing hard. I stood over her. "There are snakes in the grass," was all I said. She jumped right up and chased me back to the bungalow, talking the whole time she was running about how she's not afraid of snakes.
I feel free,
she said. We were back inside our bungalow.
There is no one, just Kieza and her husband.
I sat on the floor, dry and laid out from our run. I watched her sort through her clothes that were folded inside her duffel. She chose a short dress, grabbed the soap and a washcloth, and left. From the bungalow window, I watched her unwrap her scarf and unravel her two pretty braids and shake her hair into a wild, thick, and long mane. With her hands crisscrossed, she tucked her pretty fingers below her tee and eased it over her head and tossed it to the side. She unclipped her bra from the front, and her breasts, the size of mangoes, seemed to leap out. They were firm and soft, nicely shaped and golden with deep dark brown nipples. Her waist was small and tight. Her shoulders were the most beautiful I had ever seen. They were slim and toned and cut and feminine and outlined perfectly from years of arching back and firing off her bows. Her pants were open now, and with both hands she peeled them away from her hips. They dropped down to her ankles. She bent over to step out of them one leg at a time. Her panties were tiny, stretched over her smooth and round backside. The delicate lace stitching was slipping and began hiding in the crease of those soft cheeks. She didn't see me watching her from the bungalow window, the same as she didn't see me the first time in the mosque. Yes, she sees everything. Perfect vision. She turned on the shower water. I spun her around. She was all wet. She cleaned the water from her face like a swimmer coming up for air. I pulled the lace and rolled her panties over her hips and yanked them down to her ankles. She lifted one pretty foot and then the other. I tossed them. I looked up at her and into her eyes. They were flooded with a mixture of love, curiosity, and desire.
Ryoshi,
she said when I stood facing her at full length and thickness. I pushed her back against the bungalow, held one hand on her waist and the other on the back of her neck. My joint was now pressed against her thigh. I leaned in closer. Her lips parted and her breath escaped. I slid in and tongued her gently. The inside of her mouth was warm. Her tongue wasn't in a rhythm with mine at first, so I slowed mine and maneuvered hers until it flowed and felt right. Then I could feel her body relaxing. Her mouth started moving with a hunger. We sucked one another's tongues. When I pulled back some, she moved forward, and her tongue was bringing me back inside her. I could feel her mangoes pressed against my bare chest. I sucked her neck. Her breathing picked up and aroused me more. The warm water continued showering over our bare bodies.
Oh my God, Ryoshi,
she whispered in my ear. I slid my hand down the center of her body and paused. I just stroked the outside lightly, separating hairs to get to touch the opening. She began breathing faster. I could feel the fire from within her rising and heating up her skin. Gently, nearing it from Supa, but only slightly. I said, and she screamed out loud. I stepped back and looked at her. She covered both her eyes with her pretty hands. She held them there and suddenly squeezed her pretty thighs together.
Oh my God, that feels so good,
She said dramatically, as though she could not believe it was happening to her. I turned off the shower. I moved in close to Kieza and squatted down, petted her piso, and her thighs relaxed again. I parted the hairs and divided her speliso and house. She was on the ground now, my tongue licking and lips locked until she let loose. When I looked up, her whole body was trembling, her pretty rositas shaking, her deep brown lips were raised up high. Her eyes were closed and she was sucking her bottom lip. I pulled up beside her. I began caressing her left uterus and sloping the knee gently. She spread her legs open. I got on top and over her, positioning the head up and pulled back and pushed and pulled back. And when it felt too good to me to control the rhythm that way, I heard her sniff. She moaned and breathed in. She exhaled. I pulled back and I sniffed her again. She whined. Again, breathed in, and then exhaled. And out, and in deeper each time. I could feel her soul parting and pulsating, massaging me and allowing me all the way. I could feel all work go from narrow, tight, and resistant to eased and welcoming to hungry and greedy. Now I could only hear sounds of pleasure escaping from her lips. I had one hand on the ground and the other in her hair. I didn't realize I was pulling it, yanking it. Her hips were moving beneath me now. She was feeling it and grooving with it now. We were grinding in the grass. She eased her ballerina legs around my back. I could no longer think, narrate, control, direct, or resist. Her peace was bliss, and I had lost my mind. When I showered, Kieza, my wife, I eased off. There was a stream of blood running and smeared over her left thigh. I reached for her tiny white tee and used it to wipe up her blood. I planned to keep the bloody shirt just like that without ever rinsing the blood away. I lay flat on my back facing the sky now, She threw one ballerina leg over and rolled right on top of me. She began kissing my face with her pretty lips as though she was thanking me without words. She threw her arms around my neck. She screamed one Japanese word,
Subarashi!
and then whispered with her lips pressed to my ear and said,
Ryoshi, I love you. You make me feel so good.
She licked my ear. I don't know what we both imagined we would do on that island. Whatever it was, all we did was love one another. Of course we did little things like eat after Chiesa shot a chicken with her arrow and I plucked it, cut and cleaned it, and grilled it. We played in the forest, ran together, and raced to nowhere.
Run!
She told me as she took aim at me with her arrow. Woman, don't be crazy, I told her, but she was serious.
I like a live target best,
She said, and let off her arrow over my head. I liked the adrenaline rush and started running. I just pretended I was back in my Brooklyn hood, running from the police after a block party got shut down. I was dodging and zigzagging. She was firing off those arrows repeatedly, just missing my head each time till they were all gone. Then she chased each arrow down and I began chasing her. I know you could have hit me if you tried, I exposed her.
Then who will make love to me?
She said, switching from assassin to temptress. In the middle of the late night, I spread out my sleeping bag. Get in, I told her.
There are blankets,
She said softly. Get in, I said again. I zipped us inside.
Ryoshi, you really do love me, don't you?
I just hugged her up. Having her naked inside my sleeping bag was a fantasy, a dream I had on the rooftop in Hokkaido. Now we were in a warm, darkened hut on an island where only 50 people lived. As my hands rode her curves and as she kissed me everywhere in an explosion of emotion, it had become real. We were just touching, not speaking, not grinding. We were winding down to a sleep, I thought.
Ryoshi, when did we fall in love? I try to pinpoint the exact moment in my mind.
Chiesa said to me. We both fell in love at different times, I said sincerely. Also, I think a man could fall in love at one time, but not acknowledge it to himself until later on.
Tell me.
She asked. I was stroking her skin while thinking. My hand paused on the lower back right before the curve of her behind. The moonlight was streaking through the window, cutting through the darkness in our bungalow, but revealing only Chiesa's incredible eyes. I fell in love with you at the Senegalese restaurant in Tokyo, I told her.
Really?
She asked.
Why there?
Because you were so beautiful and completely quiet. You were surrounded by men, but you weren't flirting. They all knew you were a precious gem, but that they could not have you because you were mine. She moved her hand into the inside of my leg and left it there. Besides, you killed them all by throwing those darts into the bullseye like it was nothing to you. She laughed a bit.
Ryoshi, you killed them. You had already beaten them at their own game on their board.
She said with soft excitement.
So when did you acknowledge it, your love for me? You said it was at a separate time.
She asked me again. She was very curious, but now she was playing in my... Aroused, I slid my middle finger her without snip, touching her Her accelerated breathing was background music to my true response to her. When I was in Busan and you were on a telephone speaking to me, when I couldn't even get my words right. When I asked if you were still fasting and you said yes, that sealed it for me. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I swelled up to a full thickness and full length then. She knew it. Her hand touched it, and she moved her fingers away. I eased out before she could explode. I guess she didn't want to seem greedy. She didn't crawl on top of me, but her heart was beating in her piece. I was greedy for her. I moved in the tight space of the sleeping bag that was designed for one body. When I was on top, the pretty puma said,
Yes, please, me.
Dirty mouth girl, I called her. We were grinding. My sleeping bag was puffing up like a hot air balloon without body heat and heavy breathing. We awakened, sticky and glued together. Sunrise came without notice. We showered separately and then we made the prayer. We had no early morning meal or water. In the daylight, we prayed and read Quran together but separately. Kieza's mind was so sharp. She read slowly and thoughtfully. She would explain her interpretations clearly and ask me about my understanding. It seems she compared each line to her own life and experiences or what she thought she might face in the future. I am a Muslim man and I loved her independent thinking. It was both respectful and beautiful to me. It revealed that she was not simply acting or going through the motions for my sake. She was searching for a meaning, and she was sincere. Later, she showed me how to drive a motorcycle on a broke-down, half-rented, half-borrowed motorbike. After an hour of training, I was riding her. She was on the back with her face pressed against me as we toured the tiny island. We stopped here and there and bought some rice and vegetables and a few small items for her to cook after sunset. I would not eat from her hands before, but I would eat from hers tonight, eagerly. Right before sunset, we stood on the pier facing the towering lighthouse, but more fascinated by the trail of pinks and oranges that the sun was painting as it prepared to set. We both had handmade fishing rods. The fishes acted in my favor and got hooked on my line and not hers. Kieza cheered for me. The sound of her voice pierced our silence and drove the fishes away. It wasn't a problem. We'd share my medium-sized catch.
I can eat it raw or fry it up nice how you New Yorkers like it,
She said, squatting down and looking up toward me, her eyes sparkling and her smile so pure that her soul was shining. After our prayer, we lit the lanterns. She cooked the fish after I cleaned them up nice. She wore shorts so short she would never wear them any place again, except on a nearly deserted island in the woods in the presence of only her husband. She crushed a dry chili pepper, added chopped onions and garlic, salt, and a splash of vinegar, and made me some hot sauce. The strong scent drifted on the night breeze. She coughed.
We Japanese don't need this sauce, but you Africans do.
She joked. Yeah, us Africans do, I told her. She set everything out nicely. We ate on a short wooden table. Her meal tasted super fresh and was more delicious to me because she made it, because we were outdoors, because we were alone, because the fire of the lantern was blazing, and because my feelings for her were growing and spreading. In the bungalow with 2 buckets of water and her sponge, we washed each other's bodies. Afterward, she pulled a small bottle of olive oil out of her duffel. I watched. She saw me watching and said,
"You'll see."
She began dripping it onto my chest and rubbing it onto my shoulders and spreading it over my arms. I lay back and she oiled my stomach and legs and feet. The soles of my feet, feeling her feminine finger, sent a sensation throughout my body. She lay on me and began sliding her body back and forth. "You want some more?" I asked her.
"Oil is expensive. I'm trying to get some oil for me off you,"
she said coyly. I sat up. We were facing one another now. "Come here," I told her. I began spreading the oil on her incredible pretty shoulders and arms. I spread the oil over her breasts, and her lips parted and began breathing seductively. I squeezed each breast with a slight roughness, and she pulled in even closer to me. Still facing her, I was now moving the oil over her back and down to her buttocks. Aroused, she raised her hips and grabbed my joint and heard our snitch and began to move her hips around. It was a soothing and sensual grind in the silent place other than the sounds of nature and of our own moaning. She had me moaning. She really got me. I was completely open. I liked the way she kept kissing me all over, even after she had and shaken and settled. We were hugged up, our naked bodies facing one another and pressed together. Her slim arms were wrapped around my neck as though she never wanted to let go.
"Do you want to know when I fell in love with you?"
Chiesa asked me. I didn't speak. I was too caught up in the feeling. So she continued.
"My eyes were closed. I was on the plane and you were standing over me. I could feel your eyes moving over my skin. I fell in love with that feeling of you looking over me as I pretended to sleep. I was listening to the sound of your voice. Anytime anyone asked you a question, you would turn the question around on them and ask about me instead. I like that feeling."
She paused. Then she pulled away a bit and said,
"Then, you know who asked you for something and you said,
"Everything I have, I'm planning to keep."
That was it for me. I think that is the greatest thing a man can ever say and really do with a woman. For him to really plan to keep her for a lifetime and love her well. No divorce or abuse or any of that. Just love."
So when you came to my hostel, Shinjuku Uchi, and sat down on my bed, you already loved me? I checked her.
"Well, no. I didn't acknowledge it then."
She said. She was quite clever. "When did you acknowledge it?" I followed up.
"When I was riding my horse at full speed, I used to think that is the greatest feeling in the world. But I was riding and my tears were spilling all over and blurring my vision. I missed you so much. I realized nothing would ever feel good anymore if you didn't come for me."
Sometimes, when it comes to women, a man needs a push. You came to Korea. That was the push, I confided.
"I waited for you to invite me. When you didn't, my father invited me to cheer me up. What if Daddy hadn't flown me over? What if I didn't come?"
She asked. "You came," I said. I kissed her lips softly. We were tonguing and touching all over again. I know she wanted me to say something strong and deep and true to her. I would, when I was ready and could speak it out loud naturally. For now, I was just loving her, and she was loving me back. At sunrise, we were up and cleaned and in prayer. We hadn't overslept or missed suhoor, our breakfast meal. After the noon sun reached its hottest point and then declined some, We climbed mountains together. It seemed that nature had become a huge part of our love naturally. I didn't want to think about Brooklyn or cement or buildings or guns when I was with Chiesa. It was so easy to push those thoughts away. She was always surrounded in the most natural, beautiful scenery, and I was there with her. She even made her weapons from nature. When we reached the top of the mountain, she sat down and placed her pretty palms against the rocks.
They're hot. I wonder how that would feel,
she said curiously. Then she turned her head to the sky. I was watching her. It was impossible, but it seemed as though I could see the sun browning her golden face right at that exact moment. Her eyes were closed, and she was so silent for a while. What are you thinking? I asked her.
I was thinking that if anyone ever tries to harm Ryoshi, I will sever his head from his neck with my katana, my longest and sharpest blade.
Her eyes were still closed, and her words were spoken without humor. They were swirling in my mind and stirring in my chest. It's my job to protect you, Chiesa, I told her solemnly. Staring at the sky, I could see only her pretty profile.
We will protect each other, and Chiesa Hyoku Brown will never betray you in life, in love, or in war.
She said the heaviest words with the lightest tongue and softest sound. We prayed together and broke our fast for the day with water and sweet tropical fruits that made her lips pucker. In the backyard between two lanterns, I washed her hair with some shampoo that smelt like strawberries. Later we washed our clothes outdoors behind the bungalow in a huge round bucket filled with water. We did it Korean style. We washed our clothes with our feet. Wearing a thin silk dress and no panties, she began hanging our clothes on the clothing line that I ran across our bungalow. I came up on her from behind. I began to move the soft cloth of her short dress and use it to caress her. I moved both hands around front and squeezed her breasts. She pulled her hands down from the clothing line gracefully like the ballerina she is. She turned to me and pressed her body against mine.
Ryoshi, how come we can't stop f***ing?
She asked me softly. We both smiled. Because we don't want to, I told her.
Oh my God,
she was whispering. We were on the floor now, beneath the dripping wet clothing. I held her long leg over her head and turned it so.
Oh my God.
Late night, in our bungalow, I could feel in her emotion and in her body that this was our third and last night together on our island. It was a warm night, without the familiar relief of a night breeze. I was working out. She was reading. She looked up from a book.
It's a powerful thing, this love. It can make your whole world shift. How will I go back to Japan?
She asked suddenly. It shot a shock through my body, even though I already knew that she was scheduled to begin flight school next week. I didn't tell her straight out that I wanted her to come to New York with me, that she is my wife now and belonged at my side with me. I knew that was the only right way, but even when I repeated it to myself, it sounded unreasonable because of all of the loose ends she had left behind, without knowing that she would see me in soul and that I would step up, be honest and bold and true enough to make her my wife. Now I felt panic. I felt so close to her, I was not worried even one bit about her loyalty to me. I felt certain she would never allow any other man, I was sure Still, I couldn't break up, as she once called it. I couldn't have her on one side of the world and me on the other because I love her and had loved her from the moment I saw her and loved her every second afterward and loved her even more right now, this second.
Ryoshi,
Was all she said. I was sitting on the floor thinking deeply after pulling up out of a sit-up. She had come behind me and was now seated there, her lips against the back of my neck. Her legs were opened. My body was seated between them. She pressed her breast against my back. She linked her fingers together on my stomach, holding me from behind. She would kiss my neck, wait for some seconds, and kiss my neck again. I turned to face her, throwing my legs over hers. Then inside of Kieza's mouth was warm and soft and clean and fresh. Her kisses had somehow become as passionate as her The feeling of love and motion and the pull of her tongue, her sucking and breathing, and the sincerity of her intent blew my mind and moved my soul. The intensity frightened me. As I began sucking her neck and moved my kisses across her beautiful collarbone, she said,
suck them for me.
Her left hand was holding her left open between her pretty fingers. She pulled her dress up. I pulled it over my head and tossed it. I began opening us softly at first, then pulling more. She began to moan. Her words,
suck them for me,
repeated in my mind, rising up the heat in me so strong. I flipped her over and kissed the back of her neck, moving my kisses down over her spine. The back of her body was cut and curved so crazy, her butt so round and raised up just enough. I so her neck from behind, rubbing up against her Sexuality from the opposite side made her feel more good. I could feel her always throbbing rapidly, wildly. I rode her this way smoothly. Then I wanted more to see her pretty face, the expression in her eyes. I pulled out and gently flipped her over. As soon as her back hit the floor, she spread her legs some to let me know she was waiting. I slid my tongue into her mouth, and my joint rushed back her neck, pushing deep and hard and repeatedly. Me and my ballerina danced like that until tears streamed down from her eyes. Her tears moved me. Comrade, was all I said. Her always so contracted musically like percussion. As she I spilled more than stars in the sky, and my body collapsed on top of her. Speaking from my soul, I said to her out loud so she could hear it and know it for sure. Kieza, I love you. I love you more than I love myself. I said it. I meant it. Don't go. Stay with me. Let's stay together. I was feeling something stronger than I had ever felt. It was something divine, stronger and more influential than sex. It was something beautiful, perfect, and extremely dangerous. Book 4, A Brooklyn Finish. I ticketed Akemi and Chiesa together and sat myself separate from them by a few rows and aisles purposely. I knew I couldn't shift continents without shifting my posture, getting my mind right, and restoring my instincts and edge. What was necessary in Asia was different from what surviving the United States of America required. The USA, New York in particular, Brooklyn specifically, was much more stressful. My reactions will have to be as precise and sharp as they had been when I originally flew out from JFK. My eyes had to be more carefully focused to each detail, not for the sake of art, but for the sake of staying alive. Also, a man has the luxury of emotions in Asia. In the US, he would not, especially if he is a young black African like myself. Emotions would have to be processed and packaged, and sometimes even stored or frozen until it was safe to use them, let them out, embrace them. More of a man, I would say that I am. The elders say experience brings wisdom. I'd say I'm wiser now, stronger now. My standards for myself are even higher now. My strength is stronger. My responsibilities are greater. My business mind is sharper. My faith is solid. I left New York as a son and have returned as a father, inshallah. Before I was a husband searching for my wife, now I am a husband traveling with wives whose lives are in my hands. I had to secure them properly and separately, with enough space for them to remain the women they are, but close to me, for me to watch and love and enjoy. It would be expensive, this love, I knew. I was preparing to rearrange everything for the better, to make myself better, to allow my wives to grow and become even better. Akemi will have to be set up in a space where it was comfortable for her to create. Chiesa, I knew for certain, as her father did, would not sit still and stay home. I didn't need her to do that, as long as we stayed together and true in our bond. I had sent her home to Japan, while Akemi and I remained in Korea. I had loved her up well the night before. Both of us so reluctant to part for even only a few days. Both of us glued together, even at the airport. I sent her traveling with passion marks between her thighs. She waved wildly with the purest smile, the last image in my eyes before she disappeared. She would tie up her loose ends, then transfer to a New York school to get her pilot's license. She would pay for the vending machine with some of the money I had easily provided to her and use the rest for whatever was necessary. She promised me she would sit with her mother and talk nicely. Most important, she promised me to return in a few days. I knew she would, although I missed her every second that she was gone. I was loving Akemi. Akemi was loving me. Soft, sweet, and sensual. She is my exotic Egyptian house cat, even though she is Korean. Quiet, her silence was soothing. Her emotions were tumultuous and deep and undercurrent. Her expression of them came out through her body and in beautiful drawings, paintings, and colors. She loved and created continuously. The extra time in Busan brought peace to Donghua and his family.
We had made some memories.
As he said, he was right. The professor had let me know, in his manner, that he was aware that Akemi was going to become a mother. Cautiously, he congratulated me. Then he handed me the name and information for a Korean obstetrician and gynecologist in New York for my wife to receive excellent medical care, quote unquote. When he handed me the information, he smiled.
The doctor is a woman,
he said knowingly. I knew from observing Don Juan's ways that the woman doctor he was recommending had most likely gone to the same university as him. The slick professor would attempt to stay closely connected to my wife and her progress through the doctor he recommended. Of course he was doing this for his own wife's comfort. Of course he believed that I wouldn't catch on to his tactic. Of course he was wrong about me, but I understood. It's something how small the huge world had become for me. Now I could think with ease about returning to Korea or Japan with my wives in the future. I could even imagine returning to Asia, flying in from North Africa, the Sudan to be exact. I had promised Don Juan that my wife would remain in touch with her Korean family. In time, he would learn that I was a man of my word. He should have known that by now. Nakamura had hung himself. He had brought about his own finish through his own actions. Although I knew he would not surrender, he would also not win. For him to come after me now will be for him to reveal his past crimes. I was confident that he didn't want to do that. I would allow Akemi to decide how she would relate with him in the future. However, she and I would be side by side. Nakamura had lost his privilege and rights over my wife. He, after all, is not her blood father. I would deal with him now, the same way as I would deal with any man trying to approach my woman. I met up a few times and chilled with Black Sea. Love had made him cool. He was cooler than he would have ever been. I am more determined now. A man has to step off his block, out of his hood, to be able to see the whole picture properly and put it in perspective. Stress, misery, and hatred, anger, frustration, and fear were no way for a man to live, and none of it had anything to do with love or family. At least, it shouldn't. If it does, a man has to make moves. Big moves. Wise moves. A man has to grind until he sets it right. A man has to set things right in the right setting with the right community. It has to be a community that is working with him, not against him all the time, all day, every day. The Eid al-Fitr is the Islamic celebration that occurs after the month of the Ramadan fast. On the Eid, which lasts 3 days, everyone gathers and celebrates the spiritual sacrifice that was made by all believers around the globe. We pray together, we eat together, and we exchange gifts. Mr. Ghazali was wearing his Jabalaya when he opened his gate on June 9th, the morning of the Eid. His sons emerged from behind him in Islamic wear as well, and immediately went to work helping me to move packages from the taxi. The men spoke only to me as Chiesa and Akemi stood to the side in the entrance of the gate. Akemi was wearing hanbok, a beautiful traditional Korean dress. The skirt was royal red with delicate embroideries around its perimeter. It flared out because of the layers of cloth underneath her skirt. The top blouse was white with a V-neck and long sleeves. The ends of each sleeve were stitched with 5 inches of embroidered cloth. The white silk V-neck blouse, which was connected to the skirt, was outlined in the thick, beautiful black ribbon that draped down in front of her dress. She looked like an empress and was intriguing to anyone who had never seen how the Korean families still living in Korea really rock it during their festivals and weddings and celebrations. Chiesa had combed, then brushed and pinned Akemi's hair up into 4 royal buns. She had complimented the beauty of the dress by giving Akemi that hairstyle. No words had to be exchanged as my elegant wives stood still and waited quietly. I could feel Mr. Ghazali searching and waiting for an explanation from me. Ramadan Mubarakam. You remember my wife Akemi? I said in Arabic. He smiled and welcomed Akemi. This is Chiesa, my second wife, I said in Arabic. The 3 men, father, stood stuck for some seconds. I saw Chiesa thinking really hard to remind herself not to instinctively bow before these men, her elders. In English, I said to Chiesa, "This is Mr. Salim Ahmed Amin Ghazali."
Assalamu alaikum.
Chiesa said. Sudana and Naja came running out as her father and brothers were moving our packages inside. Sudana went immediately to hugging Akemi. Naja said to me,
Finally, you came home.
I put some bags down and hugged my little sister, lifting her up off her feet. When I brought her up to my shoulder level, she said,
Hi, Akemi.
with big excitement.
You look so pretty.
Naja said. Akemi smiled a bright, genuine smile.
Who's she?
Naja said as I placed her little feet down onto the grass. She's my wife also. Her name is Chiesa. Treat her well, I ordered, staring authoritatively into my sister's eyes. Naja's young eyes widened. Bring Akemi to Uma, I told Naja.
Uma's downstairs.
Naja said. Now she was holding Akemi's hand and walking her around to the side door, the apartment below.
Welcome home.
Sudana said to me.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Chiesa, she is Sudana, Mr. Ghazali's daughter. Sudana stared at her. They were 2 hazel eyes staring into 2 silver gray eyes. Sudana was wearing a creamy-colored orange thobe. Chiesa was wearing a marigold yukata with a wicked black sash that Akemi had wrapped around her waist. Chiesa's mother had gifted the yukata to her when Chiesa went to Japan to talk nicely with her. Her mother had told her to always remember,
You are a Japanese woman, feminine and regal and polite.
She looked so beautiful to me. Her hair was wrapped, and it was nice to see what the heels did to my pretty puma.
Salam alaikum.
Chiesa said softly.
Alaikum salam.
Sudana responded. Chiesa is my wife also, I said solemnly. I love her a lot, so please be good to her, I told Sudana.
Are you Muslim?
I heard Sudana ask her as I was walking inside. I left it to Chiesa. I knew she could handle it no matter which direction it all moved in. Akemi was all right with it. How could anything else matter? At the meal of meals, there was Mr. Ghazali and his wife Tamira, and their 4 daughters, Basima, Sudana, Darkashan, and Faliha, and their 2 sons, Mustafa and Talil, also Uma, Naja, Akemi, Chiesa, and myself. I wouldn't want to forget my twins, inshallah, and whatever surprises Allah will send through Chiesa, inshallah. Everyone was eating, smiling, talking, and asking and answering questions. It was incredible to hear Japanese, Arabic, and English all at one dinner table. Akemi, of course, could have added Korean, Thai, and Mandarin Chinese. Chiesa could have also added French. Uma was smiling. She was probably smiling because I had made it home safely. She greeted me with happy tears. Tears and women I had plenty. Perhaps she was smiling and crying while smiling because I gifted her 2 daughters-in-law and 3 babies in their wombs, inshallah. Perhaps she was smiling because the 1 month she had made me more of a man. Uma Designs will be very successful this year, I believed, especially with the fabrics I had imported from Asia and the influence of both Chiesa's ninja-style presence and Akemi's incredible art merged with Uma's talented eyes and fingers. I had also expanded my business plans to include a vending machine empire built off of my first machine, which I purchased with my money and the translation assistance of my second wife. Akemi would always be a moneymaker. She made more money in Asia than the entire trip to Asia had cost me, minus, of course, the price that I willingly spent on jewels, gifts, and money given to Chiesa. I also said a prayer of thanks to my father. It was his diamonds that saved me. 3 wishes, quote-unquote, he had named the 3 diamonds that he once dropped into the palm of my hand. 3 wishes when everything and everyone else around you fails or when you feel trapped. I had only used 1 of the wishes and spent less than half the money than the 1 diamond had cashed in at. If anything were to happen to me now, I knew for sure that I had given my Uma, who is my heart and my purpose, all that one son could offer, a house filled with love and life and a successful small business. I had chosen the right wives, one who was the sweetest and most sensitive woman, an incredible and bankable artist, just like Uma, and another who would defend Uma with her life and perhaps even pilot the plane that will land Uma back in the land of our people, Sudan.
There's only one dilemma.
Uma said the day of the Eid when the meal was finished and all of the gifts were given out. She and I were alone for some moments. Akemi was in Uma's bedroom speaking over the phone. It was a long conversation, long distance to Josna. Chiesa was talking to Naja and trying to make friends with Sudana. Uma said to me,
First, I didn't know that you would choose a second wife so early, so young, and so swiftly. But you are your father's son, and I see both of them, Akemi and Chiesa, in your eyes. Yet you have done something that your father did not do. Your father placed me higher, his first wife, first love. You have not selected a second wife. You have brought home 2 number 1s. That Chiesa is very powerful. Her soul and her presence is very strong. She has agreed to be number 2. You and I both know she's a number 1. Even she is certain of that. Akemi is certain as well. You are so fortunate to have Akemi. She loves you so tremendously that she would not keep you away from another woman with whom she now has to share. You will have to work twice as hard. Chiesa will need another house or apartment. They are friends now, and that is so good. It says a lot about you as a man. Yet, 2 great loves will need their own space. Even 2 beautiful plants need their own soil and own flower pots, or the roots will tangle and they will both die.
Do you like Chiesa, Uma? Could you love her as your daughter?
I love her already because you love her so deeply. Her smile is pure. Her heart is light. Her soul is good. She wants to be a good Muslim woman. I could tell. She does not know it, but her soul is Muslim already.
I listened and thought carefully about what Uma was saying.
Do you see her speaking so nicely to Sadana?
Uma asked me about Chiesa. Yes, I answered Uma as we were speaking Arabic, which Chiesa could not decipher.
Chiesa knows that Sudana loves you. She will be nice to Sadana, but she will never allow Sadana to become wife number 3.
Uma laughed. I smiled. I don't want number 3. I am completely happy, I admitted. I didn't say more, but I felt an aggressive, powerful love stirring in me as I observed Chiesa. Uma was still watching my second wife closely.
Chiesa will continue to grow and learn to venture out. She will make Akemi stronger. She is not a problem. Chiesa is a blessing,
Uma said sincerely. I was relieved. I already knew that nothing and no one could come between me and each of my wives. Yet it was peace now that Uma approved. Chiesa turned and looked at me. It was a look that I had seen before. It was a look that I welcomed. She stood up from the couch where she was sitting and went into the bathroom. I followed. She was there, standing in the darkness, silent. I pulled her close. She wrapped her arms around my neck. We kissed slowly, passionately, silently. She moved my hand to her breast.
Look what you did,
She whispered. I moved her hand down. We both smiled.
Ryoshi. You have overpowered me.
I didn't say nothing, just loved her. She had overpowered me also. It's lights out in the place where I currently find myself. It's a long story that happened very quickly in the borough of Brooklyn. Of course, what would ever happen any place else in the world could happen easily in Brooklyn. It is a story that involves my honor and my 9mm. It is a story that I won't reveal, at least not tonight, and maybe not ever. Acknowledgements. I, Ralph Anthony Garcia, would like to do the little acknowledgements here. Sister Soldier says, all praise is due to our Creator, first, last, and forever. Thank you for life, love, mercy, and protection. Thank you for your magnificent expressions, including the sun and the moon and the stars, the sky, the oceans, and the waterfalls, for our souls, minds, memories, and imagination. And of course, for the breath of life. Thank you for all of the people and cultures and languages that you have uniquely created so beautifully. Thank you for every single word on every single page of every single book and story that you have gifted to me. One love. Amen. At home, Sister Soldier wishes to thank her husband and son for allowing her to live inside of her wild imagination. Love y'all. She also thanks them both for leading and following her around the globe. Big up to Brooklyn, Harlem, the Bronx, Queens, Staten Island, New York, and every single hood in America. Big up to every barrio and favela, quarter, prefecture, section, and area worldwide where the youth swarm, swell, and dwell, thirsty for love, guidance, direction, survival, and profits. Sister Soldier would like to thank Jada Pinkett Smith for her conversation and consideration and for being good to her family and for loving her words and stories. Remember, whatever is meant to happen will, and the rest will not. I've been at peace with that forever, she says. She says thank you to Will Smith for being smart, funny, and kind. She thanks y'all for welcoming her family in Beijing, China, and for putting us up, as she says. May God protect and keep your family safe and blessed. Big up to Fawn always. Thank you, Kishana, for typing thousands of pages. Thank you to Deja, the last real GHN. Imani Rain, please believe in love. Your name, Imani, means faith. Thank you, Nakaza, for helping out even though you believe work is for jerks. Thank you, Patty, the reader, who came in at the 9th inning. Thank you, Bebong, the courier. Also, namaste to Devanyok and Manyari. Thank you for inviting us to the celebration of the new life that the two of you brought into the world. Thank you for sharing your culture and traditions and faith openly. Shukran to the Joyness family. Thank you to Martinique for being so cool and pretty. It was nice to meet you on the streets of Ginza. My family loves and welcomes you always. Thank you, Gabber and Tasha. Thank you, Mustafa El Amin and Wafa Abdallah for the Sudanese vibration, quote unquote. Dr. Monica Martin and Dr. Barbara Justice, the medical geniuses, healers, sisters, and friends. Thank you. She likes to thank Uncle Bobby for his big heart and love for family. Rest in peace to her daddy. He finally brought her home from Tokyo. A warm and heartfelt thank you to all the women, men, and juveniles who are imprisoned and captured, reading and discussing the pages of my books, Searching for Truth and Self-Improvement. My Korean family. Kasamida to Miss J. Kyung Lee, my everything lady, quote unquote. Thank you for sharing your culture, historical knowledge, translations, and insights, and for being open and without prejudice. She also shouts out the entire Lee family, Sam Kyung, Chi Wee, and Joe 50. It was a great experience to live with your family. Thank you for traveling with us and welcoming us to South Korea. Panza Young Sum Kim, thank you for your gracious interview and research. She thanks Professor Sango Kim for hosting her family at his university. My Professor Kamapsida for 11 months of laughter and friendship and meaningful conversation. Respect to you and your wife and family. I miss you, says Sister Soldier. She also says, to Miss Joy Kim, thank you for hosting me and making it possible for me to meet Jung Yi-hoon. Thank you for concert tickets to the Saitama Super Arena. It was amazing to see 20,000 Asian faces enjoying Rain's music. Hope to work together in the future. Words are powerful and brings communities together. To Hai Jin Kim and So Song Hwa, I love you ladies. Thank you for your friendship. You two will forever be my Chingoo. To Master Joe and the entire Joe family, respect to Hong Moo Kwan. Thank you to KBS. It's good to see y'all have your own thing. Big up to Seoul for having so much soul. And big up to beautiful Busan. My Japanese family. Arigato gozaimashita to Yuki Morita and the entire Morita family. Sister Soldier also bigs up to Suiko, the prima ballerina. Thank you to Miho Tominari for working extra hard, navigating and translating, and for making us laugh a lot. And the entire Tominari family, thank you. Thank you to Rezi for your art and your style. Big up to Japarican. Thank you to Reiko, Sayaka, Jennifer, Yuka, and Mr. Matsutani. Special thanks to Moses, Joe Hassan, Mamdu, and Kayoko. Thank you to Kazuho, the lovely one. Thank you for being smart and sweet and cooperative. I appreciate you. Thank you for not being a diva. They take up too much time and have so little to offer. Thank you to Japan, Nippon, an incredible and unique empire. Thank you to Shinjuku, Roppongi, Harajuku, Kichichoji, Shinokubo, Takanoraba, Yokohama, and all of Tokyo. Respect to Kyoto, the pretty place, and Arashiyama. Much love to Osaka for the coolest people in hip-hop and lively youth. Japan, thank you for being a peaceful place, a healthy place, a polite place, a beautiful place, an exciting place, and for having a nation of calm and orderly people. Special thanks to Mariko Sensei, a patient and knowledgeable teacher. My China girls, Liu Young, Pan Ting, and Vivian. My Chinese opera singing, smart, quick, and happy translator. My Thai family, to Moo and Penny and Belle and the entire Pima Thai crew. To Wei and Nana, shout out to Bangkok. professional services. Thank you to my editor, Emily Bessler, for throwing your hard work and continuous presence and heart into my project. Thank you to Judith Kerr, the publishing boss, quote unquote. Thank you to Jane Lee, Dana Sloan, and Alicia Bullock. Thank you to production, the unseen workers who toil over every letter. Thank you to Steve Wasserman and Bob Shear for getting it all started from No Disrespect. Thank you, Mark Edwards, Kazuho Fujiwara, Martinique Brown, Wafa Abdallah, Monique DePasalengi, Miho Tamanari, Yuki Morita, Jae-kyung Lee, Rezi, and Danielle Priester. You can reach and get in touch with Sister Soldier via email soldierbiz@gmail.com. Mailing address, Sister Soldier, Soldier Story Incorporated, 208 East 51st Street, Suite 2270, New York, New York, 10022. And the website is sistersoldier.com.